And in the lead up to Veterans Day, obviously something will be recognized here is section. I want to say that we are sure going to be proud today to recognize and acknowledge our veterans, those that are both working within our system in the department as well as those that make everything we do possible. Before we get started here, I do want to take a second of chair privilege just to call on the assistance of everybody in this room, including my colleagues and the commissioner and all the individuals within the department, because I know there's so much compassion held by everybody here. And it is in support of taking a stand against any type of bullying in our schools. I'm afraid to say yesterday I was unable to join the state board because I was overwhelmed by calls from teachers across Arkansas as well as families and students that felt targeted for different circumstances of the diversities that they represent. And I know that is in no way a value of anyone in this department. It's the reason I respect so much all of you as my colleagues and our commissioner and the leadership here. And so with your profound contacts in the communities and in the schools, I just kindly ask, I think we have an amazing democracy in this country. I always like to tell folks, being born on the 4th of July, I feel like I was meant to love democracy. And I know my father helped defend democracy as a Marine. And so I'm looking forward to the respect to our democracy, but anything we can do to also uphold the value that every person has value and matters, and we are here for all of our children. I just sure would personally appreciate, because again, I know where everyone's heart is, and sure welcome any ideas on how we can make sure that, as always, children are first. And so it's on that note today, we do convene this meeting starting off with recognition of a program that has excelled in supporting our children here in Arkansas, and that's the EAST program. And so with our first recognition of the EAST program, I'd like to invite Mr. Jerry Krintz to come forth and to speak to us about our EAST children.
Thank you very much. Some of our contingency actually is on the way back from San Jose, where we were recognized last night as an innovator in STEM Works. This particular award came from the Silicon Valley Education Foundation. EAST Initiative is Arkansas born, Arkansas raised. We're celebrating our 20th year. And early on in our works, we were not recognized as being innovative and being progressive. We're from Arkansas. So this award means something very special to us, not just because it is a STEM award, but it's coming from Silicon Valley and it's coming from California. And it's always been an exciting time to be in education in Arkansas, but with the support that is in this room, with the support that is going on behind the building, behind the hill, and the work that our students are doing, the work that our facilitators and administrators are doing, we're grateful in that folks aren't just looking at Arkansas, but they're now looking to Arkansas, and we're grateful to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Krintz. And thank you for that honor of, one, being able to know more about this award achieved and then to help you all celebrate this tremendous moment. I've had the privilege of getting to sit in several EAST classrooms, and I've worked with members in the communities who have benefited from the projects that our EAST students have done. And this really is one of the many reasons that we can say Arkansas is a leader in education, and innovation really is profound here. So thank you so much for bringing us this opportunity, and I hope you share this with all of your colleagues, that we're grateful for all you do and for the leadership you brought to our state. Thank you. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to recognition item number 2, the tremendously important issue of Veterans Day and veterans working at the department. With that, Commissioner Key, you are recognized.
Madam Chair, I could go into with great joy, could go into a history of Veterans Day and its birth with the Armistice Day, 11th day of the 11th month at the 11th hour. But I'll spare you that to get straight to the recognition and why this is important. In our agency, we have a number of our team members who have served our country, who have served our state in the various branches of the military. And we are proud today, the day before Veterans Day, to honor our team members who have given of themselves, sacrificed, and their time, their efforts, and just with the wealth of experience that brings and adds to the fabric that is ADE, we felt that it would be very appropriate today to recognize these team members. And so as to not get into any trouble of preferring one branch over another, my dad was a Navy guy. So, this is in no particular order, but just with great recognition and great appreciation for their service. So I would like to start recognizing Brad Montgomery, U.S. Air Force.
And as your name's announced, please come forward.
Please come on up here. Yeah. Chris Abbott, United States Army. C.W. Gardenhire, U.S. Army, 82nd Airborne Division. David Baca, U.S. Air Force. Derek Black, U.S. Air Force. Diana Shepard, U.S. Air Force. Ed Eason, U.S. Army Reserves. Elbert Harvey, Navy and Arkansas Air National Guard. John, also known as Don Kamenar. Robert Carangola, U.S. Marine Corps. Terry Granderson, U.S. Army Reserve, Arkansas Army National Guard. Mr. Tim Barnes, U.S. Army Reserves. And Dr. Bill Nielsen with the U.S. Air Force. Board, I would ask you to please collectively show your appreciation for these fine men and women.
There truly is no greater career than to serve our country, and now you all are serving our children as well. So thank you for all you do. We're grateful that you could join us this morning, and more importantly, we're grateful for what you do for the department and all of our children in Arkansas. Thank you so much. Happy Veterans Day. Now with that, we will pass on, colleagues, to the consent agenda. Oops. Oh, I apologize. Thank you for the correction, Commissioner. We did have a request for public comment as related to recognition item number 2. Mr. Philip Bryant from Little Rock, you are recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May the strength of God be with this board. May the Holy Spirit rest, rule, and abide with all of you. And may the Holy Spirit lead and guide you in the work that you have to do. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm not speaking on veterans. I am a veteran, and Brother Hill is a veteran. I have 2 recommendations, or 2 points. This is what I know about Little Rock. I don't know about the rest of the state. But in our elementary schools, where a lot of our poor neighborhoods, which are mostly the African Americans, that are children that's coming to the 1st grade that can't read at all. And some of them are being passed to the 2nd grade and can't read 1st grade material. And whenever a kid is passed to the 2nd grade and can't read 1st grade material, he has just been given a prison sentence. And I'm recommending that this board, in some kind of way, get a 1 or 2 or 3 reading teachers at the schools, elementary schools in Little Rock, if not all over the state, where you can take the kid out and teach them reading so they can be caught up before they're passed to the next grade. And that's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And the point is, how can you put a child in a science class and he can't read? How can you put a child in a history class and he can't read? So I'm recommending, advising, asking for more reading teachers in elementary school, especially the Little Rock. The second point I'd like to bring up is that I have learned that when we have transgender children or transgender girls in these high schools, they are preying on other girls to have sex relations or sexual activities. And the same is with the boys. And when people change from one sex to the other sex, don't mean that they're trying to be an astronaut or principal of a school. It means that they're trying to have sexual activity the way they want to have. And I'm recommending or suggesting that wherever there's a transgender girl at a high school, that every girl that go to that school, parents are sent a letter to inform the parents that the school cannot protect your daughters from these transgender people that's going to try to have sexual relationship with your daughters. And that you, the parents, are going to have to put forth a greater effort to protect your children. And it's the same as when they're transgender boys, because they're going to try to have sex relations with as many boys as they can. And as the law, and my understanding of the law, is when a person is 18 or older and they have any kind of sexual relation with someone that's under 18, it's called rape. And some of these students are 18 in school and still trying or putting forth an effort to have sexual relationship with the same sex, and what they're doing are turning the natural boy and girl into that which is unnatural. And so I'm recommending that when you know there's one or more at a high school, send some letters to the parents of those high schools so that they can put forth an effort to protect their own children, because the schools can't protect everyone that's in the school. And so my recommendation is to get reading, extra reading teachers in the elementary schools and get more protection in the high school. And I thank you for letting me speak. My name is Philip Bryant. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm a fresh graduate of UALR. I've been in self-employed for myself over 45 years. May God bless you and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. And we're always glad, as part of our process, to allow for public comment. Normally, we leave it to the end. My apologies. I was under the understanding you were speaking on Veterans Day. But taking advantage of your comments, I will say that at this time, Mr. Poor, our superintendent, as well as the Community Advisory Board, are definitely working on innovations within the Little Rock School District, especially as related to our schools in academic distress. I know he's actively seeking community partners as part of that process. And so in an effort to connect the dots, thank you for your comments here, and obviously it'll give an opportunity for Mr. Poor to hear this, but I do strongly encourage you to speak directly with Mr. Poor and his team, as I know that reading is a priority for them. It's one that our own department is advising them on reading recovery, and I think they would welcome some more community partners in that process. This is definitely a all-community effort, and I think your comments here today could lend itself and turn into action. And in regards to the other element, if you do ever observe specific cases, obviously rape is something that we would always take seriously at any level, but sometimes I feel that, at least within the conversation of transgender, it runs into rumor. But if you find specific cases, definitely your local school boards, and especially here within the district leadership, always should be reported, and there should be spaces to report that so that action can be taken. So thank you, Mr. Bryant, for your comments, and again, we always welcome honoring public comments, normally at the end. So I apologize for the confusion for those following the agenda, but thank you, Mr. Bryant, for your interest and commitment to children. So with that, moving on now to our consent agenda, I will take any questions or clarifying comments from our colleagues.
May I ask Mr. Rogers, I don't really want to pull number 7, but I'd like to ask Mr. Rogers or Ms. Smith some questions about number 7 on the financial situations in those districts.
Mr. Rogers, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have the expertise that you and Mr. Williamson do in this regard, so I have to lean on your expertise to help me understand. Obviously, as I looked at it, the per pupil expenditure in the 5 districts is significantly different, and I know that's an individual district's decision, ranging from $9,300 up to $12,500. Some of them have declining balances and some of them do not. Are there any areas in particular in those 5 schools that you think that we need to be more aware of than we currently are just through a consent agenda item?
Not at this time. They're both, all those 5 school districts are working with the Fiscal Services Support Group to go over their budgets, to go over their expenditures. So right now they're doing what the department's asking for them, and they're all different. Each one is unique in the fund balance situation, so each of those have to be taken at their own situation, but they are working with us right now, and there's not any concerns that we have to bring right now with them.
And does the difference in the per pupil expenditure, is that typically related to what their millage is within the particular district, or is it to attract different and maybe, in their view, better teachers, or is there a pattern among those?
There's not a pattern, and it's not. It could be some of the millage for those would be more that would be off the formula top schools that have difference in the millage, but with these it's a whole group of things. It's
okay.
They're not only their teacher salaries, but also their Title I funds, how much they received. If they receive more for their poverty count, then they have more to spend towards that situation. So it's just, once again, it's just kind of one of those unique things to schools. And if you look at all the school districts, all of them are going to range in that kind of situation.
Okay. Mr. Williamson, did you see anything else in there that we need to be concerned about?
I didn't, but I do look at that.
Okay. Thank you.
Just kind of compare them to what other schools look like, and I didn't see anything.
Any additional? Yes, Dr. Barth.
This is actually a different topic.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
It's really a question on where we are on a final report on Helena, West Helena. Is that next on next month's agenda? Is that the plan? So we are going to get final reports from both Helena, West Helena, and Pulaski County. Is that correct? After, okay. I'll just save any questions on that till next month. Great, thanks.
Any additional questions or requests to pull consent agenda items? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on now to our action agenda. A1, consideration of resolution for Arkansas School Board Member Recognition Month. Dr. Protho, you are recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, as Executive Director of the Arkansas School Board Association, we are here to seek your approval of this resolution for the month of January of 2017 to recognize our school board members. I've been asked to read the resolution to the State Board. Whereas more than 476,000 students attend public and charter schools in Arkansas, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education acknowledges the importance of public education and its impact on our communities today and in the future, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes the vital role of more than 1,500 elected local school board members who establish the mission and direction for their local districts and approve policies to guide their school systems. And whereas school board members contribute countless hours of their time fulfilling their state-mandated roles and responsibilities, and whereas school board members must make key decisions regarding the curriculum, instruction, finance, and facilities of our public schools, and whereas school board members enjoy and employ and evaluate the superintendent who has the daily responsibility for the operation of the school district, and whereas school board members must participate in professional development every year in order to enhance their knowledge and skills related to their responsibilities, now therefore be it resolved that the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes and salutes the members of local boards of education by proclaiming the month of January 2017 as Arkansas School Board Member Recognition Month.
Thank you so much, Dr. Protho. I've personally had the privilege of participating in the conference of this resolution at school board meetings over the last few years as I've been part of this, and I think we all know and recognize and celebrate the role that local school boards have in our state and the tremendous amount of work they put in. So thank you so much once again for bringing this before us. With that, I'll ask my colleagues for a motion or any comments or questions.
I move to approve the resolution.
A motion made by Ms. Newton and seconded by Ms. Zook. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion unanimously carries. And if you'll just wait there one moment, Dr. Protho, I think we're going to give this.
This will be one that we will present next month when we all come to the School Board Association annual meeting as part of our Christmas holiday celebration and their invitation to come and join them. And we will present that, you and I will present that at that time.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Protho. Thank you. Moving on to action agenda. Yes, Ms. Zook.
I think on one regard, I know one of the recommendations, and they're in the implementation process of the Forward group, but one of their recommendations was for districts to consider having school board elections in November, and two of the districts that are coming out from under fiscal distress, Helena, West Helena, and Pulaski County, both had their elections, and just incredible numbers of people chose to mark on those items, and I commend those two districts for sort of being forward-thinking with regard to the Forward's recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. And now with that, we move on to action agenda item A2, consideration of resolution for American Education Week, November 14th through the 18th, 2016. Ms. Brenda Robinson, president of the AEA, is here. Ms. Robinson, you are recognized.
Thank you to the board and Commissioner Key for allowing me this time. I am Brenda Robinson, the president of the Arkansas Education Association. Whereas November 14th through 18th, 2016, is designed American Education Week by the National Education Association in an effort to celebrate public education and honor the individuals who are making a difference to ensure that every child receives a quality education. And whereas education is a pillar of democracy and a cornerstone of American opportunity that gives our children the foundation they need to understand and appreciate our nation's values of freedom, and equality. And whereas Arkansas Public Schools have high expectations for every child and is committed to providing a climate of respect that provides students access to opportunities to ensure academic success. And whereas public school brings together adults, children, teachers, education support professionals, volunteers, business and civic leaders, and elected officials who all have a stake in public education and play an important role in inspiring our children to learn inside and outside of the classroom. And whereas public schools provide our children with outstanding opportunities in academics, fine arts, athletics, extracurriculum activities, vocational training, to equip them with the skills and knowledge needed to grow, thrive, and succeed in our global society. Whereas all Arkansas education employees, including teachers, educational support professionals, which are bus drivers, custodians, food service workers, secretary, bookkeepers, school nurses, security, paraeducators, technical and skilled trade services, as well as principals and administrators, deserve our gratitude, respect, and support for their utmost professionalism and commitment to our schools. Whereas Arkansas parents are an integral part of the education process, providing a nurturing home, learning environment, and serving as their child's first teachers, and advocates are an important partners with the school system. And whereas Arkansas community involvement in our schools provide vital support and facility opportunities for students to participate in community learning and outreach activities. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes the observance November 14th through the 18th, 2016 as American Education Week.
Thank you so much, Ms. Robinson, for bringing this before us. Myself, Ms. Newton, and Ms. Abels had the opportunity to attend your annual conference, I know, or at least a piece of it last week, and we know what tremendous work your agency does and our teachers do. And so any opportunity we get to celebrate and to be able to do so with the rest of the nation, I personally consider it a humbling privilege. So with that, to my colleagues, any questions, comments, or I will entertain a motion. I think our teachers may.
I move to approve with wholeheartedly. I appreciate all that our teachers do every day for kids.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Newton, seconded by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion unanimously carries. And I'm assuming we will walk it down. Thank you. And please don't go anywhere. The commissioner will be presenting you specifically our signed resolution. Thank you so much, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you.
Bless you. Thank you. Thank you once again. And so to continue with the theme of recognition this morning, with which we are starting, we will end off with a consideration of resolution for Computer Science Education Week, December 5th through 11th, 2016. Mr. Owen, you're recognized.
Mr. Owen is out of state.
Oh, he's
He's out of state. I'll be glad to read this.
Commissioner.
He is, as you can imagine, Anthony is out doing what he is tasked to do, which is promoting computer science education. Whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education believes that every student in Arkansas deserves a premier computer science education that is suitable for his or her needs and can support his or her college and or career aspirations, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education supports the state in its efforts to become and remain a national leader in computer technology careers through the implementation of a vertically articulated and comprehensive computer science education designed to support appropriate technological growth in all Arkansas students. And whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education believes that Arkansas must provide its students with an education that will facilitate the advance of useful technological skills and promote their role as digital natives. And whereas December 5th through 11th, 2016 has been declared as National Computer Science Education Week by Code.org, the Computer Science for All initiative, and other nationally recognized entities. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Arkansas State Board of Education, recognize the week of December 5th through 11th, 2016 as Arkansas Computer Science Education Week.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And since Mr. Owen is not here, and I'm sure Dr. Barth could also do so as well, but we do want to say that we greatly were honored to have him participate in the National Association of State Board of Education National Conference 2 weeks ago in Kansas City, where he got to feature our work for our colleagues nationwide and demonstrate to all that Arkansas really is a leader in computer science. He did a tremendous job. His presentation was very well received. Dr. Barth actually facilitated that conversation, again, linking back to Arkansas's leadership here. And so this is just a very natural segue and a wonderful opportunity for us to be continuing in terms of demonstrating our backing and support to computer science efforts. And I appreciate, Commissioner, you bringing this on Mr. Owen's behalf before our board. Dr. Barth, did you want to?
You said it all, and so I will move approval of the resolution.
Okay. Motion made by Dr. Barr, seconded by Mr. Black. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And I'm hoping that resolution can be stored until Mr. Owen returns with our deep gratitude once again for all that he does. Moving on to action agenda item A4, consideration of the annual student discipline report. Dr. Gary Ritter from the Office for Education Policy, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and the rest of the board. We appreciate your time. I'm going to step aside and let Caitlin Anderson make the presentation, and I'll hang around and help answer questions if needed afterwards. So, Caitlin.
Thank you. And I should have some slides, I believe. Thank you. I'm Caitlin Anderson. I worked with Gary Ritter on this presentation. We've presented with the board multiple times before. Today, specifically, we're presenting some new findings. Thank you. On looking at the impact of exclusionary discipline on some student outcomes, and particularly this focuses on test scores and academic outcomes. So just a little bit of information about the Office for Education Policy. We are intended as a resource for schools, policymakers, researchers, really anybody who's interested in education. There's a variety of data and policy research on that website if you are interested, or feel free to email us if you have questions at the end. So real quickly, I'll talk about kind of where this report has come from. We'll revisit some of the things that we have presented to you before, including time trends and some of the information about disproportionalities for different subgroups of students. And then today we'll be presenting some new findings on the impact of exclusionary discipline on student academic achievement, and then also looking at the impacts on particular subgroups of students as well. At the end of the slides, there is a wide variety of resources as well. You'll see me reference some of the resources in the slides, but I won't go into a lot of detail, but it is something that you might consider looking at for future reference. So this research is really coming out of Act 1329, which required an annual reporting on school discipline rates in Arkansas, and we have presented several times to the board on things like disproportionalities for different subgroups as well. And a lot of what we found there is that there are disparities that exist in referrals for both subjective and objective types of infractions, so kind of across the board. When we do look at actual consequences that result for particular types of infractions that students are reportedly committing, most of those differences in outcomes appear to be driven by the type of school that student is attending, rather than being something that is a clear disparity within the school. And that's mostly because we see that non-white students are much more likely to attend these really high discipline schools. So something just to keep in the back of your mind, is it appears to be largely a across school difference rather than a within school disparity. And we will talk a little bit about some time trends as well today. So some of the background, of course, for motivating this type of work is that we see that exclusionary discipline, things like suspensions and expulsions, are associated with lower academic achievement, school dropout and retention, and involvement in the juvenile justice system. And particularly, we are troubled by this because marginalized or disadvantaged students are much more likely to be involved in these kinds of exclusionary discipline. what we're kind of trying to do today is eventually look more towards causal impacts. So we see a lot of work that there's correlational evidence between the use of suspensions or expulsions and low academic performance, but sometimes it's hard to tell what caused what. And this is partially because we see that suspensions might precede low academic achievement. But on the other hand, then we see that maybe low academic achievement might mean that a student has become less engaged with the school, and that might also lead to other undesirable behaviors in the future. So as I said, for goals for today, we'll kind of revisit some time trends and disproportionalities that we've already presented, but then focus on some new questions. And we'll actually break down our impacts of exclusionary discipline on achievement by different subgroups as well. So this is probably information you've seen before. So this is a time trend of different types of consequences from 2008-09 to 2014-15. The orange bar is the non-exclusionary types of consequences, and that's where we've seen kind of some big jumps in the past couple years. The amount of exclusionary discipline has increased slightly, but it's actually decreased as a percentage of the total. This could be perhaps that districts are just getting a little bit more comprehensive with reporting as well over time.
Ms. Anderson, before you
Yes,
move
ma'am.
on, could you kindly define exclusionary versus non-exclusionary, just to make sure we're
Yes.
all on the same page? Thank you.
So in Arkansas right now, the data that we have has 7 different consequence codes. 2 of them for this presentation we are considering as exclusionary, and those are expulsions and out-of-school suspensions. So there are a rather large number of in-school suspensions as well that we are actually treating as non-exclusionary because the student is remaining within the school, theoretically is still getting some kind of academic instruction during that time. We also include, for the purposes of this presentation, referrals to alternative learning environments as inclusion, but that's a very, very small number, so I don't think the findings would differ that much.
Thank you.
So like I said, so here's the 2 types of exclusionary consequences. It's really hard to see, but there's a tiny little orange sliver at the top of those bars, which is expulsions. So just keep that in the back of your mind. The vast majority of what we're talking about with exclusionary discipline is really out-of-school suspension. Expulsions are relatively rare. So there's just a trend over time of exclusion. And then we also have our trend over time of non-exclusionary discipline. And so the blue bar indicates that there has been a little bit of growth in the past couple years in the number of in-school suspensions. The orange bar indicates also kind of recent reporting of these other consequences. And so for some of you that have seen these reports before, you know that what that is the other is basically encompassing a variety of different types of consequences that might be coded as something at the local level, but at the state level when it's rolled up as other. I know in the future we're hoping to break that out into more detail and be able to see what's really in that other bucket, and that'll be very helpful for reporting. We've also seen a trend over time of the count of corporal punishment going down. That's the little green bar. And again, those no actions in the ALE are very, very tiny slivers at the top. So just to quickly revisit the disproportionalities, if we just look at the rates, and these are only from the past 3 years that we have data for, these are the rates of out-of-school suspension in terms of the number of incidences per 100 students. And so for African American students in 2014-15, we see 29 incidences per 100 students, and only about 5 per 100 students for white students. There are also disparities in expulsion, but again, these are relatively rare incidences. So even in that tallest bar in 2013-14, that's only about 1 incident per 1,000 students. But again, there are disproportionalities by race there. And there's, of course, disproportionalities in the use of corporal punishment as well, with African Americans much more likely to receive that type of discipline. But these are all based off of just outcomes as well. So what we found in a lot of our research is that a lot of the disproportionalities are occurring across schools rather than with schools. And one way of looking at this is if we just kind of split schools into the schools that serve primarily white students or primarily non-white students, and we can look at the differences. So that bar at the top is for the state as a whole. And then the second bar below that represents the 20% of schools that have the most non-white students, and you can see that there's a much higher rates of those types of discipline. Now these here are not necessarily exclusionary, only one of those is the OSS, but they're just the three largest buckets of consequences. And so you can really see that the schools that tend to serve the most non-white students are also the ones that have the highest rates of these kinds of discipline. So kind of the new findings we wanted to present today are, how do we try to estimate the impact of actually getting an exclusionary discipline on your students' achievement? We're looking at math and ELA test scores here. So the problem with figuring this out is that there's a lot going on at the same time, and it's a little bit unclear what's causing what. So we might think that there's a relationship between a student's achievement, their engagement in school, and their behavior at school. It's a little unclear, though, what comes first. So we might think that if a student is acting out and they receive a suspension, that this is going to cause some dip in their achievement because they're missing class time, they're becoming less engaged, all of those kinds of things. But it's really hard to measure that because we also think that having low achievement might make you less engaged and might make you act out more in school. It's also possible, of course, that there are shocks that are happening to a student's life that make them more likely to be expelled or suspended in that particular year and also caused a dip in their test scores. So what we're really trying to do is say, conditional on everything else, kind of controlling for everything else as well as possible that we can, what is the actual impact of getting that exclusion? It's a very difficult thing to do. So before we get into that though, we'll just kind of illustrate what's a really correlational look at academics as they relate to disciplinary outcomes. So here we have advanced, proficient, basic, and below basic on your test scores. You can see at the top that the advanced students are much less likely to be receiving OSS, ISS, or being referred for any infraction in total. So less than 10 infractions per 100 students out of our advanced group. Whereas if you look at the below basic at the bottom, they're much more likely to be involved in both the referral process and actually receiving different types of consequences. But this is all still correlational. So one rigorous way to try to assess the causality of this is to use something called a student fixed effect method, which actually tries to compare a student to himself over time. And we're actually able to do this because we have 7 years of data. And so the idea is basically, if you're along the blue line, that's your typical trajectory as a student, what happens in the year that you receive an exclusionary discipline? And that might be hypothesized to be an orange line where perhaps your trajectory gets dipped down a little bit. So essentially we're trying to compare a student to himself over time. So just to kind of illustrate how different that looks from the correlational approach, what this shows is 5 different models, where on the far left we have the most correlational, and on the far right we have our student fixed effect model, which tries to basically control that, or basically compare that student to himself. So if you don't control for anything in the model, it looks like each incident of exclusionary discipline is associated with a negative 0.27 standard deviation in your test scores. That's the big bar on the left. So that's obviously a very large negative relationship, but it's not necessarily a causal relationship. As you control for more and more things in the model, the impact of that gets smaller, but is still a significant negative impact, although it's very small. So as you control for the actual infraction that the student is reportedly committing, of course it goes down to about negative 0.15 standard deviations. As you control for additional things like school year, grade level, district, and also that student's prior year test scores, it gets really small as well. And then in our most causal model, it gets down to about negative 0.01 standard deviation. So it's not a very large impact, although when we look at different subgroups, the story might be slightly different, so we'll do that next. And it's important to note that these are also the impacts per incident, and so if a student is receiving lots and lots of incidences over time, that those small impacts could add up to something bigger. So those were using math numbers, so I'm not going to show you the same thing with ELA because it's pretty much the same across the board, but I do want to highlight some differences by subgroups. So if we just split this into some major groups like white students, non-white students, and also black students, we see that there's about a negative 0.01 impact on test scores for white students, but a slightly larger negative impact on non-white students. So perhaps minority students are slightly more harmed by these types of exclusionary consequences. That might also be particularly troublesome given that we saw that they're more likely to get these kinds of consequences in the first place. And then looking at students by their baseline test scores, we're basically just splitting up students into those who were already performing below average and those who were already performing above average. And we see that the ones who were performing below average are more harmed by exclusionary discipline. So there might be students who are already doing well in school might be more resilient to being excluded from school, whereas those who already have lower test scores are apparently more harmed. It's interesting here as well that there wasn't actually a significant negative impact in our high-performing ELA group. Similarly, we can split this up into FRL and non-FRL students. And for math, we do see significant negative impacts for both groups, but slightly larger impacts for the non-FRL group, which is actually a little bit interesting. But there was no... in math, there was no negative impact for our more advantaged students in ELA. Sorry, in ELA, there was no negative impact for our more advantaged students. So when we were thinking about this, one interpretation perhaps is that math instruction is something that is more concrete that you're getting at school. Maybe missing a few days of math is a little bit harder to catch up on because they're more concrete skills. And for the students who are already from a more advantaged background in ELA, they might be already kind of getting supplemented in their literacy skills at home, and they might be less harmed by this. So in conclusion, I think the work highlights sort of the need for rigorous methods to really address what's happening. We do see slight negative impacts of exclusionary discipline, but we see that the impacts might differ by subgroup a little bit. And it's particularly troubling that we see that the impacts are larger for our students that we already think are more disadvantaged. Remember, these are impacts where we're still comparing that student to himself. So it's essentially saying that for each additional incidence of exclusion, that student is doing worse than he would have normally, basically. And that these impacts are larger for our disadvantaged students. And so given that there are also disproportionalities in how these outcomes are given out, I think it's important to think about what might be some possible solutions too. So a lot of states, as well as the District of Columbia, have started enacting different laws limiting the use of exclusionary discipline. In some cases, it might be for certain grade levels, like not for younger students, or might be for certain types of infractions. So you might think of doing something for relatively minor infractions. You might want to limit suspensions. There's some evidence, too, that more like district-level code of conduct changes can be effective. And also in terms of other alternatives to these types of approaches, there's a little bit of non-experimental evidence supporting the use of response to intervention, restorative justice, or some combination of the two. And then there's been some experimental studies as well that found benefits of PBIS on decreases in referrals, actually improved test scores, and also improved perceptions of school safety, all using random assignment. So there's lots of resources at the end of this presentation if you'd like to look into those in more detail. But in the future, this is something that at the OEP we might be interested in pursuing as well, as if there's opportunities to do further research in the state. Part of this, I think, would be really beneficial to go in and talk more to schools, talk to teachers, talk to principals, maybe even talk to students if we could, about trying to understand what they're doing with their school discipline policy, understanding the challenges that they're experiencing, what alternatives they think might be beneficial to them, what supports they need. All of those kinds of things could be really informative, because a lot of what we see using this big data set is kind of a big black box of what's really going on. And we'd also be very interested, if possible, of doing some kind of random assignment of some alternative. So using more positive supports or some training on restorative justice or implicit biases in schools. These kinds of things might be really helpful. Another thing we haven't studied here that we could potentially look at in the future is more school-wide or system-wide effects. What we presented right here with the impact of exclusionary discipline is all on the particular student that was suspended, and we're kind of ignoring what might also be happening to the students around them. So some people have hypothesized that the impacts on other students are either positive because it might make the school climate feel safer, or it could be negative if it's just attributing to a more negative school climate. And one more thing before I leave, I guess, too, is that we have maybe some questions as well about going forward with the reporting, the annual reporting, if there's changes in what you might be looking for, and if the, because I know we've done some of the things in Act 1329 in the past, but some of the things we haven't been able to do, and whether that's something that we should address at a future time, that's fine, too.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson. I know I have some questions, but it looks like my colleagues may as well. If I could just start off for, I know my newer colleagues, this is now maybe the fourth time that you all have come before us. Is that correct, Dr. Ritter, on this specific issue? I know that this is now multiple years in the making. And the one thing I did where we left the conversation last time, one of my big takeaways was around, again, that other category and not having uniform tracking across districts. And I remember, Commissioner, we spoke with you and our Deputy Commissioner as well about that. Has any progress been made in that regard? Is that something, and again, thinking toward our work sessions and actions that we can take, is that something that's doable, whether, I don't know, partnership here? First, I guess I'd like to know where the conversation has been since then, and then secondly, is there some additional action? Because it's that other category I know that has been confounding us for a few years.
I believe that Eric Saunders' team was looking at breaking that out into more detail. The last year of data that we have as of now is the 2014-15 data. So I'm not sure exactly when that change will be implemented, if that will be in the 15-16 data or the following year, but I'm not sure.
Mr. Saunders, if you could kindly update us.
Hi, good morning. The changes were made for the 16-17 year. Okay. I got with Dr. Ritter so the schools can code those disciplinary infractions and everything. We also expanded I believe the infractions as well as the responses, the actions with that as much as we felt we could. We still have to comply with some federal reporting requirements such as categories that things have to fall within, but it was able to, I think, cast a wider net, so to say, and be able to capture those within that.
Okay. And then what kind of, if I might ask, before you step away, Mr. Saunders, what kind of instruction has been given to the districts about these changes and again, you know, trying to ensure some continuity? Have they been made aware? Has there been some guidance to them about trying to help us get a clearer picture of what's happening?
Yes, it's a data manual, if you will, and it includes the definitions, and we have trainings, we have a data conference and other things for those coders, people that put that information in so that they can understand those changes and how to categorize those.
Okay, thank you for that. Was anything ever specifically sent out, though, about this change, when it happened, since its transition from last year to this year, or was it just part of the broader manual?
I would have to go back and look at the correspondence and see what we've done on that.
If you could kindly, I just want to make sure districts are seeing this. Again, 4 years now in the making, wanting to make sure that we are starting to get to a place of being able to see some outcomes that help us, guide us moving forward. The other one I wanted, this might be, whether it's for you, Ms. Anderson, Dr. Ritter, or the Commissioner, again, my memory from the last time you all was here, one of, I think, the shocking figures for me was all of the truancies that were still resulting in out-of-school suspension, despite laws in place to try and prevent that. What has happened since that time, since the last report?
I don't remember exactly. I think there was some discussion of sending out a commissioner's memo or something.
Commissioner, is there anything you might be able to elaborate?
I think we did. I
don't
would have to go back to look to see when that was, but it would have been immediately after we had that discussion.
pretty positive that there was a commissioner memo that was issued to provide clarity to the districts. But we can.
If that could be verified, that would be great.
You're looking
Pull up their computer and pull that up and check it out. So, Dr. Gocher, could you look into that for me, please?
And thank you, Dr. Gocher. And then I will say with that, have we seen a decline since that guidance has come out? You were probably anticipating my question, Dr. Ritter. I saw that.
So we have not run that exact analysis for this presentation. We don't have that data now, but with the future data, we should be able to see. And I think, by the way, it was trending down anyway. So there were districts reacting to the law. Just what Caitlin was surprised when she dug into the data was we were not fully reacting to the law.
Thank you. I would appreciate if, again, since you've posed the question, what can we look at, especially in those two areas? I did remember that those were things we could actually do something about. I think sometimes with these conversations, it has to go beyond just identifying, but what we can do. So if there could be some follow-up there, I appreciate it. I do have some additional questions, but I'll confer to my colleagues right now. I saw several of them. Dr. Barth.
First off, thank you all for reports that are getting more sophisticated in terms of moving from correlation to causation. I really appreciate that greatly, because I think that was a frustration of all of us early on in this process. My concern is, looking back at the original act, I think we're still because we're looking statewide here at statewide patterns. I think the original act was kind of more of a district level analysis, and I know that within my school info, districts are going to be able to now make those kind of comparisons, but to highlight those districts that are having particular challenge, but also, and really importantly, those districts that are showing disproportionate success in terms of really moving towards some innovations that are more restorative. And that's the piece that's missing here, because I think that what I like about the original act, it was very much focused on what can we do to really create change based on Arkansas districts that are really doing some different things. And so that's what I would like to see moving forward is, yes, the resources are here in terms of national research, but I think that those districts that are really getting it right, and we know that if we look at these lines, there are some districts that should be very high in terms of expulsion, in terms of exclusionary practices, but actually are holding it down, and with some student success coming out of that. So that's what I would really like to see moving forward, is moving a little bit more down to the district level, and in particular moving down with an eye towards those districts that seem to be getting it right in this arena.
That's a good question, and that is one of the things we're looking toward. And one of the questions and challenges we have is reporting on these and making sure that we report and watch out for possibilities where we're identifying individual students with small samples of students, and then making wise decisions on what's a smart district within which we consider disproportionalities. In other words, if there's a district with 95% white students and 5% black students, how meaningful is it? So there are just decisions that need to be made, and care that we have to be attentive to these concerns when we think about publishing the data. But I guess another question is just identifying, without publishing school by school, but identifying schools where we see really positive trend lines. As you suggested, schools that have challenging academic situations where we might imagine high suspension rates, but we're not seeing those high suspension rates. It'd be something we should, if we can get resources to do down the line, identify those schools and then spend time in those schools, as Caitlin suggested, with some qualitative work, figuring out what's going on there and what is the source of these positive numbers. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Abels.
I just wanted to share with the board, and maybe you too as well, in my travels so far, I've been in schools where they're doing very innovative things for discipline. And I know the positive-based discipline has been a very big trend. I've seen a lot of that in middle schools, and they're working their way up to high schools. But I've also been in schools where they're allowing the students to create their discipline codes. And I know that the principals have told me they went from just in the first quarter from over 20 to 30 referrals down to less than 5, just from incorporating the student voice and what that discipline should look like and what it should be. And I feel like that's, you know, that speaks volumes that the kids get to create that. Also, the PBIS is such a big thing, and I don't know, are y'all going to be getting a list of those schools and going in and seeing how that impacts the results of this survey?
That is something that we could do. We do at least have a list of the schools that have implemented with support from, there's an organization at Arkansas State that provides training to schools in PBIS, and so we do have a list of those schools, and we've been in some conversations with people there about how we might look at those schools. The hard part is it's a little hard to tell along the different stages of implementation what schools are doing. So we can definitely look at it. It might be a little hard to interpret across schools because it's a little hard without doing a more rigorous, more involved, and unfortunately more expensive kind of qualitative approach. We could just do some limited quantitative things. It's a good idea.
I would also be interested to see, you know, some in-school suspensions, the kids go down and, let's face it, they're sitting all day and they're not doing real work to make up for being out of class. And so I know some schools really push putting those certified teachers in-school suspension. So when those kids go in, they can do RTI, they can make up for work, they can get tutoring, and that really valuable support that maybe is causing them to be in school in the first place. So.
Just as a quick reaction to that, that sounds like an opportunity to experiment. So perhaps it's expensive to get certified teachers to do that, but maybe to get college volunteers to be peer tutors or to do other things in those situations. And we've got, since we don't know exactly what works, and we do know we're often wasting time in-school suspension, this seems like a real opportunity to attempt experimentally different strategies and figure out which one has the best impact. So to the extent that we can encourage schools to work with us, we're always looking for schools willing to try new and innovative things, and we'll try and add our value by counting and paying attention to if it works or not, and then trying to share that information with the state board and with others.
Thank you. And on that line, I do have some comments, but I do want to defer to some of my colleagues. Yes, Ms. Newton.
Those were my comments that I wanted to make. You know, we've got the data and we know there's a problem. Now we need to try to do something about it. And so we need to find those programs in those schools and those districts that are doing a good job so we can replicate it in other places. So I would really be interested in seeing the focus go that direction.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Anyone else? Then with that, yes, Ms. Zook.
I was just deferring.
Thank you.
Okay. I do know some of the districts, whether it's in response to your report or just an innovative, creative, well-disciplined leader of the school, in those cases where they have tried things but feel it necessary to have exclusionary discipline, they are offering the opportunity for that student to do their work on the computer. So therefore, they're still engaged, but they have to be out of school for whatever reason. And it'll be interesting to see if the exclusionary, but you're not totally excluding them from instruction, has an impact on this. And also, it's probably nothing that you could do at your level, but if school districts would think in terms of whether it's a teacher absence and a sub is referring a lot of these students for discipline, or does it have something to do with the race of the teacher and the race of the student? Does it have to do with something with the fact that the principal may have not risen to the level that they hopefully will as a leader? There's so many things, and you know, that I think the schools can do as a result of getting your data that you may not be able to do, but this could serve as a springboard for them to be creative and find out why and who are doing the referrals, and you know, what can we do, whether it's the restorative justice or whether it's putting on the computer the instructions, so even though the student isn't there, they're getting instruction.
So just as a quick reaction, that's a good point, that what we can do and what we're good at is analyzing and providing the information. We're also interested in trying to evaluate programs, but what we don't do is implement programs. That's not our expertise. So to some extent, I want to say this in a public forum, that if there are researchers or people you have contact with or practitioners who are interested in engaging in doing these sorts of interventions, the best possible scenario, we think, is that the practitioners get in touch with the researchers, and we all start at the beginning. So we do the intervention so it can be helpful, but at the same time, we set it up so it's valuable. So after a couple years, we can not just say, yes, we've done something, but we can figure out if we've really done something useful or not. So to the extent that people pay attention to this public forum, and if there are practitioners, and to the extent that you all know people in school who are practitioners interested in doing this, we should make a concerted effort to get together and try to put forth a few of these interventions and evaluate their effectiveness. And then once we figure that out, we could share that info with the schools that we identify as having challenging discipline situations.
No, thank you, Dr. Ritter. I know Ms. Dean wants to speak, but my comment is so directly pointed to that. I actually was at a conference last week where there were panels with practitioners talking about restorative justice and restorative practices, positive development. And then we also, 2 weeks before that, at our academic distress committee, had a school official that was assigned specifically to implementing that types of programming that was talking about her learned experiences. And so I know that now even some districts taking even some more seriousness are even assigning school officials, and we definitely want to be able to connect the dots. I think where that came to us was through the academic distress committee, and so with the school improvement group, and so recommending maybe asking some of the professionals within the department. And then for the conference that I attended was the Opportunity to Learn campaign, and they actually manage a website that is the Opportunity to Learn campaign, restorative-practices, and I brought a handout from them, so I want to make sure you all get this because I know that they're doing some of this thinking and work. It's a lot of it's community-led, and I think they would welcome the chance to, like you said, work alongside the researchers to be able to do this together. So thank you for asking us, and just wanted to be responsive when we actually know something that we can do so. But Ms. Dean, you're recognized.
May I react very quickly before
Yes.
your question? I don't want to give the indication that we're just sitting back giving the data. Caitlin is reaching out to the PBIS practitioners, the folks at Arkansas State. And I think one other thing that the board can do as a policymaking board is perhaps when practitioners reach out for funds to engage in these sorts of interventions, that we connect to the funds the requirement that these funding and these programs be connected to real live evaluations.
And my understanding is some of the forward communities and funding may actually tie to some of this as well. So that may be another a project to connect with. My understanding is they were going to try and invest in some of these efforts. Yes, Ms. Dean, finally.
That's a great segue to my point. There is, at St. Mark Baptist Church, they just built the Youth and Children Center, and they've established, I think it's called Tendaji Foundation. And what they do is, it's called Reclaiming Scholars. So children who are in out-of-school suspension, they bring them in. They are partnering with University of Arkansas Little Rock, different volunteers in the area. And when children are put in out-of-school suspension, they have the option for parents to bring them to the church, to the Children's and Youth Center, so that they are reclaiming that time, so they aren't just that much further behind when they get back into school. So they're teaching them, they're doing counseling with them as well to kind of figure out why they're there in out-of-school suspension in the first place. So it's also good to partner with organizations that are in the community, not just in school. So I don't know if they are, that might be a good place to reach out for research. I know it's just started this year, it's brand new, so just wanted to throw that out there.
No, thank you. And I think that goes back to comments we've made. Obviously, as your research has shown, the intersectionality and correlations, right, between the districts that are facing academic challenge and have many of these types of issues. And so, and it takes a village. We've said that over and over again. So, yeah, obviously within our role, trying to lift up and encourage community support. And if we can equally connect you all to community groups, please let us know. Excellent comment, Ms. Dean. Any additional comments or questions? Yes. Dr. Hill.
I just, this is great information, and, you know, we used to partner with Alternative Learning School, and I know we always talk about innovation here, and I think just true to my heart, this is one area that we must be very, very innovative, because what we're doing currently does not work. And I remember when I went to an alternative school, and I was looking at athletics, and they said, well, you know, because they're placed in alternative school, they can't participate in extracurricular activities. And I say, well, do you think that at 3:30 today that they're going to the library? And I said, and we must be very specific about how we're trying to help the young people that need help the most. And expelling kids, you know, when you look at the crime that goes in activity, and we look at the kids that, you know, that are underperforming, underachieving, and we've read all week long about how many shootings are taking place in Little Rock and 15, 16-year-olds. And if you look at the dropout rate of the kids who oftentimes are expelled and what happens in our community, we have to be innovative in our efforts to save our children. And putting them out of school, you know, is not the answer. And I know we consensus, we agreed to that, so I'm just, you know, we have to be innovative in our efforts to trying something new, or we're going to continue, you know, the cradle of prison. We're going to continue to lock our students up, lock our, you know, and we just saw the data. I mean, we know what's happening. We know who it's happening to. And for us to look at this data this time next year and say, well, we're going to look at the data again next year, that's unacceptable. You know, so we have to be very point specific about, you know, if you got cancer, you treat cancer. You know, we don't sit back and say, well, we're going to evaluate the cancer again, because if you do, you're going to be dead. Thank you.
Okay,
yes,
before
Ms.
we have
Zook.
a motion, I guess just a matter of housekeeping. I know the act or law requires that they do this reporting, but why is it on the action agenda instead of just the reports or?
I guess, Ms. Kaufman, if you.
It's just always been our practice to recognize it publicly and allow you to approve it is one of the way we've always done business.
And I
Usually on
probably
the
to give additional weight to the
Yes.
issue, and then
usually on the consent agenda, you don't hear the full report.
No, I was
Exactly.
talking about the report, not the reports agenda, not on the consent. If I said consent, I misspoke.
Well, and I think today, too, because we are merging everything into today, and then also probably to ensure the live streaming of this so that it can be shared.
But I do think this is a different report because it is required by law in a way that many of our reports that we get from within the department in particular are more.
I have no objection. I just, as I was going over it, I was going to go, well, we're not, I mean, obviously, we think it's a good thing, but we're not approving it. Yes, we think people should listen to this, or disapproving it. No, we don't think they should. So it was just a housekeeping question.
Well, and I do, and just as a final, and to segue to maybe a motion, but every year you all do ask, what do you want us to study next? What can we look at next? So we are trying to, where it comes in a different format, I feel like every year have conscientiously given some advice or guidance in terms of next steps, and this gives us that opportunity to do so. And so with that, yes, Dr. Ritter.
Just a quick reaction to Dr. Hill's point. When we provide information, and what we can also engage in studying PBIS or restorative justice or other interventions, but I think one important thing that the board needs to think about, and we need to think about, is how we get these data in front of schools, so that, because schools are the ones who are going to react to it more quickly than we are. We might engage in intervention, and 3 years down the road, we might figure out this works, but tomorrow, school leaders are trying to figure out how to deal with kids who are in positions where they will or will not get excluded from school. So one thing I think we need to think about is what's the best way for us to get this information out there so school leaders react to it in real time.
And I saw Ms. Newton grab her mic first, and then you, Dr. Hill.
You want to go ahead? Okay. Well, just my comment, I would, I've only been on here, not officially last year, but I saw it last year, and then we're seeing it again this year. I would like to see us do more than just approve the report. I mean, I don't know what action we can do, but I would like to see us do something. I don't know what it is, but, if there's something someone at the department could do, is there something that we can do? Because this is not just a report, guys. These are kids' lives.
Exactly.
And we can't lose them. We can't lose them. We've got to do something.
Something like maybe.
Sorry, but Dr. Hill grabbed his mic first.
Yeah, I'm just responding to her. Something like maybe have this report duplicated and shared with all the districts so they have some information and they see what's, I know it's not district specific, but it's them, but they might say, well, gosh, I wonder what's going on in my district and how I would, how I need to respond to this. Because since it's locally controlled, there's only so much we can do.
Yes, Dr. Hill.
Well, I think as much emphasis as we put on a school being in academic distress, we must give these type of issues that same type of attention. It just can't, it's to the point that if this is important, the principals and the superintendents of the district should be called here for a forum to present this data for action plan to take place, for a strategic plan for solutions. And that's, and I think that speaks, I understand that you're the data collection point and how we're putting this together, but there has to be a strategic process for distribution with a strategic plan for performance outcomes that we evaluate. Are we getting better? It's like football. Are we going to make a first down or are we fumbling? We have to be very strategic in our initiatives to save our children. And because if not, it'll be November of 2017, and we'll be saying the same thing. And so those are things, Chairperson, that I'd say that we have specific things that we want to say by January, what we've done, and evaluate that, and just, and then I think we move the ball down the field.
No, agreed. And please know I'm taking some notes here in the hope that we can have a more elaborate motion than just approve or not approve. But Dr. Barth.
Yeah, just to pick up on Ms. Newton's question, I think we can do three things. There is the report, and I think it's vitally important that all district leaders get this report each year. I think secondly, we can send them very clear specifics about how they can use My School Info to actually compare their school on discipline with like schools, et cetera. And then third, I think once we get information about schools that really are doing great work in this area, we can really highlight that. Because I think if we learn anything about restorative work, there's so much more power in highlighting those that are succeeding rather than really sanctioning or even informally or shaming those districts that are not doing well. So those would be my kind of answers that I think are very much in the spirit of the law. But also don't overstep our bounds into local control.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts. One is, just so you all are aware, through our federal SPDIG grant, we are working with ASU to develop PBIS modules that will be made available for all districts, all schools. So there is work going on. And Jennifer Gonzalez is, with our ADE team, is at the forefront of working in that effort. Second thought I have is, yes to everything you said, and it is part of our strategic vision. It has to be. If we can't just talk about discipline as something that's separate from everything else we're working on. So you all have heard our vision, our strategic, or some of you are actually at the table working on this. So I would ask you, where do you see this fitting in that? And because that is the effort that should be driving all the work that is happening in our agency. And then, as it relates to ESSA, I mean, we heard passionate, Dr. Hathorn is standing back there. It was actually Watson Chapel and his school and his team that spoke so passionately about restorative justice when we went to Pine Bluff for the ESSA listening tour. And again, came last month, and we heard from those same folks and speaking of the success that they're having. So I think part of it too is highlighting examples of where it is working and working well with results, because I think they can tell you they are seeing results. But ultimately, it comes down to leadership at the district level, at the building level. And you know, we can provide a lot of leadership here, and we can do a lot of work as is going on, but our districts have to grab it and run with it at some point. And so I think there's a lot of this discussion that is outside of OEP's purview. I mean, they provide analysis and they give us the results. But I think we need to encourage our district leaders to take some of these positive aspects, look internally, and determine where they can get the biggest improvement for their students, incorporating all this in. ESSA, strategic management, all those pieces that we're working on already.
Yes, Ms. Newton.
Quick question along that line, because it's been several years since I've worked on an AXA plan, but is a discipline reporting as far as what aspects, what are they trying to do to improve discipline, out of school suspensions? Is that part of the AXA plan still?
I'm looking, I can't see him, Mr. Harvey is down there, okay.
Mr. Harvey, you're recognized.
That is some of the data that we currently do have districts and suggest that districts look at, and specifically schools. It would tie around what indicator within inside the new system that they're selecting, how they would address that. So if they've identified that as a potential problem that would need to be addressed or produce effective outcomes, then they can build that into their indicator assessment and the individual tasks that they're using to make that indicator fully implemented.
So it's a choice of the district then?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I have 7 takeaways, actions that I've heard here. Yes.
If I could. Choice of the district, but it's supposed to be based on their needs assessment. Okay, and I can't stress that enough, that we don't direct them, we lead them in trying to determine what their most important needs are in the district at that particular time and how it impacts their exit plan. So some districts may identify it as Watson Chapel has and are working actively towards addressing it. Some districts may look at another aspect as being the most important at that time. So just to say that there is not a statewide focus necessarily on discipline. It is based on those local decisions.
Yes, Dr. Barth.
But on that front, so I mean, we've got all kinds of good evidence that PBIS, you know, has grounding in the literature. Can we get a list of those districts that are employing that practice? I mean, or that strategy, is that, did y'all have that data?
So I have a list of the ones who are working with Arkansas State specifically. There might be other schools that are trying to take some other approach, but without sort of getting a survey of all of the districts, I wouldn't know how to find those districts.
Okay.
But that might be, so that actually, thank you, because that adds another idea to one of our items. Okay, so here's the 6, unless Dr. Ritter, if you would like to speak first before I try and summarize the 6 takeaways.
I'll do one minute. So one thing that I think OEP can do a little better is not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So I suggested the challenges and our concerns about reporting, and in fact, what we could do without necessarily reporting disparities within school, we could at least report aggregate numbers within school, which I know Dr. Saunders says it's going to be is on the new school portal, but we could also put it on our OEP web pages so people can see those, because perhaps people don't even know it's a problem in their school without the raw numbers. So we can do a better job of reporting the raw numbers. And in fact, we can also, if this is something that the board is interested in, one thing we do have the ability to do is do decent surveys with districts around the state, and maybe we need to have an answer a year from now on what exactly is going on as best as we can tell with an imperfect survey instrument with districts and their disciplinary strategies around the state. If that's an issue, that's something I think we can engage in and help with.
Fantastic. All right. So this is my effort to try and summarize, and then please, I welcome feedback if I've captured all of your ideas accurately and if there's something else that I'm missing. Number one, as we had started off with follow-up from last year, so the tracking in terms of the other non-exclusionary groups, and if there could be some kind of confirmation, whether beyond the manual, that districts have been given some instruction around how to, again, create some little bit more uniform data tracking, so we can really understand the different types of disciplines and the frequency with which they're happening. So that was one follow-up from last year. The other follow-up from last year, if there could be some sort of verification around the out-of-school suspensions and whether, again, it was a memo that has been sent, truancy leading to out-of-school suspensions, and whether there was a verification of whether some sort of commissioner's memo did go out at last year or not, and if not, one of my action items here will actually be a proposed commissioner's memo, but verification, what kind of communication has already been out, and then ask that for next year's report, research be done on, is it still, can we verify that's a downward decline, and hopefully it's a very significant one with the additional guidance. Number three, I actually do see potentially coming out of this, and very much welcome your feedback, Commissioner, if the correct format is a commissioner's memo. I know that's the format that we've chosen before in the past on this, but something that might incorporate the sharing of this PowerPoint, right, or the now 4 years of data. It's not just this year's. It's a 4-year, and that make it aware that it's been out there. Make aware, as Dr. Barth had said, the new portal as an opportunity to dig deeper into the individual school data. And then maybe the third element to that commissioner's memo could be maybe a survey or some sort of follow-up, whatever questions that we have here, maybe most predominantly around best practices. Are you doing this? And if so, what's been your experience, so that you all can then again proceed with qualitative research as you all have indicated. And I would go amongst, again, this idea of action items. Maybe there could be a specific dissemination of this to co-ops who are offering professional development to accompany more directly on, again, some of these best practices, or I welcome other ideas from the commissioner and his team in terms of to whom this could be disseminated. But at the very least, I see the audience of this commissioner's memo could be superintendents, school leaders is what I heard, and then the third group that I did want to throw out there was co-ops. And all of that sort of encompassing to a third action item. The fourth one, if there could be, and Ms. Kaufman is our liaison with Forward and the crosswalk, if there could be some connection between this research and the Forward initiative to see if there is indeed, I know that some of the items related to the Forward initiative and suggested outcomes were related to disciplinary issues, and if there will be any investment or support to pilot projects, or is there any way to intersect this research with what the Forward outcomes and granting is, and then tied to that, anything that we can do as a board to connect you to other stakeholders doing this research. I know we've all referenced some here, and so a commitment from us to connect you with those contacts of practitioners to, as you said, build that bridge between research, practitioners, and then I would put at the other level groups like Forward coalitions that are taking education. So I see that as a fourth takeaway. The fifth is tied to ESSA. Actually, I've heard in some of the trainings I've attended with ESSA that there is an expectation of some sort of piece here, indicators is related to discipline, and so maybe an opportunity, and if that isn't already an opportunity to do so, I know that at least in the trainings I've attended, and we could maybe define some best practices, but I think in our ESSA plan, maybe an opportunity there, whether it's in the data collection or aspirations around this issue, and as you said, the vision, right? And so maybe an opportunity to revisit both of those documents with this lens to see if there's an opportunity here to add those to those two frameworks that you said, Commissioner. And then the final thing I saw and heard a lot around was the best practices. And so whether it's for your report next year around best practices, or actually we'd love to be able to see, I'd actually love somebody like a Dr. Wild and his team to be able to see how we could whether it's creating a portal or a affinity group or something of folks that are doing some thinking around this that can help share this with our districts, especially those intersection with those with academic distress, but I think maybe even this could be housed elsewhere within the ADE, but that if your team could collaborate within the ADE so that we have somebody even within this department who are the point persons on, and so when we know that schools that have these challenges, they have somebody to turn to, or at least a portal or something where they can go to kind of discern and connect with others that are doing some study and research. So those were some of the things I heard. I don't know if I missed anything or miscaptured some of your thoughts and desires, Board. Yes, Ms. Chambers.
If I could reflect back what I think you just said, and it's in the spirit of even more intentional communication and being actionable, as you talked about, Dr. Hill. So if the commissioners note when it goes out in the spirit of lead versus direct, pull all this together to make it as easy as possible to get this research to be redirected, encouraged to go back to look at the My School information and very specifically look at where their school fell or their district. Had follow-up contact information, and I don't know if it's fair for it to be OEP, but if they had questions about the research, if they wanted to have benchmark information where people have already been successful, schools have been successful, and actually bring all those beautiful but discrete pieces of information together into one place where they get the memo and they know they're encouraged and they have some sense of what to do about it so that we can move more quickly from being informed to doing something to improve for these kids. I don't know if I know there's a fine line between leading and directing, but it seems like there's a beautiful way to actually encourage people to get into the data and do something about it. Does that make sense? And is that a fair thing to ask of a commissioner's memo?
Directing them to, I think we're talking about a process. I don't think we're going to encapsulate everything in one commissioner's memo, because a lot of the research, a lot of the work that is being done through this SPDIG grant goes directly to what y'all are saying. And so I don't know, because that's kind of in the special ed unit, that in some schools that's looked upon as isolated, and we need to not be so isolated. So how do we expand that to the entire student population, the thought process about how it applies to the entire student population? Is that kind of where?
Absolutely, and the memo may not be the right vehicle. That may be too mechanistic, but making it easier for schools, for districts, administrators, teachers, parents to have access to the information and do something about it.
Well, I think one way we do that is creating the buzz to make people want to do it. Not make them, but to lead them to want to do it, as we have done by highlighting our innovations. You have schools who are excited about innovations in their district because they have seen videos and they have heard stories. So maybe what we need to do, rather than looking at the mechanics of, is the telling the story. How do we help tell the story of a Watson Chapel and their progress in restorative justice, and where they were, where they started, why they did it, and what their results are? I think telling that story and of other districts that are seeing success is probably a more attractive way to me than creating what could come across as yet another thing we have to do.
Very, very fair. There's an art to this.
Yeah.
Although I do wonder, and again, it's just in finding it in an easy place. Again, I guess that's where the idea of a commissioner's memo, if one hasn't been sent already on these topics, to at least to complement, like you said. Hopefully we can create a buzz. I think if a walkaway is a commitment to do an Innovate video on one of these restorative justice projects, I think that would be an actionable item that we could probably all get behind. And then with that, maybe some sort of memo that both leads with that, and then here's are some other tools, resources, guidance to go with it, a easy place for them to identify and to to know where they can dig into the data. But I do get back to where we do have more control. I guess, again, I would like to see what forward, again, if I remember correctly, again, that is an initiative under our purview that does, is trying to, I think, have some indicators in this area. And so just double checking what that is, and is there anything we can do here with an initiative already going on? Same with ESSA in that respect. And the other thing I just wonder, and I guess my day started too early in the morning. It went away from me, but there was, I'll come back, I hope. Oh, academic distress. Those are being districts that, again, we are just more actively involved in at schools and districts. And if at least this could be maybe embedded in them, since this is, and again, I know that we're already supporting them in a holistic way, but maybe if we could at least intentionally, right, make sure with those districts, because we are more directly involved, have responsibility, doing this instruction and guidance, some sort of commitment that these are considerations that they're going to look at.
I mean, I would invite Mr. Harvey to come back and speak to that, or maybe when we go to, or maybe Ms. Barnes can speak. I'm not sure. That I think there's a commitment that's already there when it comes to all the pieces. But Albert, you want to speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. We do have them look at their specific discipline data as well as their grading policies, and then we actually have them collect that data. And we do try to put that forward in the 45-day reports. Mm-hmm. So as you look, you should be seeing some of that information appearing as we go forward, and actually in past reports where we do have them focus on it, specifically on out-of-school suspension and in-school suspension, and we have them address the amount of time that there's student-teacher interaction due to maybe transition to the office, how much time they're actually spending out of the classroom. So we do have them do an analysis of the time and looking at student instruction time versus the amount of time that a student may not be receiving instruction due to a disciplinary issue.
Thank you. And I know you all do a tremendous amount of work of trying to juggle so many different variables, and I just hope you can take away from this conversation. It's not a critique, but an aspiration that we're connecting the dots as much as possible, and that you're feeling some frustration here. And again, it's not targeted toward you, but that it's multiple years of data, and is there something more proactive? And I just feel like your schools and districts are the ones where at least we're more directly involved in day-to-day, and if there's somewhere where we can start, maybe it's there. And then see how we can build out. But those are some of my thoughts. I know I've co-opted some of this. Dr. Hill or Ms. Newton, your additional ideas of action.
I'm just going to offer this as maybe a possibility of actions that we could do. Have the department share the data that we have seen here today, and then also include possibilities of research-based actions that a school could actually implement. And then somehow or another through Eric's group, if they're interested in the specifics of what's happening at their school, guide them to the My School portal. But I think we need to go further than that, because the My School is so new. Yeah. Tell them what analytics do they actually need to run that would give them a good picture of what their school is. How their school is performing, and then maybe have Gail and Kevin's group do some sort of a video that would highlight a school that is doing a really good job with their discipline. That would be I think, 3 things that we could do that would be an action that would at least be something.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. I think you summarized well the hodgepodge of different things I was trying to say, but I concur with you fully. Other thoughts and ideas from colleagues or reactions to what Ms. Newton has shared?
Offer any support that we can, to be helpful to the community, to bring that, together. Because I think one thing in dealing with, I was at Pine Bluff High School yesterday with the superintendent, Dr. Robinson. I went out to visit schools. Oftentimes when we're talking about people getting the information, parents, if you tell them to go on the portal and read the information, that's challenging.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, so we have to make sure how we're, because that's easy for us as we're disseminating information, but it can be very challenging, for a student. And there was a little 5th grader in there yesterday that touched my heart that got sent to the office and was crying. And, and what was going to happen to that child, that is the reason I'm really passionate today, because of the experience I had yesterday. I mean, and it was so touching to me that little student, they were waiting for his mom to come get him. And I just know we have to be intentional about transformation, just like we are about the other things, because, you know, the data, the test scores are not going to be good what we aspire to at the end if we're not taking care of these things each and every day. And so, I mean, we have to, you know, to follow up, and you know, this is something that I'm very passionate about. So if we create a subdivision of that, I'll be glad to lead that for this board.
Thank you, and that could be another action as well, as a liaison position in terms of follow-up to this, and to ensure that there is. And thank you for offering for that, Dr. Hill. So if I could offer to our colleagues to get to a place of a motion here, it would be, and I would have Ms. Davis correct me if I'm off here, but accepting of the report with the following actions, with the following request stipulations. And if I could try and really concise, maybe now down to 3. One, that some sort of communication goes out from the ADE, but we've offered some ideas of what that looks like, but at the end of the day, Commissioner, it's, you're the expert of you and your team, and so I think we would defer to you what format that comes out in, whether it's a Commissioner memo or otherwise, but I think you've heard the desire here to see some sort of communication go out from the ADE. An Innovate video, if we could request an Innovate video, that could begin us in a conversation of best practices. And then finally, that we would create and commit to create as a board a liaison position on school discipline issues, and then this will become part of our reporting structure coming out, and that Dr. Hill has been respectfully offered himself, and I'd respectfully like to nominate him as chair, as the person that could play a liaison role, and maybe that would be with your team, Ms. Anderson, and then to at least as a starter point, and then Commissioner, if you could give some guidance as we move on of who are the right folks with whom Dr. Hill could liaise within the department to help make sure that that's a strong bridge of follow-up. Does that sound accurate, Board, in terms of?
I would just like to include specifics on possible, when you communicate with the schools, possible things that they can do, because sometimes they're so busy, they don't stop and look at what are the research-based things, actions that I can take in my district that would make a difference, and then also give them guidance on my school.
So as a clarity on the first point, some sort of communication goes out with ADE that shares this research, shares actions and guidance on my school. And we'll defer to your Commissioner in terms of what the format of that communication looks like.
I move approval of the report with those conditions.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Okay. Motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Mr. Black. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Thank you, Dr. Ritter. We have greatly appreciated all the time and effort, and obviously personal commitment that the two of you have shown to this research and to this work. Thank you so much. I know we have, and I'll quickly look to my colleagues here. Dr. Ritter does have one more report. We could hear his report first and take a break. Do you have a sense of how long that report will be, Dr. Ritter?
I can do it in under 15 minutes.
Okay, so with that, I will first propose a break, just because we've been here for an hour and 45 minutes. So we will reconvene at, let's say, I'm going to give an odd hour here, but we do need to move forward with an ambitious agenda. Let's take a 7-minute break, team. Thank you. Ambitious. That's a good word. Sorry. That's what I get. That's what I get for having it up there. That was my failed attempt at the gavel, so I'll try again. But I would like to reconvene, please. Thank you. We do have a few more items that we're tasked to try and get in before our lunch time. And so appreciate everybody for their efficiency around the break today. Moving on now to action agenda item A5, the Arkansas Teacher Corps. Dr. Ritter, you're once again recognized.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience with us from the University of Arkansas this morning. We have slides coming up in a minute, I believe. We do. And so today I'm going to talk for, I have about 15 minutes, but I'm happy to answer as many questions as you'd like about this exciting venture that we're now in about our 5th year of existence, but our 4th year in schools, called the Arkansas Teacher Corps. And this program, and so I'm just going to introduce you to it and tell you a little bit of the results so far. But the idea here is that a lot of people on the state board may not even know we exist. So this is a session where we want to let you know about us. Tell you a little bit about the program, why we think there's a need for our program. We're not asking for funding or asking for starting. We already exist, but we are trying to garner support and garner just word of mouth, let people know that we're out there. Tell you how we're doing so far, what kind of positive results we're seeing, and then answer some questions that you might have about our program. So the Arkansas Teacher Corps is a program that, if you're familiar, is similar to the Teach for America program. Our goal is to recruit, train, and then support exceptional, passionate, community-minded, social justice-oriented individuals to serve as teachers for the Arkansas students who need them most. So we're not trying to we're not an alt-cert pathway for teachers to teach anywhere. We're an alt-cert pathway specifically geared toward bringing teachers to districts that need the teachers the most. So our goals are to provide an accelerated path to teaching for the most talented and committed individuals, leading to a standard Arkansas teaching license. We want to specifically provide qualified teachers to districts with severe teacher shortages, with the longer-term goal of reducing the achievement disparity between low-income and/or minority students and their peers. We operate around the vision of all Arkansas students will have the agency to pursue extraordinary lives through excellent and equitable education. So briefly, the need, and I probably don't have to go in much detail with this group on the need for teacher shortages, but to be clear, we should be careful when we describe a general teacher shortage. There isn't really a teacher shortage. We have no trouble finding 3rd grade teachers, classroom teachers, 4th grade math teachers. But there are specific areas where we have real shortages. There are shortages of content area teachers in math and science and in special education. There are shortages in specific geographic areas, in particular low-income rural areas where it's hard to find teachers in these areas, where perhaps the population is decreasing, where adults are moving out of the population. So there are very specific areas of teacher shortages, and this is a need that we aim to address. We've found in the past half decade, that enrollment in traditional prep programs is decreasing. So traditional pathways to teaching are providing fewer teachers than in the past. In particular, many districts in southern and eastern Arkansas, sprouting out from the Delta, continue to express great need, especially in math and science. They express that need to our program, the Arkansas Teacher Corps, through requesting Arkansas Teacher Corps teachers each year. We have received over 500 requests for teachers in the past 4 years, and our program only sends out 20 to 30 teachers a year, so there's a huge unmet need. And as more data to support that, you can see in the bottom line of that PowerPoint, we list the large number of teachers teaching outside of their content areas as measured by waivers requested, and you see in the neighborhood of 1,500 plus waivers requested each year over the past 3 years. So the implications of this are clear. There are great educational challenges in our state. It wouldn't have been hard to pick 20 different bullet points to put here to identify and evidence the educational challenges in our state. Only 1 out of 5 Arkansans has a bachelor's degree. 70% of our 8th graders read below the 8th grade reading level as measured by the national NAEP exam. 82% of our high school graduates are behind the national average in math. only 8% of students from low-income Arkansas families, families defined as low income, are expected to graduate from college by the age of 24. So again, only 1 in 5 of us has a college degree. Those numbers are much more stark if we're born into a low-income household. Only 1 in 5 of Arkansas students who actually took the ACT met the college-ready benchmarks in all 4 subjects. And these college-ready benchmarks are challenging, but they're not ridiculously challenging. We're not asking for a 25, a 26, a 27 in the ACT. College-ready benchmarks are much more in the neighborhood of the low 20s. And only 20% of our students who took the ACT met all 4 of those. And finally, nearly half of the students enrolling in public universities in Arkansas require remedial coursework. Again, I could have gone on and on. There are lots of challenges, areas we need to improve. And teacher quality is one area we need to work to improve that, of course. So we thought at the OEP, frankly, thanks to years of making presentations at the state board, not unlike our discipline presentation, where there were questions, the questions revolved around our presentations, like this morning. Hey, the data are there. We're struggling with teacher quality. Why doesn't someone do something? So 5 or 6 years ago, we started drawing up this model to try and do something. We realized that Teach for America was serving lots of Delta districts where there was need, where there were not traditionally trained teachers to fill those spots, but Teach for America wasn't nearly filling the need that was out there. We also knew that Teach for America was very selective. Only 1 out of 10 applicants, and these are highly qualified applicants, get selected for Teach for America. We had to believe that some of those 9 out of 10 people who weren't good enough to make it into Teach for America might be really excellent teachers for Arkansas students. And there might even be people who wouldn't apply to Teach for America. Perhaps they wanted to only serve their home state. Perhaps they weren't adventurous enough to go into Teach for America and perhaps end up anywhere. So we thought there might be college graduate students or even working adults who have degrees in content areas who want to teach and serve, and so we wanted to figure out a way to try and get them into the classroom. So we think Teach for America is a good model. It's been in our state since 1990. It has recently shifted its presence to Little Rock, which means there's even greater need in Delta rural school districts. And even if Teach for America even if Teach for America wasn't moving to Little Rock, there's still a great unmet need for teacher quality in these districts. So we aim to build upon and ideally even improve upon the TFA model. We aim to attract talented and committed Arkansans. We're not going to say no to a non-Arkansan, but we want to focus on Arkansans because we think Arkansans might be committed to fulfill their 3-year commitment and stay beyond that. And we focus on a 3-year commitment. TFA has a 2-year commitment. There's a balance here. If we ask for a 10-year commitment, we get fewer people to sign up. If we had a 1-year commitment, that's not long enough. There's no right or wrong answers, but we wanted to make it we figured if we were getting people to stay in their home state, we could keep them a little longer. We do have a strong program belief that most teachers are not very good in their first year. Traditionally trained, alternatively trained, untrained, it's very hard your first year. So if we get 3 years of a commitment, that means we have 2 years of good teaching instead of 1 year of good teaching. And again, we think we're going to get more than just the years that these wonderful young people are committed for. We want to reach more districts in more geographic areas than TFA. And frankly, as a land-grant institution, we believe it's the job of the University of Arkansas not just to be the University of Northwest Arkansas, because our College of Education did a great job of providing teachers for our little corner of the state. We do not do a good job of providing teachers for disadvantaged districts in the other corner of the state, and that's what Arkansas Teacher Corps aims to do. We only serve disadvantaged schools and disadvantaged areas. The map will show you we stay out of the upper left-hand corner. We're now in our 4th year. We have 55 fellows currently teaching across the state. And please interrupt if you have clarification questions if you'd like. I apologize for going on and on. More than 1/3 of our teachers are people of color. We think this is very important, and this is far more diverse than the graduates of many traditional training institutions. Half of our Arkansas Teacher Corps teachers are originally from low-income communities, most in Arkansas, not all, many in the actual communities in which they seek to teach. We serve this year roughly 20 districts, 28 schools in these 20 districts. We are serving disproportionately diverse and low-income districts. The average free and reduced lunch rate of the districts we serve, 78 to 80%. We're in a state where the average is about 60-ish%. So this is a more disadvantaged group than the state as a whole. Our minority population is far more minority students in our ATC classrooms than in the state as a whole. And we've served, our 55 fellows this year are serving 5,100 students across the state in mostly high schools, but also in middle and elementary schools. Just a brief picture, and I'll go through this quickly, of some of our ATC fellows. This is our third-year cohort. This is from their training in their first-year summer institute, wearing their ATC t-shirts. We've got folks who are a BA in Spanish and Latin American Studies with a 28 ACT. She's now in the Dalloway district, really connecting with her students in her third year. Standing next to a former businessman with 30 years experience who's now teaching in Central Arkansas, teaching all sorts of business classes to high school students. We've got a biology major from the U of A who's an El Dorado native, teaching in that area. We've got a BFA in graphic design from Harding. We were surprised to see how many requests we got for arts teachers and fine arts teachers. And fortunately, we've been able to fill lots of those. Our second year cohort, also a reasonably diverse group, not as diverse as we would like, but the counterfactual is the folks we graduate from our traditional training, and it's far more diverse than what we're graduating. We've got a BS in biology from Rhodes College. We've been increasing our recruiting to neighboring universities around the state, and not just within the state, but Rhodes College in Memphis. We've gone to universities in Missouri where we think folks might want to come down to Arkansas. We have a PhD in literature from Notre Dame teaching high school English. We had a PhD in chemical engineering from the U of A just finish his commitment teaching high school in math and calculus and AP calculus in Clarendon. Our first year cohort has an interesting group, Masters in Theological Studies, Masters in Public Administration, someone who taught history at Mississippi State University who's now getting a PhD in progress. We think that's a very interesting testimonial because one of the concerns is these folks aren't certified like traditionally trained teachers are, and our belief is there should be multiple routes to certification. There's no reason to believe that this person who taught history at Mississippi State in 13th grade can't teach 12th grade history because of not spending 4 years in a traditional training institution. So this, and we believe though we're missing something by not having the 4 years of traditional training, so we provide lots of support, and we think the embedded support is perhaps more important than the pre-service support. And finally, one of our more interesting stories is David McCorkle in the top. He literally, we used to say our ATC fellows would do everything, coach basketball teams, coach track teams, start drama programs, teach 4 preps. The only thing they didn't do is drive the bus. That is no longer the case. He decided that he wanted to drive the bus because they needed a bus driver, and he thought that would give him a way to connect with students. And so far the returns are it has. So how have we done? Right now, we have only one cohort that's graduated. It was a small cohort. We started small. We wanted to be sure we were manageable, hopefully keeping quality control. We started with 20 fellows in year 1. 5 of them dropped nearly immediately after that first year. They were in a challenging school, a school that was brand new, but we didn't want to say no to that school because we were brand new. Well, the leadership didn't work out. We lost lots of those. But the 15 who remained after year 1 remained all the way till year 3. More than half of those 15 are still teaching in Arkansas schools in their 4th year, well more than half. Our post-fellowship, of those more than half, 6 remained in their original district placement, and 5 additional fellows are teachers. Some of them have, sadly from our view, moved on to easier teaching settings, but they're still teaching in the state in Northwest Arkansas or in Little Rock. Others pursued graduate school, and 3 did pursue careers outside of education. However, I want to be clear, we don't consider this a loss. These are people who are going to affect public service, public discourse in some way, and they now have spent 3 years in schools and learned a great deal more than they would have learned otherwise. and at least 2 of those 3 won Teacher of the Year in their district. So I think they helped kids during the years they were in education as well. Yes.
Did you do an exit survey with them to see why it was they were leaving the profession?
Yes, we did. I don't have all of those off the top of my head, but the handful who left was a husband and wife teaching team who taught in Hope, and the one of the partners really had their heart set on graduate school, and they had already made plans, so they were going to go. And graduate school was in, I believe, international relations, but I'm not certain. So this is just something they were going to do. And I don't recall the third person, but we can share that information. We do have that. We have a small enough group where we easily keep in contact with them so far. I hope to soon have a large enough group where it's more challenging to keep in contact with them. So far, we've had 5 Teachers of the Year in our 3 years of existence. 3 of them were second-year teachers. Will Cheshire, one of the ones who have left, was a 2013, not unfortunately a 2103 fellow. He's very future-minded, that Will Cheshire, at Hope High School. Randy Curtis at Prescott. Emily Ann Slamans at Dermott High School, who has, her students are holding all of her rewards for top teacher in geometry, top teacher in algebra, top teacher in calculus, and all the other rewards. She's also started a basketball program and coached basketball at Dermott High School. However, those are nice testimonials, and I think those are the things that people remember, but we wanted to, as much as possible, rigorously figure out if our students were making a positive difference, or at least doing as well as the typical teacher in the classroom, or do we need to change things, or maybe we need to go out of business if we're not doing a good job. So the way we did this, we could not use test-based outcomes. We couldn't look at standardized test scores because in high school we did not have standardized exams that went across all the different courses that were taught. We also would make the argument, I think strongly, that there are lots more important things than standardized test scores. Student perceptions of the teacher, what are teachers doing in the classroom? So we had the opportunity to work with University of Central Arkansas to get College of Education faculty to go in and do a blind observation study. Blind in that they didn't know if they were looking at the ATC teacher or a typical teacher in the district with roughly the same number of years experience, teaching roughly the same subject. And I say roughly because in some of these schools, our teacher was the only math teacher. So we needed roughly the same subject, meant perhaps a science teacher. So we had these folks using a Charlotte Danielson rubric, a rubric that is well respected in the field, measured the teachers' behaviors, and saw each teacher, the ATC teacher and the typical twin teacher, 3 times over the course of the year, and we aggregated it over the course of all of our teachers across all the year, and this was last year. And what we found is that our teachers were found to be as effective or better than their non-ATC peers in the test domains, teacher effectiveness of overall learning, high expectations, content knowledge, relationships outside of class, behavior management, etc. And we also ask students their perceptions of the teachers. We like the idea of third-party observers. We also like the idea of students who are there every single day. We don't think students don't know. I mean, we might be concerned that students will more favorably rate the teacher who makes life easy for them, brings in candy, who whatever. But we asked survey questions that got at the point, does this teacher hold high expectations? Does this teacher understand his or her content? Is the teacher prepared for class? How crazy is my classroom environment? Is it an environment conducive to learning, or are there all sorts of disciplinary problems going on? And we did this in a way that's scientifically reasonable. We had multiple items for every survey construct across hundreds of students for tens of ATC teachers and their peers, about 60 each. And what we found is our teachers were found to have significantly higher ratings from the students than their non-ATC peers in these 3 areas. The 3 areas were content knowledge. So 64% of our teachers had above average ratings relative to 38% of their peers. Relationships in class, and relationships outside of class. These were 3 areas where we would have hypothesized our teachers should do as well or better. Perhaps we wouldn't do as well in behavior management because we didn't have 4 years of traditional teacher training and thinking of child development and the like. But we focus in our training on building relationships with kids, building relationships with the community, and that learning can more readily come after these relationships are built. So we thought we should do well in those domains. Also, we recruit and we sign up people who are already trained in their content area. So we did not have 4 years of training on average in teacher education school, but instead of that, we were learning 4 years of science or math or whatever our content area was. So we hope that in this area, our teachers would do okay, and we found that according to the students, our teachers did do well in this area. So I won't read all the testimonials. I'll read one from Lee Vent, Superintendent of Clarendon. It's been a remarkable experience for both the teachers and our district. Our ATC fellows, and he's had several, are very dedicated, loyal, and hardworking. They bring in a totally different perspective for our students to see. It's very difficult for our schools in the Delta to recruit and retain highly qualified mathematics teachers. We hope the program continues to grow. It's off to a remarkable start. So moving forward, and the reason I'm bringing this to you, I want you to know that we have this program. We're working alongside and together with Teach for America. We're working alongside and together with the ADE teacher licensure unit. Right now, we're currently planning to increase the number of teachers placed by 30 to 40%. And the reason is, again, the need is great. It's only increasing. And it seems like by our first rigorous evaluation, we're helping kids rather than harming kids. So we want to get out there and help more kids. We want to increase the number of schools served. We want to also try and do a better job of recruiting STEM teachers. Many of our unmet requests are for mathematics teachers. And it's not surprising, students with degrees in math have lots of different career options available. So we have to work hard to find them. And if you have ideas on where we should be looking, if you have a niece or a nephew who's graduating and has studied finance but doesn't want to go into finance but would like to teach, but has rigorous training, would like to teach math, we want to get the word out. This is recruiting time right now, recruiting for the 2017 fall entry cohort. This is what we're hoping to do. We want to spread the word and answer any questions you might have. And finally, I just wanted to introduce to you our executive director, Shelley Ashleman, who we are fortunate enough to hire this year after our previous executive director, Benton Brown, took his talents to England and is now head of initial teacher training at Bath Spa Institute in the UK. So Benton gave us a good 4 and 5 years to get us started. Now we're in very capable hands with Shelley, and we're wanting to grow. And that's all I'd like to share, and I'd love to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Barth.
So thank you so much for your report and the good work of this program. I just had a question on the 3-year commitment, and obviously it's anecdotal, but as I interact with students who are into their years undergrad, 3 years sounds like a lifetime. So have you all done any analysis of the costs and benefits of that 2-year versus 3-year commitment? 2 years, because my students, at the end of the day, even if they're dedicated to Arkansas, 2 years sounds bearable. 3 years sounds like a long, long, long time if it doesn't feel right.
So no rigorous analysis, but the cost-benefit analysis is to some extent reputational. Lots of the criticism of Teach for America is based on that 2-year commitment. I would argue it's unfair criticism, but nevertheless, that criticism exists. And so part of that is we want to build a better localized version of TFA for Arkansas. Also, I do truly believe that, and I'm seeing this in the past 4 years, teachers aren't very good in their first year, and I want twice as many good years committed. I want 2 good years rather than 1 good year. Now, it may be the case that we may be missing solid applicants for that reason, who may have come in and only committed to 2 years, gotten hooked and stayed longer. So I don't know, Dr. Barth, how we would do a real solid, rigorous analysis. So instead, we've just done thought experiments and talked to people. But maybe we need to do a better job of surveying potential applicants, people who've looked at our website, who have signed on as interested parties, and maybe qualitatively get a sense of whether we would get more applicants if we limited it to 2 years. I'd be really hesitant to move because I think one of our selling points is the 3-year.
So have you had folks who have been accepted the program but have ended up backing out or not taking not becoming a core member because of that?
So we have had excellent people. For example, we just finished our expedited period of recruitment and applications. We thought those really go-getter graduate students who need to know by January what the heck they're doing next year, we want to give them an opportunity to interview with us, to get offered a position, and to have cemented that before they break for their holiday in December. So last year we started this, and we lost a few of those. And we think part of the reasons we lost them is the kind of people who are that solid, who apply that early, probably have lots of opportunities, and we're just going to lose some of them. But what we haven't done, and perhaps should do and will do, is reach back out to them and find out to what extent the 3-year commitment was a deterrent. And again, my bias going in would be that the strong default is sticking with the 3-year, and I'd really need a lot of evidence to be pushed off the 3-year.
You know, I probably end up at the end of the day agreeing, but it's anecdotal, but I have had a handful of service-oriented students who I can tell when that 3-year conversation starts, they're like, yeah, it sounds
It's a
like
great
long
point.
time.
You should
Yeah.
send them to TFA, who does the 2-year, and if they're from Hendricks, I'm sure they'll get in.
Thank you, Dr. Ritter. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to say that. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Newton.
I just had one question. In your report, you said that you only serve disadvantaged schools. What qualifications do you have to get a school into that?
That's a great question. We started off with relatively sharp lines. You must have above average level of poverty in the state. You must be in an area, you must have some evidence of struggling of a struggle to find teachers, either in waivers or in vacant classrooms or those sorts of things. Now we use those more as guidelines. So for example, we might work with a district, a school in Little Rock, for example, or Central Arkansas, who might be just on the cusp of the need, but we might have, as Dr. Barth was asking, what sort of things dissuade students? One thing that dissuades potential fellows is having to go to the rural areas. So we think that people who are willing to go anywhere to teach are going to be more committed, and we love those applicants. On the other hand, we have some great applicants who have family ties or connections that make it so they cannot leave Central Arkansas. So we need some school sites in Central Arkansas. So our goal is to serve as many needy students as possible, but we don't think that sharp lines serves that goal well. We want to be flexible.
That was my question, because there are so many districts that are not just in the Delta region, but just all over the state that are struggling to find good teachers, and I would hate to limit, a teacher from, or a district from being able to find a quality teacher in any way.
The only limitation I think is pretty real is we wouldn't go, you might say there might be a district in the Northwest that is low income. We don't want to get that geographically dispersed. We send our students out in cohorts. We have trainings on Saturdays together. So we do have to some extent, we have to stick with our mission, which is serving economically depressed areas. But you're right, we want to be open to different types of schools and districts.
Thank you so much. Additional questions or comments from my colleagues? Well then, Dr. Ritter, they couldn't be more timely, this report. Obviously, for our work session that we took on this morning, and I think we've shared with you our commitment to try and see what we can do ourselves as a state board in supporting all of the efforts and taking a systems approach to doing our part in terms of teaching, elevating the profession, addressing the pipeline, a lot of the things you're doing. So knowing about this is definitely, again, wonderful timing that we can factor in. Is there something, because this is on our action agenda, is there something we can do to help in terms of this program, or something that you were hoping from this board today?
Help would be, to the extent possible, helping to get the word out that this program exists, that there are, so if you get school leaders in your area reaching out saying we're struggling to find teachers, please send them to Arkansas Teacher Corps. It's easy to find on Google, arkansasteachercorps.org. So if districts are needing teachers, please send them to us. And even better, if you know people who are interested in teaching and they chose a different major. We think this job of teaching is too important to limit the pool of potential teachers to people who decided when they were 18 they wanted to major in teaching. We think there are lots of other talented people. We need a more diverse teaching workforce. We need to open up the labor pool, not create barriers to limit the labor pool. That's the reason we have this program is not an attempt to suggest what happens in traditional teacher training isn't useful. In fact, several of our folks are traditionally trained, but they said, look, I want to go work in the Delta, but I'm not just going to pick up and drive down by myself and go find a school. But now that we have a program and a support structure and a cohort of teachers, they've signed on with us. One of our teachers of the year was an MAT trained teacher from UCA who then came into our program. So we're interested not in excluding traditionally trained folks, but we want to open the pool to include all sorts of talented potential teachers who are committed to improving the lives of Arkansas students. So thank you very much again for letting us tell you about it.
Thank you, Dr. Ritter. And I'll just say to you and then to our colleagues, I think this is a very timely opportunity. The challenge has been put to us to do more in communication around programs. So again, this couldn't have been better timed in that we will be in the weeks ahead reflecting on our part, how we could be stronger ambassadors around opportunities. So knowing about this, again, gives us an opportunity to include it in what we hope will be a vigorous campaign of communication with our community. So that said, it's on our action agenda, so I do need some sort of action here, and probably it would be in the form of accepting of the report is what I would respectfully suggest, unless Ms. Davis wants to offer another suggestion of an action. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Move that we accept the report as presented.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Zook, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. So Ms. Kaufman is the district here, Watson Chapel. Then I would like to propose to my colleagues, I know we're going into lunchtime, but because the district is here and we do want to get them back to the business of running their school, if everyone's in agreement, if we could at least get through that item before lunch. I think it's important to be respectful of the district's times when we ask them to be here. So with that, we're now moving on to action agenda item A6. District request for waivers granted to open enrollment charters, Watson Chapel School District. Ms. Perry, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mary Perry, Coordinator, Division of Learning Services. As you know, you've been talking about Watson Chapel this morning, and Watson Chapel is here to request some waivers before the board. The waiver was received in a time that would have the expiration of the 90 days by which you must make a decision on January 5th, and they made this request through the 2021 school year. It's a 5-year request. And I will go over the procedures with you that you have chosen to use. As you know, they are not in rule, but they're the common procedures you've been using. The district will have 20 minutes to present. Anyone who opposes will have 20 minutes to present. The district will then have 5 minutes to close, and questions will come from the board at that time. I do have ready to present today, to begin the presentation, is Dr. Connie Hawthorne, the superintendent. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Hawthorne, and I know you'll want to swear them in.
Most definitely. And just one quick question, Ms. Perry, before you sit down. Has anyone signed up? I haven't received any public comments or requests for opposition. So as far as we know, no one is here.
I'm not aware of any.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Perry. So with that, Dr. Hawthorne, and anyone else wishing to speak on behalf of the Watson Chapel School District, if you all could kindly stand up and raise your right hand. I do need to swear you in before you give testimony. Sure. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. You may proceed with your 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you for inviting me up and this opportunity. This wasn't planned this way, but Dr. Ritter did my presentation. It's a short of a teacher. That's why I'm here to request the waiver for the Watson Chapel School District. We started the school year off with 14 teachers short. If you add up the number of hours, the number of days the students are missing due to the lack of teachers, the high school is already in academic distress, and we cannot continue to go down this path. We have some quality candidates, but they don't have a teacher certificate. They have the content area, We have shortage in science, social studies, and math. And with this waiver, I think we'll be able to provide the instruction all the kids need. I'm confident that within our instructional framework and the professional development that we provide for our teachers, we will be able to train these individuals to make sure we have a quality teacher in front of every student every day at Watson Chapel School. So I'm asking you to approve this request.
Thank you. And I guess,
entertain any question you may have.
thank you so much. So with that, again, just looking to Ms. Perry, no one's identified themselves as speaking in opposition. And did you want to make any final closing comments? Or just open it up to questions? You do have time. Okay, wonderful. So with that, I will defer to my colleagues for any questions. To Mr. Hawthorne. Yes, Dr. Barth.
So you're relying upon two charter schools as the basis of your waivers. Both of those charter schools have had some challenges in terms of performance. And so from the logic of using charter waivers as the basis for your waivers, could you help me in justifying with two schools where their waivers at this point, and obviously one of them is still pretty young, are not yet kind of succeeding with their student populations?
Yes, I can justify that. If we do not get the teachers, we're going to go down the wrong road. We are in academic distress now at the high school. And based on the fact that my background in education, and most of you are too, if you do not put a teacher in front of students, also you're talking about discipline, you're going to have discipline problems also. You're going to have academic problems, and you're going to have discipline problems. So I am in the belief that we have to have teachers with the content areas. Right now, we outsource all the sub-teach. And sometimes we have a sub with just a high school degree. So like I said before, you look at the number of days, the number of hours we're losing because we don't have teachers. To me, it's a no-brainer to me.
Dr. Hawthorne, just a clarity, and Ms. Perry, I apologize if you did say this. Is there a specific number of years for which you're asking for this waiver?
5 years.
5 years, so you are asking for 5 years. And then it is now it's still 14 positions that you have.
Right now, we were able to fill 11. We have 3 open at this time.
So you still 3 have. And then do you have specific individuals? I know in your waiver request you talk about degreed individuals, just not licensed T-shirts. Do you have specific people in mind?
We have some applicants. We're using right now. They'll have content area in science and math, but they don't have the teacher certificate.
And then would efforts be made to help these teachers, or these individuals get into a path for licensure?
We will provide professional development.
Okay. Additional questions for my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Noonan.
You covered all of my questions. I just had one more question. You made a comment in your application that you were going to put it before your board to be approved. Has it been approved by your board?
This has already been approved by the board.
Okay, and
the
then
resolution.
Have you presented it to your teachers and community yet?
Well, we mentioned this to the teachers. Yes.
Okay. And you received no complaints or concerns from your teachers?
No.
Okay. Additional questions?
Those were all of mine.
All right. If there's none, I would entertain a motion from the board.
I move to approve the waiver application.
Second. Motion made by Ms. Dean, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then motion carries unanimously. Best of luck, Dr. Hawthorne, and we look forward to hearing from you. We know that we'll have an ongoing conversation because of your high school, and we look forward to hearing about the results. And hopefully these individuals can get on a track for licenses. I hope you heard about today's programs and opportunities, if any of those might be signed up for those. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and happy
best of luck.
Thank you, and happy holiday.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, I look to the board here. If Ms. Pfeffer or Ms. Kaufman, I don't know if there's anyone here that is wishing to offer testimony in regards to action items 7 through 12. I know sometimes we go through these fairly quickly if there's not an individual here, so I'm just trying to discern if we want to try and get through these before lunch or wait till after lunch.
Action items 7 and 9 have been
That's right.
pulled because both educators made full payment.
So I leave to your discretion, Ms. Pfeffer, then with 8, 10, 11, 12. Do you think these will, shall we try and attempt these before lunch?
I'm not seeing a 12.
Oh, and I apologize, I guess that, well, it is. We have a 12 here, consideration Department of Education. It's for Linda Huey, the NBPTS.
To make sure I've got
Huey.
Okay. As far as I know, there isn't anyone here. I think we can go through these and just.
Okay, fantastic.
Very quickly.
And if not, obviously, we'll give the due time and diligence to each, but just to be fair to everyone's time. So if you could proceed, then, Ms. Pfeffer, again, action agenda item A7 has been pulled, so we'll proceed with A8, the case of Robin Hosier Whitington.
Yes, you can see that this request is to suspend the license for the non-payment of fines. We've not been able to make any contact with this educator, and the last time she is showing an app scan as having taught us the 13-14 school year.
Thank you, Ms.
I move that we accept the recommendation of the department and suspend the license until paid in full.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Zook, seconded by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Again, action agenda item A9 was pulled, so moving on to A10, the case of Sita Montgomery.
Okay, I want to make sure that I have the correct. Okay, I've got two different agendas with two different numbers here. I'm sorry. So.
For us, what we see here is the case of Sita Montgomery, S-I-T-A
Okay.
Montgomery.
And that was the number 9 this morning. On my agenda, that was the number 9. So Sita Montgomery, we've asked that that one be pulled.
Okay. Then for us, so then going back to A9, for us, it's showing Shara Wade.
And I think
S-H.
that one was pulled earlier.
So then A7 for us that we were told was also pulled was Evelyn James? Is that correct, or do we need to go back to A7?
No, Evelyn James is pulled, Sita Montgomery is pulled, and I believe Shara Wade is pulled as well.
Okay.
I think there were a couple that were pulled earlier, and
I
maybe
see.
I've got an agenda version that was prior to today. I apologize.
Nope, nothing to apologize for. Just wanting to make sure we're doing our due diligence with each one. So the next one I have for consideration is A11, Brittany Breedlove.
Yes. For this one, the National Board Advisory Committee worked with our staff to review this request for a waiver, and they were in agreement based on extenuating circumstances that we recommend that the board waive the requirement for the repayment for this candidate.
Move to accept the waiver.
Okay, motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then the final one we have is on A12 on our agenda is Linda Huey.
Yes, and again, this candidate had requested a waiver from repayment. The advisory board reviewed and determined that the extenuating circumstances would warrant the request for a waiver from repayment of the funding.
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board?
I move to waive the fee.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Newton, seconded by Mr. Williamson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Again, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Ms. Pfeffer. Sorry, our agendas did not align, but that we worked that out. So with that, we now will formally adjourn for lunch and return here 1:20 or 1:25. What's the pleasure of the board? 40 or 45 minutes?
We need to do 30.
Yeah, we need.
Yeah, we need to do 30.
Oh, okay, because of just 30 minutes? Okay, so we will return here at 1:10. At 1:10. Thank you so much.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Ambitious agenda for the afternoon and want to be respectful of everyone's time. For our audience who's just joined us, we did finish the Action Agenda A items, and so we'll be proceeding now with Action Agenda B. Item number 1, the progress reports related to the ADE's recommendation for schools classified in academic distress, starting off with the Dollar School District. Dr. Wild, you're recognized.
Richard Wild, School Improvement Program Manager. Today we're reviewing the progress of schools in Dollar School District and Little Rock School District in relation to the recommendation number 1 of the academic distress recommendations. We asked schools to organize their efforts in those recommendations around 3 school improvement goals. Goal number 1 was a clear and shared focus specific to improving student outcomes, creating a positive school culture, a culture of continuous improvement, and the utilization of data. Everyone knows our plan for improving outcomes, and everyone knows their role in that plan. A school where students want to come to learn and staff want to come to work, and a school that has created a professional learning community where adults study their own level of effectiveness and use the data to guide his or her professional growth plan, and where leaders study the aggregate of levels of effectiveness and then take supportive action to coordinate resources to provide teachers support. So as you listen to the principals respond in a rhetorical nature, we all should be asking, do the activities of the school appear to be reasonably calculated to achieve those 3 goals? In order to manage the flow of the report and to clarify actions specific to each goal, I will present the goal as a question, and we will ask the principal to respond 1 goal area at a time, 1 principal at a time. We would ask that the State Board hold their questions until all 3 questions have been presented to both schools, and then following the questions, I'll give a brief summary, and then the principals and district staff would, as well as school improvement, would be available to answer any questions. If that's acceptable to the board, then we would
Yes,
proceed.
Dr. Wild, that is. Thank you. And thank you for your team's efforts around continuously trying to improve this process. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
And we also want to call your attention, in the reports, you had a number of documents, in particular the 45-day progress reports. So at the end, if there are questions specific to that, this would also be an opportunity to ask specific questions of the schools after they've gone through the 3 questions. So to begin with, we would go in order of high school and then Middle School. And the first question Ms.
Sorry, Dr. Well, just one final question for point of procedure. Does anyone need to be sworn in for this specific purposes? I just want to double check. I know that we don't in the Academic Distress Committee, but here I know for other circumstances we would, and I leave it to your discretion.
Yes, I would think if it's anyone aside from an attorney, they should be sworn in.
Okay, fantastic. Just apologize, Dr. Well, to interrupt. Just want to see if we can nail down our process here. So with that, anyone from the Dollarway School District planning to offer testimony, if you could kindly rise and raise your right hand so that you may be sworn in. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Wonderful, thank you. And you may proceed, Dr. Well. Thank you.
We have 2 microphones, so I'm going to step to the side, and that way we can move a little faster.
Okay, thank you.
So the first question that we're asking is, what steps has the leadership team taken to create a clear academic focus that will lead the school to removal from academic distress? And what were the successes and/or challenges? And we're asking the principals to stay within a 2 to 3 minute range. So Ms. Prim, would you?
And when you come to the mic, if you could kindly identify your name for our court reporter, please. Your name and your title.
I am Yolanda Prim, principal at Dollarway High School.
You may proceed.
In answering the first goal, the school improvement leadership team will develop a clear and shared academic focus that will lead to removal of academic distress. And the school statement is Dollarway development of a school improvement leadership team. We transition into a new building with a new principal and several new teachers this year. Required meetings are being held first and third Mondays of for the leadership team. Continuing departmental instructional team meetings with the inclusion of our support staff, health, PE, music, art, career and technical educational. In data, we have been working with our data teams, and we are progressing there. We are looking at our data daily, or weekly, I'm sorry. We look at it weekly, and we are moving forward with that. We are looking at the data to analyze and make sure that our teams are using the information as needed. Development of stakeholder teams, shared staff, and the importance of teachers having opportunities to attend relevant PD across curriculum, team meetings, providing professional development to reach reading strategies, restructuring the master schedule and Bell schedule to better serve our students and to decrease discipline issues, analyzing results of our teachers/student surveys to determine strategies to improve our school climate.
Thank you.
Ms. Emma Life.
Diane Boyd, Emma Life, principal at Robert F. Moorhead Middle School. One of the steps that Robert F. Middle School took into consideration was the establishing of a new school improvement leadership team. In an effort to create an effective leadership team with diverse skills and achieving Robert F. Moorhead Middle School improvement goals, there were several points that we took into consideration. In establishing the new school improvement leadership team, the administration team being the first year in the position, the reconstruction of the district, the middle school now service 5th through 8th grade, a high increase in new staff members. Once the members were selected, we then assigned new roles and new responsibilities. Another point was the professional learning communities collaborations, in which the teams established set meeting days and times, grade levels meeting weekly, departmentalized monthly, faculty meetings twice a month, and the school leadership team twice a month. PLCs are being led and supported by instructional facilitators. The instructional facilitators and team leaders meet regularly with the principal for guidance and support. In their collaboration during these meetings, we are focusing on classroom management, the focus skill areas, instructional strategies, data analysis, student engagement techniques, lesson plans and instruction, school climate and culture. The successes and challenges has been because of the new staff, building relationship between staff members, which is constantly being improved. Scheduling of meetings due to other trainings or meetings outside the building has been a challenge.
Okay. So from the high school, let's come back now and address question number 2, which is what steps has the leadership team taken to improve the culture of the school, and what successes and challenges have you had in attaining whatever outcomes you have currently?
Holloway High School, we worked as a team on the mission and vision collaboration at the onset of the school year. Instructional teams created mission and visions that would communicate the expectations of their teams that coincided with the building and the district mission statements. Whole staff and student climate surveys were conducted. Results of the surveys are being analyzed to determine strategies to improve our school culture, climate. Students and to decrease discipline issues, analyzing results of teacher/student surveys to determine strategies and improve school climate. I think I said that twice. The success and challenges have been that we are working with scheduling of shared staff to ensure those staff members are included in the required meetings and training that are being held for our high school staff.
The steps that Robert F. Moorhead has taken to improve the culture of the school, we have updated our vision and mission statement. We model our expectations and expect what we model. An increase in parent contact by keeping parents informed on student behavior and academics. We have implemented a bully program. We are working to increase our parental involvement. We are clarifying our classroom rules and school rules. We teach essential skills, social skills, and also we seek the support of outside agencies. Our vision and mission statement collaboration, new statements for the new building and the new year, which is real world, rigorous, future leaders mastering and modeling for success. The mission of Robert F. Moorhead Middle School is to provide a technology-based, career-oriented curriculum which allows students to obtain the level of proficiency in core areas as well as the necessary skills and attitude to be successful in school, the workplace, and life. Our professional development is to enhance positive culture by shaping a culture for learning, teaching and learning, classroom management, instructional strategies and modification, managing accountability systems for both teachers and students, setting clear and compelling directions. Also, conducting stakeholder perception surveys as a guide to assist us in making informed decisions and to shape our strategies and tactics. The school leadership team and PPC has met recently to create a teacher retention survey as to address teachers being absent.
And the third question is, what are you doing to address and develop a culture of continuous improvement?
Assessment plan development. The school leadership team, along with the district leadership team, created an assessment calendar that is in place for the year. The expectation is for the teachers to provide a meaningful and reflective instruction on a daily basis, which leads to assessments, reflection, and analysis. The data discussions are being held during departmental meetings. In instructional team meetings with the inclusion of support teams. Departmental instructional team meetings will include all of the support teams to include PE, music, fine arts. As a part of the weekly schedule, teachers, instructional coaches, SIS, the principal, and other district personnel meet in teams to collaborate on teachers and student needs. Teachers discuss what is working effectively and what is not working effectively. As a part of this plan, teams of teachers collaborate to critically examine and discuss learning expectations for students. Teams develop a common lesson plan incorporating selected strategies and identify the type of student work each teacher will use to assess learning. Teachers implement the planned lessons, record successes and challenges, and gather evidence of student learning. Teams review students' work and discuss students' progress of the standards. Teams reflect on the implementation of the analysis of student work and discuss potential modifications to instructional strategies.
The steps that the leadership team has taken to develop a culture of continuous improvement is the building of our instructional leadership with ongoing professional development and decisions related to school improvement, like how to increase our parental involvement, creating a safe learning environment based decisions on data. Staff is fully engaged in organizational suggestion programs by submitting ideas and getting involved in discussing and implementing the submitted ideas. Through engaging conversation, stakeholders communicate their understandings of the building leader expectations. Another component is the assessment plan has been developed, which focuses on student learning outcomes. We have our assessment calendar, which includes assessments such as unit assessment, the ACT Aspire interim, semester exams, reading, math, and phonics inventory. The plan includes the assessment, the SMART goal, assessment window, the grade level and type of, and the SMART goal. Also, we have the data teams for learning, the high school leadership team and middle school leadership team had a joint meeting with the superintendent to share with and support the school leadership teams on ongoing professional learning communities.
Okay, This part is slightly difficult. It should be noted that the two principals and the school improvement specialist are all three new to their current assignments. Okay. And for the most part, Ms. Prim is the only one that was in a priority school and had some background knowledge in terms of the process prior to the start of this year. The district shifted the high school to the middle school facility and the middle to one of the previous elementary schools. And while this permitted a reduction in school facilities and helps with the fiscal distress issue, it did cause additional work and to some degree distracted from a focus on academics. This fall, the district partnered with a vendor and purchased a curricular plan for K-12 core subjects. The district purchased from the vendor coaching and professional development to support the implementation of that rollout. Nonetheless, the rollout of the plan has experienced a number of challenges, and this has been noted in their 45-day progress reports. So as you look at those, it's highlighted there. The 45-day progress reports were done more as a compliance activity rather than as a natural reporting of an ongoing collection and analysis of the data. The focus of the district leadership has been on management and attempting to establish systems for fiscal management, human resources management, and establishing procedures for state and federal reporting requirements. There has been a meeting with the superintendent, and she clearly acknowledges that there must be a greater emphasis placed on the quality of work being done, including the school improvement work. What will we do as school improvement to assist the district? And as we look at that internally, we don't want to add more tasks or more things. So what we're looking to do is to assist the school leadership in attaining a focus to use their leading indicators, the data they're collecting, for decision-making purposes. So if you're looking at discipline data, then what are you doing with the discipline data? If you're looking at teacher attendance, then what are you doing with teacher attendance? If you're looking at your discipline data, what are you doing then after you've done the analysis? We also have identified that we need to assist the school instructional leadership teams in deeper understanding of the goals of recommendation 1 and in the writing of SMART goals. If you review their SMART goals in their 45-day progress reports, they are what we would probably call superficial goals, or to some degrees, they don't have a logic model, so they look more like hopes than they do actually plans. And we need to assist the school leadership team in developing short-term goals of things to be accomplished between our site visits. And then the last area, to assist in creating a greater focus, the unit will assist by conducting more frequent monitoring of the entire process within the district. So we'll be sending technical assistance, but we would also then be going and monitoring if that technical assistance is being followed up on. So that concludes our report. I know it is somewhat rigid in the manner that we have delivered this. This is not a typical free flow, but it's now open for questions. And Ms. Warren, the superintendent, is here, and the principals are here, and they have brought other staff in case they need a lifeline.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Wild, and thank you to everyone from the Dollarway team for being here. And as we move to the question and comment period, I do want to say just a brief aspiration in terms of procedure in speaking with the ADE and getting prepared for today. As you can tell, a lot of work has been done. with the ADE staff around the plan. And so where we do very much invite everyone's questions and thoughts, if we can remain committed and focused toward the plan in place. I think all of us bring some wonderful wealth of life experiences and expertise, but we've all, and especially right now, where there's such a need for a focus and clarity around planning, that in our own questions, that we stay focused in our support around what the department has started to put in place, so that our questions don't in any way deviate or cause confusion in terms of what the district is expected to do coming out of this. So those are my only opening comments there, and with that, I do open it up now for questions from my colleagues.
First of all, I commend you because your first quarter attendance of both students and staff is significantly improved from previous years, and I do commend you for that, because if you have students there, they're more apt to learn what is being taught as well if the staff is there and well prepared. I know that you have bought this curriculum plan in PD. I want you to also be aware that there are some districts who are openly sharing their lesson plans with each of the different goals and standards that you can access, your teachers can access for free. And I can't think of all of them, but for some reason Springdale pops to mind, and particularly for new teachers, I think that would be very helpful, because it's sometimes hard, particularly if a first or second year teacher is trying to come up with ideas and lesson plans when they have all these other things going on in the sidelines. So just mention that to you. I do appreciate the fact that you were well prepared today in response to Dr. Wiles' questions, and I know it's probably nerve-wracking to come in front of us, but we understand, and we're not near as scary as we may look.
Additional questions or comments? Looking around. All right. Hearing and seeing none, then just to reiterate Dr. Wild's comments, we're grateful for the attention that was put into the fiscal situation of the district, but academics are just as important. And so in your subsequent reports, we'll be looking forward to progress there, and the establishment, as Dr. Wild has said, of a continuous plan around the academic improvement. But thank you again so much for your time, and as Ms. Zook says, we're not scary, but also we're here rooting for you, and look very much forward to, as you all give the attention to the academics, cheering and celebrating all of the successes with you. Please let your community know. So thank you so much.
Dr.
Yes,
Wild?
Ms. Zook.
Dr. Wild, it came to my attention that the, I think it's called Rural Communities Alliance, is using some kind of partnership that they have formed with Forward to make Dollarway community where they're working. I just want to be sure that the two things complement each other, and that they understand that the work you all are doing, is all day, every day, and that I don't want them. I don't want to say this badly. I don't want their efforts to help to get in the way of the groundwork that's being done by ADE, because that in fact is what you're charged to do, and the other group is still in the learning what to do and how to do it phase. Both are well intended, but I just want to be sure that the superintendent and the principals know that that you and your team are the priority in any way. That other team can be helpful with suggestions, finances, whatever, but that the ADE team and the school and the children are the top priority, not an experimental kind of situation.
And thank you for that. In anticipation of this, we've already had our team members go through their training with the Alliance, and so we are collaborating And for the most part, the district is taking the lead in terms of how much collaboration they'll do with the Alliance. So, thank you.
Yeah, we don't want them trying to do too many things at once. So, thank you.
Thank you for Ms. Sook. And just because I am particularly familiar with the Rural Alliance, just to say that the focus that I believe they have is around community schools. So it'll be a lot more around community engagement. So hopefully, in a large way, as a complement of getting more involvement and support around what you all are doing. But thank you so much. And so with that, I'll entertain a motion in regards to Dalloway's progress report.
I move to approve their progress report.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Newton, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Dalloway. Best of luck. Now we'll move on to action agenda item B2, the progress report for the Little Rock School District. Again, Dr. Wild, you're recognized. And the Dalloway School District, you definitely may return to your students in your school. We acknowledge there'll be some shifting around.
Richard Wild, School Improvement Unit.
Thank you.
And we will conduct the same process with Little Rock, and we would probably go from junior high to high school. And in that case, alphabetically, it would be Cloverdale first, then Miss Ruffin. And so the first question is, again,
Dr. Wild, I'm sorry, if I could swear in the members of the Little Rock School District. Thank you. Anyone planning to offer testimony, if you can please rise and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Wonderful. Thank you. Dr. Wild, you may proceed.
Okay. What steps has the leadership team taken to create a clear academic focus that will lead your school to the removal from academic distress? And then what were your successes and or challenges, if any, in attaining stakeholder buy-in in this local focus?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And if you could state your name and title for the record, please.
Okay. I'm Wanda Ruffins, principal of Cloverdale Middle School. And the steps that we've taken, our leadership has taken to develop a clear and shared academic focus includes analyzing our data, the most recent data that we have, ACT Aspire from the 15-16 school year, our most recent pre and post assessments, our discipline data, and our reading, math, and phonics inventories that we utilize on a regular basis, analyzing that data and then establishing goals is the purpose or focus of our leadership team. And once we establish what those goals are, we take steps or actions to achieve those goals. And just within our pre and post assessment, we make an effort to differentiate instruction for our students. And our most current resource that we're looking to use is OdysseyWare, which is a learning management system that teachers will be able to use to help with individualized instruction based on the needs of their students. Also, we're constantly reviewing our Wise Ways research for best practices that we can use and include in our daily instruction to our students. We study those wise ways to determine our next steps. And also with our ESL students this quarter, we've gone from 2 ELD classes to 4 ELD classes. And for our ELD students that are at level 1 and 2 on the performance levels, they have an opportunity to have English instruction with a core teacher, Read 180, and in their ELD classes. From an interview, survey with our teachers, they indicated that they needed additional professional development in working with our English learners, and that has been provided. And last but not least, and also we do involve our staff with our input. We provide them with minutes from our leadership team. We go to their collaborative team meetings so that whatever decisions are made in our leadership team, it's
woven throughout our school, and they have shared ownership in the decisions that we make. Some of the challenges that we share hold at Cloverdale, we do have absent teachers. That's a concern. A couple that have been long-term, and that just good instruction can't be substituted for. That's a challenge. We do have about 27% new staff members that are learning to manage their classes well. And just student attendance is a challenge for us. And of course, discipline, just management of the classrooms. But the successes also include just making sure that we have these goals established, and as the leadership team meets, we are making sure that the actions take place. Okay?
Thank you.
Frank Williams, Henderson Middle School. To the school improvement leadership team with a clear and shared academic focus. First thing we want to do is we want to strengthen our school's instructional program. And the way we're doing that is using our pre and post test assessments. Also, we're using data to inform instruction. The success that we see with the unit post test instruction, we've had an average of 13% growth from pre to post test in math, and in English for the first semester, for the first 9 weeks, we've seen an average of 8% growth in English. In the use of data to inform instruction, we're continuously looking at school data. The largest challenge that we're having is I have to be accountable for myself in using our collaborations to make sure that teachers and myself know exactly what we're gonna do with the data. The biggest success that we've had with that is actually the collection of the data. When I speak to one more challenge is absenteeism of some students, regardless if it's a cold or them being suspended, collecting that data and finding a way to actually make up that data since we're using a digital platform of collecting data. So in recap, number one, we're trying to strengthen our school's instructional program using pre and post tests, and secondly, the use of data to inform instruction on where we go with the data that we collect.
Good afternoon. Hello, I'm Mike Anthony, proud principal of J.A. Fair High School. And the leadership team has been hard at work focusing on improving our math and literacy scores, which would directly lead to the removal of academic distress. But before I go into that, I'd like to just kind of give a brief background about J.A. Fair. Over 80% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. So therefore, that classifies us as a high priority school that's in academic distress. I am the third principal in 3 years, but I don't look at that as a negative, because that just shows and indicates that the two administrators before me was recognized. I'm sorry, I'm kind of 6'8". That just really recognized that the two former administrators' efforts was recognized and rewarded in their turnaround principal efforts. And I really want you all to know that I am committed, as I shared with our district administration as before I got the job, to staying at J.A. Fair. I recognize the stability and sustainability is very important as we go forth in our academic improvement efforts. The school leadership team began the year by studying our data. And when we discuss data, we reference it to our students and teachers. Based on our math and reading inventory assessment result scores, 95% of our ninth graders enrolled are 3 or more grade levels behind, as I shared with the board members a month ago. 76% of our incoming ninth graders enrolled are 3 or more grade levels behind. And that really creates a challenge for our ninth grade academy teachers and administrators. 1/3 of our staff is either new or novice. And our current 10th graders, which were last year's ninth graders, 96% scored below the readiness level for college and careers in math, and 71% scored below the readiness level for college and careers in English, as well as 88% below in readiness for reading. So we recognize that our efforts needed to be school-wide, and we didn't need a program, so to speak, but we needed intensive classroom support.
which is a result of a change in our leadership and teacher practices. So one of the things that we recognize is that we needed rigor in there, because in addition to studying the data, the school leadership team reviewed the depth of knowledge, which is what we call the DOK, which is the questioning that is required on the ACT Aspire test, as what it asks our students to perform. And we recognize that they were not accustomed to performing at the level that is required of the test. So what are our next steps? We looked at how we were the struggle of balancing how to remediate our kids, but as well address the needs of those kids that are already ready. So we know that differentiation is very essential to our process to provide rigor simultaneously. So we purchased online software, which is Swoops, for individualized support to students as requested by the individual teachers. Students will have 24/7 access to practice problem-solving skills and to supplement and reinforce teaching and learning practices. The leadership team will continue to reflect upon teacher practices as the data dictate using the 5-step data analysis. And we just keep that simple. We asked our teachers to teach, assess, and what do we do now once we recognize the assessment? Just keep it very simple. Continue ongoing training and best practices via our instructional facilitators and our avid trainers through our professional learning communities, as well as our professional development opportunities for implementation and school-wide rigor. Increase the rigor in our classes by providing training to our teachers in our depth of knowledge, which is our high-level question techniques. And what we want to do is we want to take our teachers and students from performing at the recall level to beyond the critical and extended thinking. And that is, like, once again, I said, is what the ACT requires our students to perform. Then we also looked at increasing our AP Advanced Placement offerings by soliciting a commitment for next year for teachers who have been identified and or expressed a desire to become AP certified, with the emphasis on recruitment and retention as we establish a culture for learning. We also aligned our before and after school programs to that of our credit recovery programs to increase student participation and to serve as another intervention. We utilize our city year tutors to provide and assist struggling students individually, small group and whole group interventions by working with our 9th grade academy teachers. Our counselors have implemented what we call a right track, which surveys, conferences, and provides sessions with students who have received D's or F's for this quarter. What it does is it really allows us to gain root causes for student failures and redirect them back on a successful path for the semester. And then we're using and looking at our Title I interventions for Reading Math 180 to select students based on our SMI and SRI data. Our successes, as I'm proud to say, we've increased the number of faculty members who have registered for Advanced Placement Summer Institute. This will allow us to expand our course offerings. Our data-driven decisions has really established a culture for learning by analyzing and reflecting on the data, which has become the expected norm. We've increased our shared communication among the faculty, staff via our Google Classroom, over double the increase in parental involvement during our family education night. And then we have a steady increase in our PTSA and partners in education. Oh, challenges, I'm sorry, Mr. Fisher. Challenges. Training new staff administrators due to the large number of turnovers, which could have been a benefit. We could have benefited from onboarding for our new support teachers, and then securing certified math and English teachers, which is a common thread for academically distressed schools. We have long-term sub in some critical testing areas.
That's all right. Good afternoon. I'm Larry Slisher. I'm the principal at Hall High School. And I want to start by knowing that tomorrow is Veterans Day, but I want to thank any veterans that are on the board. I know I did my 11 years, and I know the challenges, so we thank you very much. At Hall High School, the school leadership team has worked hard to create a more rigorous long-term goal. But the ultimate long-term goal is to be removed from the academic distress list. But even more important than that, our goal is to educate every student who walks through our doors. These long-term goals are supported by accomplishing a series of short-term goals. Using the data, our short-term goals include identifying students that are in needs improvement and a close status for focus, rigorous attention in basic reading and basic math skills. And this had to be done immediately. Then moving the students into the intervention classes, and scheduling in high school can be very difficult due to the credits. So it's been a very tedious process to make sure we did not have any students lose credits. Those intensive classes that we have include Re 180, System 44, which are both reading interventions, and Math 180. And we have a elevation class for our Hispanic population. Working with City Year, we work with City Year to provide individual academic support for students who are challenged with academic and behavioral barriers. Right now, City Year is working with approximately 58 students to provide Tier 2 interventions in reading and 42 in math. Personally, and this is not a goal, but I'm throwing it in there, I have been meeting with students individually concerning their grades, concerning their attendance, and concerning their behavior that they are just displaying in the school, as we are trying to truly build what we are calling the 3 R's, and that is building relationships, building relevance, and finally, building a rigorous instruction. Our biggest successes this year, we hired 26 teachers during the off year, and we hired, in my opinion, we hired very well. In our intervention classes, which are key to our success, we have 2 very strong intervention teachers that we hired for Re 180 and Math 180. And we've also included special education and 1 ESL teacher into the Re 180 and System 44 training, so we can dig deeper with our students. Our biggest challenge right now is with our ELL students, because many of our ELL students come to us unable to read, unable to speak the language, and many of those students we are having to place into 4 different English classes to get them there, and they will include ELD classes from level 1 all the way up to ELD level 4, and we are the only high school in the state of Arkansas that has an ELD level 4 course. And I cannot be remiss without mentioning our former ELL leader, Dr. Purdy, who was instrumental in getting that ELD class, level 4 class for us. At the same time that we hired 26 new teachers, that is a challenge. But one of our successes with those is that we have had onboarding for those teachers. We had 4 days prior to the school year beginning, and we've been meeting every Thursday since the beginning of the school year, except for last Thursday we had to cancel because we had a football game moved. But we are picking it back up, and we will be starting classroom management instruction with them next week is actually the beginning of that. And that's pretty much it.
Gabriel Jackson, principal at McClellan High School. In an effort to develop a clear and shared academic focus that will lead to the removal from academic distress, the McClellan leadership team, first of all, revisited our vision statement, our mission statement, and our core beliefs in order to build a renewed focus in the school that deals solely with the educating of our students. We've established SMART goals, both academically and behaviorally, that will assist us in removing ourselves from the academic distress list. We've also implemented pertinent professional development that's geared around common formative assessments, which all of our teachers will be trained and have been trained and will receive additional support on those assessments. We'll deal with how to create those assessments, how to disaggregate the data, and then how to reteach those students that are struggling. We have received extensive support from our City Year tutors, as well as our math and literacy facilitators, to help push and undergird the actions of the teachers in the classroom. City Year helps us with one-on-one training and additional support for our struggling learners. And our facilitators help our teachers with best research-based practices that will lead to academic success. Some of our successes are that in the process of our CFA training, our teachers have jumped on board, realizing what's needed to benefit our students at McClellan. One of our challenges, number one, I received this role on October the 4th. And so about a month in, and with approximately 20 new teachers on staff, we have worked kind of hurriedly, but we have worked to build a team of individuals that are geared to move McClellan to where it needs to be.
So the next question goes back to the issue of culture and what is the school doing to improve the culture? And I think it would be important to point out at this point in the 45-day progress reports, as you take a look at attendance of staff and attendance of students, that is a culture indicator. As you take a look at the number of discipline referrals, that is a culture indicator. As you take a look in terms of any additional analysis related to the next steps, what is the school going to do in their next steps? The high schools have all reported in previous year reports that culture has been one of their major challenges. So as we go forth, I think it's this one in particular we need to pay attention to. And so, Ms. Ruffin?
Yeah. What you will not see in your report is that I had an opportunity last week to attend a Poverty Institute, and given that 97% of our students receive free or reduced lunch, it was definitely an eye-opener in terms of our staff and the stakeholders that deal with the students that we work with every day really take a look again at the students we serve. And in conjunction, myself and my instructional facilitator for literacy, and we began that conversation with our staff on Monday, soon after we returned from the Poverty Institute. So we will continue with our study and conversation around students that live in poverty and strategies and ways that we can best meet their needs. Even though many of our staff members indicated they too were students of poverty at the time that they were in school. In addition to that, we look at our leadership team, reviews our discipline referrals on a regular basis, and we found that a number of our referrals include level 1 infractions and fights. And we looked at ways that we could possibly improve or decrease the number of level 1 infractions. And so we streamlined, and we've got a due process checklist for the minor infractions that also includes interventions that must be in place before a student is suspended or receive a sanction. So we streamlined that process with our due process checklist. And I know on our report, we indicated that we would further review PBIS, and we have. But we also looked at another system, and it's ABE, and that's an electronic interactive software piece where data is collected on the students that determines exactly, where infractions take place and possibly what time of day, but all the data is collected, and this interactive tool will allow students to self-reflect, and there are educational and instructional modules that our students can go through that will possibly improve their behavior. The student leadership team also fosters competition along with our city year members between grade levels for our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade levels. And we're in the process tomorrow of celebrating our 8th grade with the least number of fights, and our 7th grade with the least number of level 1 sanctions. Another culture piece for us that we focused on in our leadership and set goals, this is the first year that I've been at Cloverdale, and it's my 5th year, that our PTSA is completely composed of parents. That's very active. We've got a parent center that our parent coordinator, who has been there since the last semester of last year through this year, which is a first for me that we've had someone consistent, but she's been very instrumental in getting our parents involved. I saw, well, we had our first newsletter out from parents to parents this month that we're extremely proud of, which is a success. And we have a database of our parents that's being conducted by our parents. So those are a few of the successes in addition to the actions. And of course, a challenge for us is anytime we're dealing with the student and behavior, and one at a time, and when our numbers may be larger than what we can actually work with on a daily basis, it's time. Time is the challenge. Because when we're talking about changing behavior, it takes time to form relationships, to look at interventions that will work, and incentives for the students. So that's a challenge for us. Thank you.
Frank Williams again, from Henderson Middle School. As we speak about the culture at Henderson Middle School and involving our stakeholders, two things we outline as items that will improve our school culture. Number one, we want to establish a school culture that improves school safety and discipline. How do we do that? Well, the staff members at Henderson Middle School, they all work effectively and equitably with racially, culturally, linguistic, and economically diverse students. And we do that by being innovative in our discipline. One of the celebrations I have about being innovative with our discipline is a partnership with St. Mark Baptist Church, where we look to utilize them for students that have Category 2 infractions, where instead of being out of school for 5 to 10 days, there'll be some divine intervention while they're out of school. I was wondering if I could say that, but there'll be some divine type intervention with them while they may have some days out of school. Also, one thing that we practice is sharing individuals and team success often, whether it's an attaboy by going to the classroom shopping a Happy Gram, or if it's our National Junior Honor Society and Beta Club recognizing Teachers of the Month. When you come into Henderson Middle School, before you get to the office, you'll see pictures of Teachers of the Month to constantly make sure we're celebrating individual and school success. Also, to continue celebrating success, for example, tomorrow, students with a 3.8 GPA or above, they'll be picked up in a limo and they'll be taken to Playtime Pizza. So any way that we can decide to be innovative in celebrating students and teachers, we try to do that. The challenge that we have, I'd like to outline some challenges that our climate survey actually spoke to. One of those challenges is that on a Friday, we may average 75% attendance, and on average, that's for teachers. And an average daily attendance throughout the school day will be throughout the school week will be somewhere close to 80%. And in our climate survey, when the teachers were asked, and this is a challenge, when the teachers were asked if they if they enjoy coming to work, let me find it so I can give you the exact number. And so I recognize this is something that I have to take part in with my leadership team to find more ways to get teachers excited about coming to work. But question 4 asks, I look forward to coming to school every day. And 40% of the staff members that answered that disagreed or likely disagreed. And so whether it's the challenges of the students, or whether it's the challenges that the principal face for maybe holding people accountable or for continuing to hold expectations high, there's some tweaking that we need to do in our practices to make sure that upward around 80 or 90%, or actually nothing's wrong with 100% of the staff would answer that question saying they likely agree that they like to come to school every day. One more thing I want to outline that we're proud of as far as bridging our gap with our community is we've hired a bilingual paraprofessional, and that's also a kudos to my district to letting me have the opportunity to hire a bilingual paraprofessional. And also she's a McClellan graduate. So we've brought in somebody to Henderson Middle School that can directly relate with the students, who's bilingual and can work directly with students who are of limited English proficiency.
As an instructional leader, I set the tone to maintaining a climate that is conducive for learning and a culture of high expectations. Therefore, I have adopted an open door policy with all stakeholders. I maintain visibility throughout the school. I attend even events where I'm able to speak with parents, and it has really yielded a lot of successes. It has allowed us to increase our turnout in education events at nights among all our stakeholders. As I said before, we have more partners in education. We've established a collaborative efforts with the Kenwood Estates Neighborhood Association, and I'm really proud of that because we would have our, what I call our little wanderers. They get off the bus, they get dropped off, and they would go over into, we only have really one true neighborhood. And that was creating a problem, and it was given a negative perception. However, we've invited those neighbors over. They're very visible, so the kids know who they are now and recognize them. So that has cut down a lot on the neighborhood wandering, as I like to call it. We've initiated multiple opportunities to succeed, which I call MOTS. It gives our students multiple opportunities to be successful in classes. So that discourages, they get discouraged because they may not be doing well. Our teachers have really bought into this, that, up until it's time to put that grade down, let's just keep getting it. If it's retaking tests, if making up assignments, just like the zero tolerance policy. An open door policy approach has allowed two-way communication and transparency on an intimate and personal level among the administration. Timely feedback in response to questions and or concerns of all stakeholders by administrative staff is honored. So the teachers and the students really like the fact that, hey, they can come in and they can have a conversation, one-on-one with the administrative staff to air out whatever concerns or, problems that they have. And I'm proud to say that teacher absenteeism as a whole has decreased this year compared to this time last year. One of the things that the administrative and leadership team has done is we have a teacher recognition. We recognize that morale is very needed and our teachers need to be appreciated. So we have what we call Wings to Soar. And it's just a simple little certificate of appreciation for those teachers that we feel like have went beyond the call of duty, and they really get a kick out of that. And the fact that we've have more partners in education, we get gift certificates donated, for our teachers just to recognize them. One of the things we was worried about was our AEA days and the number of teachers that were out, but there were actually teachers who decided that they would, seek professional development outside those days and came to work. So we just tried to recognize them with a little lunch, pizza, stuff like that, and they really got a kick out of that. So those are some of the successes. Now, some of the challenges. The leadership team surveyed the staff to gauge the perception of our teachers to determine the school climate. The survey indicated that a high number of teachers feel that there is a positive climate. The leadership team reviewed and discussed, however, the lower rated areas, in particular to discipline. The data shows that there is a disconnect between teachers' feelings about discipline and the volume of discipline referrals that the administration processed the first quarter. So today, we have a faculty meeting. It's the leadership team and the administrative team is revisiting those classroom management policies, those things, about relationships and rapports that we feel is needed. So we used our survey staff on the knowledge of AVID. We used our staff climate survey to gauge our perception. We used our student climate survey, and then we surveyed our parents. Challenges. Behavior is a challenge for us. Our students need to feel connected to our teachers, so we need to work on building relationships and rapport. Having students and teachers vulnerable enough to break down the walls of disconnect, to identify wraparound services that is needed is an ongoing struggle, particularly for our struggling and special needs students. And then accountability, and this is something that personally I struggle with. How to keep morale, but yet still hold teachers accountable for the teaching and learning and the students too. So that's a balance, and I'm having coaching with ADE and district leadership to do that, coaching teachers up and positive, but yet still addressing those deficiencies and those concerns.
I left my other paper. At House High School, our school improvement leadership team, gotta get on the right page here. We also administered the school ADE climate survey, and The biggest factor I saw on it has a change from our school is 18 months ago when we did this, 70% of the students said that they didn't feel that our teachers liked them or worked with them. On the survey that we just got back in October, it showed 70% of the students now believe that our teachers are working with them, and that is a tremendous improvement over an 18-month period. Part of that is a reflection on the hiring that we have done during this last year. Part of it is a reflection on our teachers are adapting to the new attitude. And when you bring in some youth and you bring in some spirit, you get a new positive feeling, and that feeling has been carried over quite a bit. Also, we have done little things, like if you come to Hall High School, you know you're at Hall High School because we have banners up and down the road now declaring that we are Hall High School. And we're very proud to be part of Hall High School. Last night, we honored 115 students at our honor night, at our honors night, who are received nothing but A's or A's and B's for the first 9 weeks. We also have included many new partners, new associations into our school in the last year. We have the Hall High Neighborhood Association, which we started about 1.5 years ago with 38 members, but it's now up to 78 members. We have our PTSA, which was a walloping 9 last year, but we are now at 42 members this year. We have the Trinity United Methodist, which is providing tutors to us. Also, the Hall High Alumni Association is providing individual tutors that are working mostly in reading, but we also have a couple that are working with us in math. We have redesigned our 9th grade academy, and we have a consultant who comes about every 2 weeks to review what we're doing and help guide us in our direction. He is actually on campus right now, and this will be his 3rd visit this year. And he has been very beneficial to the direction that we are headed, and what we are trying to do is we will try to develop the 10th grade academy by building on the 9th grade academy work that we are doing this year. We've also redesigned our after-school program. We have gone from a computer-based after-school to a teacher-based after-school, so we're getting more hands-on and direct teacher feedback, and I think that is a very positive step in there. Once again, as we focus on our relationships, our relevancy, and the rigor, participation from the staff is still not 100%. That is one of our challenges. I won't really go much further than that. We're just not at 100%, but we do need to get at 100% if we're going to be 100% successful. And we have also started including in our PTSA, we have a parenting institute that we have just purchased books or requisition books for the parents, because we feel part of our problem is our parents didn't grow up with a good education. They had bad experiences while they were in the education field, and many of our parents are not high school graduates or college. Some are definitely not college graduates. And if you look at the ESA report, you'll see our poverty rate is at 100%. That is a tremendous challenge, but it's a challenge that my staff, myself, and all of our administrators are more than willing to take on, because it's about the children, and that's the way we want to keep it about the children.
The McClellan High School School Improvement Leadership Team has taken a multifaceted and diverse approach to improving our culture and climate that will result in student growth and achievement. As an incoming principal, I've laid out a foundation of 3 C's that I want to impact our school day: collaboration, commitment, and consistency. And according to those things, we've implemented a student advisory council. It's comprised of approximately 17 students that provide us with a pulse and an ear to the ebbs and flows of our school, to help us reach those students that may not come to school leadership but will go to them with problems and concerns. We've also implemented a school community council since our PTSA is not fully functioning. that is made up of parents and other stakeholders that bring in the community to help McClellan be what it needs to be. We've set up Google Classrooms that will provide all of our faculty and staff with information that's pertinent to our school, so all stakeholders can be a part of the processes and know what's going on day by day in our building. We've also created a learning compact by way of our school community council that has buy-in from all stakeholders and input. Many of our students, our teachers, our parents, and our community members play an extensive role in the development of a positive climate of McClellan. We have had a battle of the bands that brought out close to 500 individuals to our campus for a positive. We had a trunk or treat around the Halloween season that brought in 500 families to our campus and let the children trick or treat on our campus. Next week, we will host a charity basketball game that supports muscular dystrophy. We have begun doing call outs to our parents and stakeholders, letting them know what's taking place on our campus. And each morning, I send the faculty and staff a little newsletter called the McClellan Minute that lets them know of any meetings, any things that are pertinent to their school day so that everyone can be on board. As the principal of McClellan, I've made myself available to the Southwest business leaders and went to meet various ministers, various business owners, and other supporters of McClellan to let them know that we welcome them into our schools and we are willing to do whatever it takes to foster a positive relationship with those individuals.
Okay, and the third and final question. What steps has the leadership team taken to develop a culture of continuous improvement? And Ms. Ruffin, I know you would like us to go in reverse order, but you're up.
At Cloverdale, we've established a culture committee. You know, a lot of times we think we might know what will make teachers want to come to school or feel good about being there, and the students the same. But we established a culture committee so that teachers can help plan activities to make Cloverdale a good place to come and want to be part of, where they will want to be part of that. And we've got some activities planned, celebrations planned, birthdays planned, just things that will make you feel good about being a part of the Cloverdale faculty. In conjunction with that, we establish goals, of course, our students with our Read and Math 180 and a lot of the assessments that we provide, growth goals for them that are attainable. And once they reach them, then we celebrate those. And when the district's leadership team came to our school and met with us about a month ago, they were there to see how could they support the work that was being done at Cloverdale. And initially, we were a little bit skeptical, you know, what is it that they can do? I mean, we were a little bit skeptical, but to our surprise, we presented what our plans were, and whatever, if there were barriers in our way, an effort was made right then and there to remove those barriers. If it was, our teachers had indicated they wanted PD on ESL strategies, and Mr. Moore picked up the phone, called the ESL office, got the ESL director, we got a date on the calendar, and the PD was presented, which spearheaded the book study that we're doing, making content comprehensible for our English learners. So that was an action that allowed our teachers to say, you know, that's what we said we needed, and now it is happening. So we were pleased to report that to our teachers because they were anxious to know, okay, what is the, and you know, they were called the Achieve team. What is it? What was it all about? And it was easy for me to report. They're here to know what barriers are in our way and how can they help remove those barriers. Dr. Whitehorn, which is my immediate supervisor, serves on the district's leadership team, and he is at our leadership teams, which meet weekly 98% of the time. So most of whatever is taking place that may be considered a barrier for us, that can be taken back directly to the district's leadership team. And I would say that the follow-through and immediate action, that's developing the culture of continuous improvement, that everybody's on the same page and we want to make it happen as quickly as possible. The district also offers professional development district-wide for a district-wide focus based on district-wide data that all schools might need. Orton Gillingham is a language acquisition professional development that's being planned and presented throughout this school year that several of my teachers have been able to attend. Step Up to Writing, which would be writing across the curriculum for disciplinary literacy, is being implemented, and that too is being provided with district resource staff. And I guess if we and the success would be, when our students, one result of our Achieve team meeting with the district leadership team, we developed a student leadership team at Cloverdale. And Mr. Poore, out of his own pocket, provided lunch for our meeting with our students. And they told us what incentives they would work for and gave us quite a bit of input on tardies and absenteeism and fights and what those incentives would look like. So we were very, very pleased with implementing our student leadership team. We've even had some students to serve, when possible, on our leadership team to provide feedback. And I guess if there is a barrier, I guess you would say, is that when professional development is provided, it has to be given either during the day or after school. Well, oftentimes we've got a lot of our teachers work part-time jobs after school, and they work in our after-school programs. And when we surveyed our teachers, we asked, when would you most likely be able to attend or come for professional development? And they indicated after school and during the day. Well, anytime we pull a teacher out during the day, that's loss of instructional time. And it's a barrier and a challenge for us to determine when best to provide professional development for teachers, because everybody's got their preference. And Saturday, of course, was an option too, but if they have families, then that is a concern. But that's one of the biggest challenges, just determining when is best to provide the professional development to our staff. Thank you.
So we were talking about district support. Wanda kind of took all mine, so I'm gonna make up some new ones. In conjunction with the district support, I want to reiterate how the associate superintendents support our continuous school improvement, whether it's Dr. Whitehorn attending our leadership meetings, whether it's Mr. Glasgow just preparing us for this meeting here and making sure our 45-day plans are in sync and that they have goals that are obtainable. If it comes down to our testing department being able to get us testing information so that we can share data with our colleagues, and also the interim assessments that come from our testing department, so we do have the ability to test students 3 times a year. But Ms. Ruffins mentioned the Achieve team, and basically that process of how we had the opportunity to see a vision of how we want learning to be in our classrooms, and Mr. Poore and his cabinet coming through and helping us realize that vision. Cloverdale, myself, Henderson Middle School, and Mableville will be going into basic and action research project involving technology in the classroom, and with the vision of the principals and support of our cabinet. We had 30 teachers in professional development yesterday realizing how they can use blended learning in classrooms with limited technology. So if there's going to be a challenge to that vision and any other continuous school improvement, the biggest challenge is that we're faced with some budget cuts right now, and wanting to be one-to-one or having to share with stakeholders that some schools may be closing or consolidating. That creates a challenge. However, our district being it the power of us is creating a shared message and still continuing to recruit and continuing to recruit teachers, students, retain teachers and students, and overall try to provide the best learning environment possible.
I don't want to sound redundant from Ms. Ruffins and Mr. Williams, but the Achieve team plan in our district efforts of support has really been beneficial for J.A. Fair as the other schools. But one of the things I want to say, and it's not just because he's my boss, our district deputy superintendent, Mr. Burton, is a permanent fixture at J.A. Fair. And one of the takeaways that I want to share is how impressed that our students was that he included them in a focus group on the shared plans. And that is just something that a lot of district leadership or just leadership in hand wouldn't say. What do the students think about? And they really, it made them feel important. It made them feel like that their input was valued. So I wanted to share that as well. We utilize our Instructional Technology Systems Academy to highlight and recognize our teachers and students' successes and celebrations school-wide. We're utilizing the resources within our building. We realize that we have a plethora of knowledge within the building in terms of our professional learning communities, having our teacher training ongoing throughout the school year, developing based on the data. Coaching by instructional facilitators and peer faculty is utilized to support teaching and learning practices. And then just we try to inspect what we expect. So the administrative team in conjunction with the leadership team tries to make sure that we are attending and participating in those collaborative meetings.
Good afternoon again. At Hall, the School Improvement Leadership Team has developed a culture of continuous improvement by opening up the channels of communication with our School Improvement Leadership Team. All faculty members are considered to be members of our leadership team, and they are welcome, and all stakeholders are welcome to attend any one of our meetings that they want to attend. Their input is valuable, and that it is really necessary for us to gain 100% participation in our school. The school leadership team was instrumental in getting the 9th grade academy redesigned off the ground, and the continued use of the 9th grade academy consultant. And it has also been instrumental in they serve on an EL vertical alignment with the Cloverdale team for our Hispanic population. Points that people don't really see is that Hall High School right now we're moving AVID strategies across our entire school. We want it to be school-wide. The AVID program itself last year brought in over $1 million of scholarships for our high school seniors. And those strategies are proven to work, and that we are now conducting PLCs that have been supported by the district through either allowing us to get substitutes or providing the district person, and I can't remember her name, I'm sorry, but to come over and speak with our staff about the AVID strategies and actually provide an hour-and-a-half PD with that. They've also allowed me to participate in year number 2 of the Master Principals program, and it has been a very enlightening program. Some of it reinforces the things that we were doing. Some of it gives us brand new ideas that have been helpful. I also have 5 teachers who are part of the Arkansas Leadership Program, and they are now in the process of conducting the new vision and mission statement for us, as we have, like I said, 26 new teachers. So our vision and mission statement is being reevaluated at this time under the lead of our Teachers Institute. I also have, we also participated in the Poverty Institute, and that was led by my district provided SIS, Ms. Roxy Browning, and she is absolutely magnificent, and we are also working on getting the information that we learned from it off the ground. We have also Hall committed to be a school. We have applied to be a school of innovation, and our first School of Innovation meeting is at 4 o'clock tonight, and if one of you or all of you want to join that meeting, we will welcome you to that. On that committee, we have administrators, obviously, teachers, obviously, but we also have students. We've invited parents, but we have not got a parent who has committed to it. But we do have a member of the community from our tribe, and we also have a business partner who will be in attendance at that meeting tonight. At Hall High School, you hear the reputation, you see it, but Hall High School last year provided Little Rock School District's only Gates Millennium Scholar winner. She was also a Dell Scholar winner and one of the 3 inside the district. And the message here is that at Hall High School, if you want a good education and you want to work for it, you can get an excellent education. And that is the message that needs to be sent to everybody in the city. And I'd like to thank Mr. Poore because he has been conducting think tank sessions with different businesses and different entities as we try to develop programs that will interest our students more and make the learning more relevant for them. And also for the district, and mostly, or not mostly, but a lot of Mr. Burton on that, because we have done almost $2 million worth of renovations at Hall to bring our school up to close to being a brand new school in a lot of ways, but the aesthetic value of that school is tremendous because it helps the students. They respect the things that we're doing, and you're not seeing a lot of graffiti on our walls. You're not seeing anything like that you would see at a lot of urban schools that you see it portrayed on TV. You do not see that at Hall, and that is due to the fact that the district is supporting Hall High School through facilities management, through training, through everything. So I want to thank the district for all of that. Have a good day.
In understanding our district's approach this school year of the power of us, our district leadership team, Superintendent Mr. Mike Poore, our Deputy Superintendent Mr. Marvin Burton, and others have worked tirelessly to assist McClellan in many different ways. One, by being the curriculum alignment that we have to make sure that our students receive a quality education that is appropriate by state and national standards. We have, as leaders, been provided with tests, credentialing, micro-credentialing, and calibration to make sure that when we go into those classrooms, we know exactly what to look for, and we have been equipped with the strategies to understand what effective quality instruction looks like. We have been a part of think tanks that will, in years to come, boost our curriculum with 5 different areas to help our students be prepared for the workplace or post-secondary education. Our Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Burton, goes out of his way to provide for us by way of human resources and external resources to make sure that McClellan has all that it needs to be successful. He even goes out of his way to escort the students, as he does yearly, to escort the young ladies that don't have father figures on the homecoming court, and I think that's an exceptional thing. We have been provided with after-school PD opportunities for our teachers, and we have been equipped with the funds to facilitate those activities. And we have received ongoing support from our Achieve team that will assist us in making sure that we meet our academic and behavioral goals at McClellan.
So in summary, overall, the focus by the leadership teams in the first quarter of the year have been on learning and preparing for the Achieve team process. To steal a word from Mr. Slisher, I would be remiss if I did not point out that one of our major concerns with the Little Rock School District over time has been that with each new superintendent, there has been a new plan and a new process. That with each of these new plans and/or processes, there has been little effort to integrate the prior work into the current work. From the viewpoint of school improvement, this continues to be a concern. That said, there are some noteworthy differences in the current approach. First and foremost, the school leadership team is asked to work with all staff and to identify what they believe would make a difference in the school. Given that we, ADE, have been asking for the schools to have more voice and for there to be a more personalized approach to each school's improvement plan, we acknowledge and support the approach taken by the district this year. A second noteworthy difference is that the superintendent is leading the process. He is establishing that he sees his primary role as an instructional leader. He is modeling for other district administrators, and he is delegating district support to the schools through these meetings. So the inevitable question is, how will ADE School Improvement Unit and/or other units support the process? What's our next steps? I think as you listened, to some degree, the answers to the three questions were really sounded more like a list of things rather than an integrated plan. So one of the things that we will do is to work to help deepen the understanding of the recommendation itself and the three goals. Now that the schools have a moderate understanding of the Achieve Team process and the Achieve Team plans, we will work with them to integrate the Achieve Team plan into the overall school improvement process. As you review the SMART goals established in their 45-day progress reports, again, you can see that for the most part, they are not truly a SMART goal, and what we'll be doing is working with the schools to get a logic model to take them from the situation to the intended outcomes and impact. At the district level, we would need to assist in the development of a feeder pattern Achieve Team. As you read the 45-day progress reports, you will see that there are a fair number of students entering each school deficit in reading and math by a number of years.
Yeah.
That is a district responsibility to address. And so, for all intents and purposes, we're saying there needs to be, on top of each individual schools, there needs to be a district plan for that. We need to assist in the development of both a preventative plan as well as an acceleration plan. They have students that have already arrived. Those students need to be accelerated. But in the feeder pattern, we need to develop a prevention strategy. For the most part, we would argue that the high schools are still the symptom bearers for the entire feeder patterns.
Yeah.
And that only through a district response, Achieve Team plan, can we address that. Keep in mind that each of the 45-day progress report data points are also part of a needs assessment. And so as you look at discipline, how is the district responding in the sense of some of the schools had over 1,000 referrals, and so in the first quarter. That is continuous with last year, okay? So how are we addressing, from a district perspective, the overall needs of the schools? And I think to a degree, that is the intent behind the Achieve Team process. So we're very positive about that aspect of what's taking place. That concludes my my statements, and then we're available for questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wild, and to everybody from the Little Rock School District. It's obvious a lot of hard work is being done, and a lot is being done. I'll just share as I now transfer to my colleagues, but I did actually have the opportunity to spend a whole day with several of your teachers and students at Hall High when they came up to Fayetteville. You have a tremendous alumni association, I will say, and they were able to bring together Coach Anderson and his wife and several other leaders in Fayetteville try and help inspire our Hall students to think about higher education. And in the time that they were touring campus, I had some one-on-one conversations with several of the teachers. And I'll say one of the things I'm walking away from this conversation is you all are obviously listening to your teachers, because a lot of what you all have pointed to as challenges are definitely things that I've was hearing from the teachers as well. And I think I would just add to Dr. Wild remarks, as the Achieve process rolls out and the leadership teams are created, and I think your teachers are very conscientious of this process. I don't think every teacher feels equally aware of what the plan is or where specifically is their roles, how do they tap in and benefit, and I think that's part of the process, right? And please know we duly acknowledge this is the first quarter that you all are coming here, and I hope I plant that as an opportunity because teachers do want to be able to understand the plan so that they too can contribute to it and hopefully lift up. And with that, they were honing on opportunities in the development of these plans, just as Dr. Wild was saying, to really be able to focus on some innovations around reading recovery and math recovery. And then this next comment I actually direct to my colleagues on the board, this feeling that simultaneously they're having to work on recovery and we're still, from their perspective, putting on them high stakes in regards of the tests and testing that they know is coming up, and concerned about how are we simultaneously helping our kids and at the same time preparing them for tests so that we can someday get out of academic distress. And I know there's no easy answers to any of that, but we do hope, as part of the ESSA conversation, that we can talk about accountability systems and acknowledgement that that needs to be part of the reality. And there was a lot of new teachers in the room. I very much empathize with the conversation here. I asked all of them how many years they had been teaching at Hall, and most of them said it was their first year. But many of them did come from the district or surrounding districts. One of the things that I heard from them that I think you all sort of touched on, but if I could just phrase in a different way, they were so grateful to come up to the University of Arkansas to be able, again, to inspire their kids. But one of the teachers said frankly to me, he's like, can we just take them to another school district and other schools and show them that it's possible to go a whole day without getting into a fight? And I had never, I guess I don't think it wasn't until that moment that I fully appreciated all the cultural discipline issues that all of you all are touching on, how significant it is, because this teacher was literally with tears in his eyes saying to me, our kids don't know what it's like to go a whole day without a fight. We don't even know, we don't believe you when you tell us it's possible to have a school day and not see kids get into fights. And wanting to know what to do about that. And so part of the professional development they were asking for was, well, how do we help the community? How do we help these kids? And I know with Hall especially, duly acknowledging, you all are a feeder school from homeless shelters. These are kids that don't have homes, and they don't have parents. And I know that you all are getting the influx of the Central American children who are now refugees in this country, fighting some serious experiences back home and don't have the language skills either. And there's a lot of different elements of concern. And so again, getting back to ESSA, the teachers really wanted to make sure we knew as a board that they were wanting credit for growth. And again, we're having conversations to test. They're all up for rigor. But they wanted us to know the serious circumstances that they're confronting, and that they really would appreciate us being able to, and knowing that we're valuing the growth that they're trying to create under the conditions that they're working in. And if there's ways, and I thought this last comment, and I know this will be for you, Mr. Poore, as you're going out there and speaking with your communities, I've heard over and over again conversations around that students aren't going to schools where they live, and that kids are getting bused all over the city in a lot of different ways. And if we really are going to create community schools, they wanted to have a conversation about that. And again, I know there's no silver bullets, and I'm definitely not going to be one that pretends there is. But I think there was a full conversation and honesty there that it's a whole child, whole community, whole village approach. And that means even looking at some of the structural things around zones and where people live and how we can engage communities and what kind of supports that can be there. So I felt very privileged to get to work with your teachers that day. And you have some amazing teachers there at Hall and some amazing students. And I will say I shocked the heck out of them when I spoke to them in Spanish. I don't think they were expecting someone to do so, but I inspired them not to lose their Spanish, but to also to know that Arkansas was welcoming them, and wanted to just add those words. I think it's, again, nothing new from what Dr. Wilder, any of you said, but I wanted to be able to maybe frame things a little bit more directly from the teachers, and thank you for that. So with that, I saw Ms. Zook grab her mic. You're recognized, Ms. Zook.
I don't know if this question would be for Dr. Weil perhaps, or he may want to refer it to someone else. The AVID training, are each of the teachers, ooh, did Dr. Weil disappear? There he is. I can't see you from where I'm sitting. You know, I used to teach, I got to see you. The AVID program, is that for some teachers in each room, and where do they go get the training for that? Or are you trying to incorporate the skills they learn there into each of the rooms, or can you expand on that just a little?
Typically, AVID is a program by which you're trying to get students from families who have not historically attended college to begin to think about college.
Right.
And so there are a number of activities that go with that. That said, the concept that they're trying to do is expand that concept across the entire school, so that they're attempting to get all students to begin to think about life after high school and what they're going to be doing. Is that a fair interpretation?
Yeah, and I do appreciate the fact that you're acknowledging that the secondary schools are getting students that are significantly behind. And so, you know, and that is a district-wide program, and the elementaries have got to send students on level. And of course, you know, I am a advocate for mastery learning. I would be an advocate, and I know it can't accomplish it until rules and laws change, for testing kids on where they are and what they know, not what age they are and what grade they happen to be in, because, you know, they're coming from different places. But, you know, that's a speech for another day. I do think that for the most part, it looks like first quarter attendance of students has greatly improved from previous years, and it appears that we still have, although improved, we still have a teacher absence problem. And I know that just based on reports that we get from other entities, that if you have teachers who aren't coming to work and students who miss a lot, that does impact the learning as well. And I think rather than, I sense in your principles as you presented today, your understanding of that and your frustration with trying to figure out how to affect change there rather than being defensive in some way. Because I did some research thinking about this, and I thought, well, what does the average absentee of the American worker that isn't in education? And it's 5 days in a year. And we have people who are missing more than 5 days in 9 weeks. And, you know, we've just got to come up with something creative. You know, this will be, whoever comes up with how to get this done is going to be wealthy or very philanthropic one. But that is a frustration for me, and I'm sure if I sense it, that they sense it like triply. But I think a lot of the things you're doing, and if the student discipline improves, I think that, you know, that will help, because nobody enjoys, even within a family, being where there's a lot of tension and frustration. So I guess I'm preaching more than asking a question at this point, but I think everybody and these principals that have been coming understand that my concerns about teacher attendance, and I think when teacher attendance improves, that student attendance will as well.
Yeah. And hopefully, from the 45-day progress reports now, you can see that those are good data points for everyone to be looking at. And so, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barth.
I want to follow up on what Ms. Zooks just said, and I agree that teacher attendance is an important piece of data to look at, but I think we do need to be a little careful in how we talk about that and how it's often heard. I mean, I think what I heard today is that teacher attendance is a dependent variable that is guided oftentimes by cultural issues within the school. And I think many teachers do hear that as an attack on them. And I don't think you mean it that way, but I think it is heard that way. And I think especially as we're thinking about what we can do to elevate the prestige of the profession, I think we need to be a little careful with how we talk about that, seeing it as as evidence of a culture problem rather than kind of putting the onus on educators in that equation. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think we do need to be careful I feel we need to be careful as we talk about that issue, that it's often evidence of some systemic issues rather than teachers who are always kind of making an independent choice in that regard. I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you, Dr. Barth. And I will say one of the last things the teachers said to me, they feel like we're putting all the blame of the academic distress in the schools being on academic distress on them. And so, and I think that's where Dr. Barth's comments come in that context of, again, not that it's not important, but the teachers are working under some very difficult situations, and just at least want to know that we acknowledge they're trying. They're trying really hard. So yes, I saw Ms. Newton actually grab first. So Ms. Newton.
Just a comment for Dr. Wild. Dr. Wild, were you here this morning when Dr. Ritter gave his presentation on discipline? I don't know if you heard it this morning, but
I did not.
Okay, one of the things we talked about was he made the comment that he would like to see if some schools or districts implement some sort of plan to impact the discipline, the problems that are going on in their district. He would like to follow that from the beginning all the way through. And I heard several times in different ones of these schools talking about, discipline and culture of the school, being a problem. So, this might be an opportunity for us to get some data on Ms. Dean mentioned the St. Mark's program. That was something I think that had just started this year. This might be an opportunity for us to collect some data on this program is working or this program is not, and then we might be duplicating in other areas of the state. So, I would really like, I don't know, Mr. Poore, did you hear that presentation this morning, or?
I did not hear the presentation, but I've been talking to Dr. Ritter about this concept. So I am aware of what he's trying to do and agree with your assessment that might be valuable for us to participate.
Okay, thank you.
Very good point, Ms. Newton. Thank you. Mr. Williamson.
I want to push back on your comment, Jay, about, teacher absenteeism. Because, if you want to improve the appearance or, teaching is a prestigious thing, in my opinion. But along with the prestige comes a tremendous amount of responsibility. You're a leader for these kids, and I don't think we should sweep that under the carpet and not talk about it. That is something vitally important. And if the teacher doesn't perform, i.e. missed school all the time, why are they in the building? It goes back to the teacher fair dismissal deal. You got to be, if you want a prestigious position, you should be held responsible for your actions, and go. I'm just talking to the air. Sorry, but you kind of, I don't know. I just take issue with that.
I don't think I certainly don't think we shouldn't talk about it. I think it's really a question of how we talk about it, and I think that it's very telling that the data about the percentage of folks, of teachers at I believe Henderson, who say they really don't feel like they enjoy going to work. I think that suggests something more environmental.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that.
I don't think it's how we talk about it and seeing it as evidence of some cultural issues that are really systemic, I think is an important way to think about it. It's not just about individuals waking up one morning and saying, I don't want to go to my job. And so that it's how we frame that issue, it's how we talk about that issue, especially as we're doing, I think everybody on this board deeply committed to raising the prestige of the profession. I wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Ms. Chambers?
Just a couple of things. I wanted to applaud the presenters. It's just really good to hear from the leaders of the individual schools. There's nothing more authentic than the leaders of those institutions. I wanted to commend you and to encourage you to continue to be transparent to the challenges. I actually gain more confidence hearing the very specific things that need to be addressed. It gives me confidence that we know what we need to fix and what we need to do differently. And I think sometimes society encourages to put a more positive face on it, and I think just being really honest and transparent, you did, and I would just encourage you to do more so that we can play the role that we need to play in support of you with the resources that are required. I also wanted to thank you on specificity. I know we have a ways to go, but these reports, it's easy to lose sight of the fact that this is getting better and better. There is, I really am feeling a sense of, okay, we're getting our arms around this, and this is headed in a really good direction. We're starting to feel the momentum that is actually going to achieve the goals that you have. So applauding and encouraging you on additional specificity. And last but not least, and it's what we were just talking about, there's a theme about continuity that I would ask that we continue to think about. And Dr. Wild, you mentioned it, continuity of strategy. Even a relatively average plan executed really, really well is better than, what is it, perfection at the enemy, good, is that right? Perfection at the enemy of the good, or doing something. Making sure that we stay on path, stay on target with the strategy. That's the strategic part of the continuity equation. But the other is the teacher, the people. I feel lucky that we have such talent that are coming into these roles, but it's really hard to make progress when you change out your team every year, or a significant percent of it. And so as we talk about culture, and I do think this is a culture issue, making sure that part of that, peel that back a little bit and look at what more we might do to compel the teachers, the faculty to want to be there. So it's not just an absentee issue, that's a result. But how can we be even more compelling in them wanting to be there, because they're such a key part of what we're doing. And I know there are elements of that, Dr. Poor. I think that is something that if we can solve some of this continuity issue, it will cause so many other things to be improved.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Poor, yes.
Thank you.
Answer.
I appreciate that, and appreciate your comments, Ms. Chambers. One of the things with the Achieve team that you've heard several times about, that really is a whole effort to empower our staffs and our leadership, and you heard our principals talk about that. And that's a part of what you do to address some of this thing that you're bringing about with teachers wanting to be a part of an environment, is that they're engaged and thinking that their voice is being heard. We start to change things. Second thing, you heard many of our leaders talking about getting kids involved, whether it's in thinking about how to improve the discipline, or students getting involved in helping design the new Southwest High School. That all those things of engagement create a whole different opportunity of students starting to say, I want to be there. Staff saying, I'm going to be there. And then you go package it with, and you heard 5 of our principals today, and those folks of their visibility and awareness. I think I shared last time, Michael Anthony, within a month, knew kids at Fair and was able to call them out as he walked through the hall, both congratulating them on something that happened the night before to, hey, you better get it moving, to something must be wrong. So that's going on. And then the other piece is that I think we're starting to get a recipe here with the state. And I want to call out the efforts of Dr. Wild, and then also Mr. Tolbert, who has been a real supporter. He's been at basically every Achieve team along with Ms. Streeter. And they're right there with us, talking about, hey, what about this? How about that? Can we do this? And so that whole spirit of collegiality creates a whole different culture and a dynamic. And I believe that's going to enhance our attendance rates on both things. It's going to cut down on discipline and going to improve achievement. And I appreciate the effort that's taking place between the department and my staff. And we're very fortunate to have kind of engineered that over the last several months.
Thank you. Any last questions, comments? Yes, Dr. Barth.
And this is probably for Ms. Barnes. Just where we are with the concordance process, do we have a timeline for really getting a handle on last year's testing data?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Barth, anticipating your question, I put on my regular glasses today, just for you.
So you can see me clearly.
Yeah. Okay, so you ask a very important question. Many of you know that we released the accountability reports on the 4th. We call them accountability status reports. However, we did receive a pause for the 2015 data not to be used to determine accountability both on the federal and on the state with respect to academic distress, or identifying districts or schools that may meet criteria to be placed in academic distress. We do know that we want to use all data to pull those schools and districts out of that designation if they meet the criteria as it currently stands. According to our rule, we have 30 days once we publish the accountability data. We did that officially on November 4th. That gives us 30 days. If you look at our rule, it did say 30 calendar days. I'm not trying to excite anyone right now. I'm simply trying to say that that includes weekends, holidays, and the 4th of December would be 30 calendar days. That's on a Sunday. Therefore, we would have to look at trying to meet a deadline within 28 days of December 2nd of knowing when the criteria has been met or has not been met. That being said, the linking study is on ACT Aspire's. It's in their court at this point, and Ms. Hope Allen in assessment, as well as Dr. Arola, because of the need for her to receive that data with a concordant cut score in order to do the calculations, in order for us to make this determination as to whether they have met that criteria, that threshold. So we've been urgently and vigorously having conversations with ACT Aspire. Ms. Allen had a conference call with them on Friday, and we are working with the Center for Assessment because they are now working with us with respect to our Technical Assistance Committee, which is one that works with our assessment and accountability. We've done a lot of work to try to ensure that whatever we are looking at, we're aligning as much as possible, not only the accountability components, but our assessment components. And so all of that being said, we have asked them with respect to some recommendations. We met with our TAC, our Technical Assistance Committee, October 6th and 7th in order to try to prepare for the time when it would be post-appeal data. And so the TAC made some recommendations after visiting with ACT Aspire representatives, and they are in the process now with the updated data, the post-appeal data, of trying to look at how the concordant cut scores will be derived, and that will be that linking study. We had hopes that they would have already had that for us based on some of the recommendations and the discussions, but I think they now understand why we need it. And so I can say to you that we are working toward meeting our own imposed by rule deadlines. So we hope early December we will have the information. Now, will we have the actual scores applied in the calculation? That's really going to be dependent upon when we get the information back from ACT Aspire. We also have put plans in place to be sure that we are working with our technical advisory committee so that they can review that study based on what is provided, so that as we apply these cut scores, we will be able to statistically and reliably say to you as a board that we feel this is a fair representation of performance, and so it has been linked back to the previous assessment or previous assessments, because we have 3 different assessments in 3 different years. So I said all of that so that you would understand our goal is to have that early December. It's dependent upon when we get that methodology to apply the scores so that we can do the calculations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any final questions? Then with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve that we accept Little Rock's report.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Dr. Barth. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Little Rock School District. With that, we will take a 10-minute break until, is it now 3? I guess it is, 3:25. Thank you so much. agenda here, and so do want to proceed and be respectful of everyone's time. We are going to move on to action agenda item B3, and this is the ADE site review and team recommendations for the Mineral Springs High School. Once again, Dr. Wild is, there he is, sorry. You moved sides of the room on me. Dr. Wild, you're recognized. Thank you.
Richard Wild, School Improvement Unit. You have before you the report from the review team and the recommendations that they're making. I would call your attention to the fact that recommendation 2, 3, and 4 are similar to other recommendations that the review teams have made. The first recommendation, however, is not, and to some degree it sounds like it's addressing personnel. The intent here is just to indicate that if the board approves that recommendation, one of the requirements for the district would be to have a full-time school improvement specialist.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Zook.
Do you know whether or not they're keeping their board up to date on what y'all are doing? And
we do, and we have Mr. Turner here, who is the superintendent, and so you might
ask him. Okay.
Ask.
Thank you. Did you want to ask him, Ms. Zook?
I saw him. I thought
Wonderful.
I looked, and then I looked away, and I couldn't see him again. Sorry.
Wonderful. And just, I don't know if it's Ms. Freno or Ms. Davis, shall I swear him in? Yes. Okay. If you could kindly raise your right hand, and if anyone else is here from the Mineral Schools District that may, everyone's joining in here, that may offer testimony. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. You may proceed. And if you could state your name and title for the court reporter and record, please.
My name is Curtis Turner Jr. I'm the superintendent of schools in Mineral Springs. To answer your question, Ms. Zook, we give monthly reports. Of course, as I said, we're very early in the process here.
Sure.
But even prior to this, we were informing the board each month. I had hired an outside consultant who comes in, she talks to the board, she brings them up to speed as far as student performance, many other factors each month. Now we'll include this or integrate this into that report each month.
Okay. I just wondered, because I know, you all did come in to ask to be not labeled academic distress.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I just knew that we didn't follow your request, and so I just wanted to be sure that your local board knew you have your point of view, we had our point of view, and so that they can weigh the pluses and minuses of all of that.
Yes, ma'am. We've kept the board informed from day one.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Questions or comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to accept the report from Mineral Springs.
And just to offer a tweak, I think it's the recommendation this time instead of the recommendation of the department.
Yeah.
And with that, do I have a second?
A second.
Wonderful. So motion made by Ms. Dean, seconded by Mr. Black. Unless there's something else you need us to add, Dr. Wild.
This would be a good opportunity to ask about the process in terms of the review and the making of the recommendations. And you do have the superintendent. And again, going back to, they had appealed, and so how does the superintendent and the district feel about the recommendations? This would be an opportunity to do that.
Thank you. And so to avail ourselves of the opportunity and the recommendation of Dr. Wild, now we do have a motion out there, so I will say either, and just as a point of order, should we retract that or just consider this as part of discussion? So we have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation. It was offered to us that maybe we would want to hear a little bit more about the district's response to the recommendation.
I would suggest if you feel like you're going to take any action based on their response, then if the maker and the second are okay with withdrawing their motion and can put it later, that's okay. But if you don't think you're going to take any action, then you can go ahead and vote on it and then still hear from them.
Ms. Dean?
I can withdraw.
Okay. And are you all right with that as well, Mr. Black? Okay, so motion withdrawn, and district, I apologize, it's been a long, long day already for us. But if anyone from Mineral Springs would like to speak to your thoughts about this recommendation from the department.
We have reviewed the recommendation through our leadership committee, and as I said, I don't really go into all the nuts and bolts of the process because y'all have heard that all day from probably other districts. We meet at least twice a month on a district level, and then there are numerous meetings that goes on within each school throughout the course of the month. And as I said, that data, whatever it is we might be discussing, is brought back to me in the district at the district level, and then of course it's carried directly to the board. We've reviewed the recommendations and through my leadership team, and we, as I told Dr. Wild, we concur with those recommendations, and we're ready to move forward. One thing that I might point out, I've heard a little bit today about various programs, but I've heard very little about results. And let me assure you that we have already seen results prior to the classification. As I stood here and told you 2 or 3 months ago, we had seen results at that point, and we're continuing to see gains, working with the department now. So I'm anticipating that we'll continue, that we should continue to see gains as we move forward with this process. So, I'll be glad to try to answer a question if I can. If not, we will be coming back, I'm sure, and giving you an update, in the near future. I didn't bring any data with me today. I really didn't know to what extent I would be speaking to you, so I'd rather have that in front of me before I elaborate much.
Thank you. Dr. Barth.
This is actually probably for Dr. Wild. I was just struck in this set of recommendations, the fourth recommendation related to school board training, which felt different than previous ones we've seen, which have been primarily kind of more traditional training that we would expect. But this feels like maybe a different kind of training with the Center for Public Education. And could you just talk through that and why that recommendation was made?
Well, in truth, what we have done with all of the all the schools that have been classified in academic distress, we are asking that they report each quarter to their school board on the 45-day progress reports. So this was in keeping with that, but also to say if the board would like additional training related to school improvement and how a school board can facilitate school improvement, then we would be willing to provide that.
And are there groups out there that specialize in aiding boards, local boards, in school turnaround? Are there good or groups who have shown a good track record in really helping lay leaders get a handle on it?
For the most part, the School Boards Association is their primary support, and then who they choose for additional support beyond that is all left up to local control. However, I would point to the National School Boards Association, and at their website they have the School Turnaround Toolkit, and we have recommended people to review that toolkit, and it is very friendly towards school boards in their role in the school improvement process.
Because we all know the turnaround process is very different than the traditional leadership process. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Kaufman.
I would recommend that we also set a date for when they would come back to report, either to the board or more in keeping with the standing committee.
Most definitely. Do you have a recommendation to that offer of recommendation, Ms. Kaufman? Or actually, Dr. Wild, I know on times like this you've helped us with guidance.
Given that they're just entering into the process, we would probably recommend March or April, and so that we would at least always have the beginnings of 45-day progress reports.
And from the district, would you prefer March or April?
I would say March. I think that would probably be a little bit more appropriate. And to your question on school board training, we've hired, we do use the School Board Association, but we've also hired an outside consultant who will come in, and she will be doing some intense board training on interpreting test results, how to take that data, that sort of thing. So that's in progress as we speak.
Thank you. So with that, any final questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Kaufman.
Just for clarification, that'll be March 10th.
March 10th, thank you. And we can include that as part of a motion, which I would welcome and entertain right now from our colleagues. Ms. Dean, would you like to remake your motion?
Report to the standing committee.
We didn't even have Mineral Springs on the list.
I move to approve the recommendations for Mineral Springs School District and to set a report to the standing committee for March 10th.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. And Mr. Black will second then. So motion made by Ms. Dean and seconded again by Mr. Black. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Best of luck to you all, and we look forward to seeing you in March. Moving on now to action agenda item number 4, B4, the Haas Hall Academy Quarterly Report on Partnership and Diversity. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report was provided by Haas Hall under your request when you all approved their expansion into Springdale. We have Dr. Schottmeyer and Heather Holloway on the phone should you have questions, and then their attorney, Mark Henry, is present.
Thank you so much, Ms. Boyd. Any questions from our colleagues?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Williamson.
Why are we singling Haas Hall out?
We had just requested this. Part of where the conversation was from the last time they appeared for us in July was whether they would have the ability and capacity to do outreach to the intended target communities in Springdale, of our Hispanic and Marshallese communities. And so part of the conversation in tracking with this was to be able to come back. And I don't think we had said as formally that this would necessarily be an action agenda item. My guess is that, and part of the reason this is here is we'll be also considering their expansion request here in just a minute, and so this just gives us an opportunity to consider both of them together. So normally this would be in a consent agenda item more than anything.
I realize
yes,
that.
yeah.
Did we ask any of the other charters to produce this report before we heard their case today?
No, this is tied to the July. This was, so it just happened to coincide. This actually is tied to their expansion in Springdale, not to the expansion in Rogers. And so it just happened to coincide with the expansion request for the Rogers community.
Are we going to single out every charter school to create a report back to us on some little micromanaged little piece that, I mean, it seems ridiculous to me to have them to produce this. Yeah, I think we're singling out one charter school in the whole state, and I just think it's wrong.
My recollection from the July meeting was this was a one-time request that was done specifically because of the intended expansion into some new demographic groups with whom, yes, Ms. Kaufman.
Quarterly reports. It's a yeah.
Oh, we indicated at the time quarterly reports. Mm-hmm. I think it was just tied to the expansion with this specific Springdale and outreach efforts and the question at that time.
We're only going to have it one time, or are we going to ask them to do this again in 3 months?
That would be the discretion of the board as per the July meeting. It was the quarterly is what Ms. Kaufman is indicating and Ms. Boyd are indicating for, I think, just the duration of this year and the lead up to the opening of the Springdale campus.
That's correct. It was part of the motion that led to the approval of the expansion into Springdale.
It would seem to me that if we're concerned about their demographic and they're not open yet and they haven't had their lottery yet, that it would be premature even if we decided to continue to request a report, it's premature to have them report on their diversity when they haven't had their lottery yet, and they have no control over who applies nor who will get pulled to attend.
That's
So
my point. I mean, why are you forcing them to report on this when the lottery functions and you have no control over it?
And I think the concern was around the demographics in the lottery and ensuring that there was diverse demographics in the lottery. But Dr. Barth.
Well, yeah, and I think there have been concerns about lottery issues at Haas Hall, and in many ways, the outcome of the lottery is determined by the input of the lottery, which students are actually in the pool, and the planning process. And I really did appreciate this report, which I think does show some thoughtfulness in terms of going beyond what might normally be done to ensure that the pool of applicants from which that lottery process pulls will be a stronger pool. And I think that's what explains it, because we had a long conversation in July about Haas Hall's history and whether they were fully prepared to go into a community which is very different demographically than the communities that they've been in before this expansion.
And I will say, I don't think our motion at that time had stipulated a structure for this, and so I think we can all say they went above and beyond with the beautiful presentation of this report. I think it was more of an intention of getting a sense of outreach strategies, new strategies that they were taking on, and as much as possible, even us having the opportunity to help inform that, so that even they could help meet their goal of the intended outcome. And again, it's an acknowledgement that even within their current lottery pool, that this is a new body of folks with whom they were drawing. So with that, I'm glad to entertain any questions. And again, it's been indicated Dr. Schottmeyer is on the phone, and Mr. Henry here in person if there's any questions for any of the members of Haas Hall. Or, Mr. Henry, did you want to make a statement?
Sure, just 2 seconds. Again, it's Mark Henry. I've been with Haas Hall for a little while, and I appreciate your time. One question we have is whether or not this report is adequate for your needs. I'm here if you want any more data, if you expected to see more, if you expected to see anything else, let us know and it'll be in the next report. But there's an issue on how long it's going to go, I guess. Hearing you talk today does prompt the question of, is this an indefinite report, or is it only until we open? That's the only clarification that I would ask from the board.
Do you know when the lottery will be held?
The people on the teleconference might, and
oh,
sorry.
Ms. Boyd.
It's scheduled to happen on February 21st.
February 21st. So it would seem to me that as well done as this report is, I would say that the next report would be after the lottery, because this obviously is in process. I don't know that any more will be available to put in another report in just 3 months. So if we had it after the lottery, but at the pleasure of the board, I don't know. This was a very well done, very thorough report, a lot of good information.
And in response to Dr., I do want to say there's kind of 2 points for this report. And Dr. Barth kind of thought about this report as a good way for us to make good on our statements to you about our desire to cooperate with Springdale and all other superintendents. And in that report, I believe the version you have also talks about the efforts that we've undertaken. And those are great prompting, and the report shows that we followed through with that as well.
Yes, Ms. Chambers.
I was sitting here trying to remember why we had asked for it when we had asked for it, and I couldn't, but this has helped. I'm back. The thing that I thought, and Dr. Barth said it, it was to help ensure that you had the opportunity of engaging the community prior to the lottery.
Yes.
So that your pool was as diverse as it could be based on informed families.
Yes.
The lottery is what the lottery is, but the outcome will only be as diverse as the pool was diverse.
Yes.
So that's back to the timing why it's now as opposed to later. But it will be, I think, important, how many more of these there are in the future. We don't want to be burdensome, but it would be very good, I think, for the board to hear from you after the lottery.
Yes.
To see how it actually worked out.
Happy to.
Well, and I think, as I remember too, we had some concerns expressed to us. The charter office here had assured us, based on their observations, that many of those were unfounded reports. And so we were saying, well, let's shed some light, give Haas Hall an opportunity to show people what they're doing, put the report out there. So it was, to an extent, an effort to make Haas Hall, give them an opportunity to make it as transparent so we could demonstrate, yes, they're doing exactly what they say they will do, and like they always have.
And I will say as well, with myself, and it coming from specifically that community and working with these populations, it was also an opportunity to hopefully help inform the strategies. And I will say in the lead up to this meeting, did have a conversation with Mr. Henry and Mr. Schottmeyer to just offer some additional advice of some additional strategies in the lead up to the lottery of best practices and outreach to our Hispanic and Marshallese communities in Springdale. And so again, I think it was not again even a punishment of any sorts, but an opportunity for us to all collectively together support and offer transparency to their intended mission, which did, for this specific expansion in campus, did include some new populations that aren't, at least currently, in high representation in their lottery. So, yes, Dr. Barth.
So, Ms. Boyd, if the lottery is in February, when would we likely know the demographic composition of the successful the folks who were successful in that lottery?
Maybe Ms. Holloway is on the phone, and maybe she can help. I think right now we've encouraged them not to collect that type of information in the lottery application itself, but only to collect that information when it comes time to enrollment. So it could be the middle of October 2017 before we have hard and firm numbers, but there could be some interim numbers in terms of if people fill out enrollment forms prior to that. Ms. Holloway?
Yes, I agree with that completely. It will be October 2017 before we would have those firm numbers, but we will have a little bit better an idea in, I'd say, August. We'd have somewhat of an idea. We'll have firm data after we get everything processed, and that will be October, according to the standards that are set by the Charter Authorizing Office.
So there's, because I think my question is whether if we could just bump it a couple of months, whether we could get at least some preliminary information about whether these strategies have actually been successful. And I say this for a couple of reasons. First off, it's the Haas Hall issue and the transparency that Ms. Zook talked about. But I think it's also because we want lessons to be learned for other schools, other open enrollment charter schools that are in similar situations, in similar communities. And we want good information to be spread about what does work. So that's what I'm trying to work through is we want that information out as soon as possible, but we need some evidence that these have actually succeeded.
But until they actually enroll, we won't know boy, girl, third grade, what grade, race, any of that, because that's not identified on the name.
Right, and I appreciate it. In fact, we don't want that on the until we move away from a blind lottery entirely. It's best not to have that information on the front end. I get that, but I do want us to have it as soon as possible after the lottery. So you really think, can we get something more preliminary?
I defer to Ms. Holloway. Ms. Holloway, is there, in terms of the window you provide for when typically would you say that a majority or a large number of the applicants actually begin enrolling once you have notified them of their acceptance or of a lottery spot?
We start enrolling pretty much immediately after the lottery, but we don't actually collect those forms and that data until towards the summer. We have an orientation event in July, and we're happy to go ahead and start collecting that data, but it wouldn't be complete until we actually finish enrolling kids, which as my understanding of how the system works with what I provide as far as reports for the state, I wouldn't have that final data until October. So I could give a better idea, but again, it's going to be incomplete data anytime before October.
So it sounds like you could have preliminary, incomplete data by the end of July.
I'd be happy to provide any preliminary data that we're allowed to do. It's just that we don't start collecting that data until the end of the summer.
So with that, thoughts, Dr. Barth, because that ties into the question of Mr. Henry in terms of, and many opposed here of next steps. I guess where I'm hearing with this is, and please know we're sensitive to the fact that this is a summer activity and process that's in place. But I would concur with Dr. Barth. And because we are hearing another expansion today that once again is yet with another community, very similar demographics and such, and obviously that will be addressed separately, but it feels that even the community at Haas Hall would want to know if these strategies were successful so that it would apply with the expansion if approved by this board, right, for the other campus as well. If there's, again, any data that could be collected, sounds like of enrollments beginning already immediately after the lottery. I just am wondering if there's anything that we can get in terms of just blanket trends for March or April, I guess is where I'm trying to get at with, or does that just sound not conceivable?
Yeah, I think in my mind, I was thinking that from what Ms. Holloway said, that the earliest would be at your August meeting, and you'd probably even have better numbers and better presented data in their September meeting. Because if they're going to have orientation events in July, and that would be a better idea of the preliminary data would be more reflective of what you'll see in October, with given what happens in July at those orientation events.
Yes, Ms. Chambers?
I was just going to make a suggestion. Unless there's a specific date that is informed by the data that we're pressing for this early information, I'd go when there actually is real information. And whether that's September or October, but I think we'd all benefit from it, we'd learn from it, and unless there's a specific reason to try to pull the essence of it early, let's wait until we have fact.
Right, so those hard numbers will come in from October 1 enrollment data, which is processed and usually available to us by mid-October at the state level, and so then you could hear those in your November board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
A year from now.
Mm-hmm.
And where I'm appreciative of that, I guess I'm in some ways still somewhat, and I guess it's just, again, and that was with the conversation raised by Springdale and Fayetteville, and again, this is what this is in regards to, is that one. Obviously, we'll address the expansion separately today, but whether this will just be overflow of that campus versus really drawing on from the demographics of the Springdale community, I guess, is if there's, but that may be, and if there's any way we can, and maybe there's not, but I guess just aspirationally to just find out if there was indeed some success would bring me better comfort.
So how about the
Commissioner, are you sure? Okay.
I was just going to throw out a compromise of 6 months from now. So we'd have two reports, 6 months from now, just how the lottery went. We're not going to have very good demographic data, but we would still have a continuation of this report, which is a very good start. We would have knowledge of how the lottery went, and then we would get a full report 6 months after that in November that does have full data. That would be my suggestion is maybe a way that's not too onerous on the on Haas Hall, but is also still giving us information that can be maybe employed as other schools in similar communities make outreach.
Yes, Commissioner?
I would just caution, without real data from actual certified submissions, when we start delving into analyzing demographics, that, you know, it's an open enrollment charter school. You under our law, you cannot set up any kind of racial or otherwise demographic litmus test, so to speak, or real or perceived. And I think if we go too far before we get real data, it could be perceived that this board and the department is engaged in some type of filtering. And I would just caution the board to keep that in mind when we are having these conversations.
And they didn't, in their charter, it's my understanding, it's like a contract. And in the contract, it didn't say, we didn't approve it based on X percent of girls, X percent of boys, X percent of African American, X percent. We said, you may have a charter. We want you to make every effort to make sure everybody knows about it. And because I know as a pattern of charters across the United States, until they've been in effect sometimes 3 to 5 years, you don't really have a good view of their special ed population, because in fact, if I have a child that needs service from handicap, then I want to be sure that school's, first of all, going to stay around, and second of all, has really good teachers. So if we didn't approve a contract that says XXXXX, I think it's interesting for us to know. We are been reassured they're going to reach out. They're going to be, you know, they're going to do it in different languages. They're going to do it at different churches. They're going to do it in a lot of different ways. But we can't hold them to something that is not in the contract that they ask us to approve to begin with. You know, I know that, like, the same thing is true with homeschool. We don't say, well, no, you can't homeschool your kids because, you know, we don't have the same demographic as we do in the traditional school. We didn't say to KIPP, you know, you can't have your school because in the beginning years it was 99% African American and only 1%. You know, we look at their contract, we look at what they propose, and then it's up to the parents, the community, if they've advertised correctly, to see if somebody wants to go to school there. If I were in that town and I had children who wanted to participate in tradition and organized sports, then I wouldn't apply to that school. You know, I mean, so there's a lot of reasons other than your race and your gender and your economic status why you may or may not choose to pick one school over another. And I think that we just need to keep that in mind, that these are contracts. We look at the contract as proposed. We either decide to approve it or not approve it and then go from there. But we don't micromanage and get in their weeds, as long as they have assured us, which this report, it was excellent, that they in fact are doing what they have said they would do, and maybe even beyond what they've done before.
Yeah. Mr. Roth?
Yes, Ms. Newton.
I just think as a board that we have a charter group that is excellent, and Haas Hall has gone above and beyond describing what they're going to do through their lottery process, and I trust Ms. Boyd's group to oversee that, to make sure it's done correctly. You know, and if we as a board want to see data, I don't want to see data until it's fact. I don't want to say, well, this might be. I would rather see fact. And so, you know, if we want them back, I would look at it as an opportunity for Haas Hall to maybe brag on what they have done with their lottery process and maybe show it as an example for other charters. But, I trust y'all that y'all are doing a good job, and y'all will oversee the process and make sure it's done correctly.
Thank you, Ms. Newton.
And then I'll entertain a motion. Yes, Ms. Boyd.
I'd like to clarify before you guys make a motion. If you're interested in not getting a report every 3 months moving forward, We need to discuss that with the school, and if they agree to that, make that part of the motion, so that we can document that change.
Yes, that was going to be my recommendation to the board in regards to the motion, that we also reflect the reporting. Yes, Dr. Barth.
We've gotten lost on this issue. I actually did have one question about the report,
Yes.
about the report itself. Probably, I don't know if it's for Mr. Henry or whoever, but I wasn't, obviously an issue with Haas Hall has been the food service issue, and I noticed the conversation about collaboration with Springdale, and could you talk, or whoever, whether it's somebody on the phone or you, Mr. Henry, about where that's headed in terms of what that might look like at the actual school for students who are there?
That's for Dr. Schottmeyer is on the phone as well. He's the better person to answer that question.
All right.
Mr. Schottmeyer, you're recognized.
I've had numerous conversations with the Associate Superintendent Jared Cleveland of Springdale School System. I toured their innovation school, how they prepared the food, what type of food they prepared, portion sizes, prices, and we have a verbal discussion that they could assist us with food service, and they would do the paperwork. Now, if you consider the Lane Hotel today, it has a fully functioning industrial kitchen. We will provide food at the Lane Hotel.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up question, Dr. Barth?
So it's still, the short story is, you've had some initial conversations and are continuing to work on that issue related to the Springdale location.
Yes, sir, that's correct. We're continuing to talk about it, but something's gonna work, and certainly we both have to get both of our boards on board to do it. But I think that Jared and Marty like the idea very much.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Chambers. Yes, please.
Here we go. I would like to move that we approve the acceptance of this report and stay the quarterly reporting that had been part of the earlier obligation, and instead go to a report in October or November, October? November, when we have specifics that we can learn from in terms of how the process went and any best practices that might be shared with other charter organizations.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Ms. Zook. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to action agenda item B5, consideration of the charter authorizing panel decision on the charter school amendment request from Haas Hall Academy, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, it's the same parties before you. They have requested a campus in Rogers, and the panel approves that request. And as a reminder, with these items, your motion should be to review or to not review.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. And again, questions from the board are purely toward consideration of, again, review or not review versus anything that would be more specific in nature. I guess I'll proceed with the first question just from some late night, last minute comments coming in. It seems that some concern was raised by some local businesses around parking and traffic in the area. And I was just wondering if somebody would speak to that, that inquiry that was posed. Mr. Henry, you're recognized.
Thank you. Excuse me, sorry. So this application went through the charter authorizing panel. You understand that in the file there is a very nice letter from Mayor Greg Hines, fully in support of this. There's other letters in that packet associated with the Chamber of Commerce. The president saying this is great for downtown revitalization. Sorry. So, coupled with those letters, coupled with discussions that Dr. Schottmeyer had with the impacted superintendents and having no objection at the time, this went through the normal process. So I understand that the chairperson wants a specific response to emails that were given to me this morning from people in Rogers, and there's 8 or 9 of them. Maybe you have them, maybe you don't. We got them today. I would prefer not to go into the line-by-line targeting analysis of the motivations, or who is this person, or was this person sanctioned, meaning authorized by the Rogers School District to speak on behalf. Should the board interpret this as a formal objection by the Rogers School District or any affected interest, or is this instead their reasonable opportunity to be heard? If it is their reasonable opportunity to be heard, I applaud that. However, there are steps that allow me to prepare a reasonable defense to that. We've had a history, you and me. We've been before you several times, and the last time we were here, there's a last-minute letter from the Fayetteville School District and the Springdale School District, and we were apprised of that on the day of the hearing, or the day right before the hearing. What I did was prompt a full review by you, and so we all came down and made a full review. I would encourage you to carefully consider whether or not you're going to say last minute, no notice, emails that have very interested statements that are hard for us to refute immediately serve as the singular basis for you to now say, let's review everything and set everything aside. But to your question, the parking. Any successful school is going to have a parking or traffic issue, whether it be Haas Hall Fayetteville, Fayetteville High School, Rogers High School. It is always a logistic that the downtown addresses, the town in which they sit addresses. And we're going to work with whomever to make sure that's not a problem. Is it a crisis? Absolutely not. Will we work through that problem as one of the many that opening a new school goes through? Yes, we promise to. So specific issues in that you need further assurances by us that we're determined to make this work.
Well, Mr. Henry, I'll open it up now to questions from the board, but I do want to say that this was not from the school district.
Okay.
And the questions to which I referred, yes, there was some from teachers. The one that just was wondering, and again, it's not uncommon with charter school applications to discuss transportation or traffic or things like this. And it, what distinguished at least a couple of them to me was that from local businesses, that would be neighboring businesses to this. Okay. And not being aware or feeling them, that with the announcement of this hearing, then them starting to reflect and wondering what would be the potential impact with the businesses there locally.
Right.
So,
and I applaud and don't mean to say that they should not be heard. But I do believe that there's a process that we need to follow to respect your time and also give you reasonable, credible arguments. As for the local businesses, I believe that is going to be excited about the Lane Hotel being renovated. It was boarded up. Now it's going to be beautiful. Those businesses, let me touch something else that was from the emails. There are restaurants in the area. And some of you may have read the emails, and there is alcohol permits tied to some of those restaurants. Haas Hall Academy has uniforms. This is an amazing way to spot who's a student and not. You know, Haas Hall Academy will do whatever you think is appropriate, but I do point out that when you come to a downtown area and revitalize it, there's going to be existing businesses. For a school to open near a place or a restaurant that might serve alcohol after 4 o'clock or whenever they serve it, it's not illegal for a school to open. The law is written the other way. It may be illegal for a new license for a liquor store to say, if you're within 1,000 feet of a school, let's pay. In fact, we're not even, but the converse is not true. So I'm happy to do this, but I feel like I'm doing it kind of off the cuff, and I apologize for that because we got it today. I can be happy to show you that there's about 25, and I'm not disparaging Fayetteville, there's 25 restaurants near Fayetteville High School today because it's in a busy part of town. And they work together and they make it a top priority that there's no minors. It's the business that checks people at the door, and we put a giant uniform on our students that's going to make it very easy for any business to see what our students are. Dr. Schottmeyer has authorized me to tell you that we'd be happy to hire security guards or whatever if that is ever an issue. But right now, it seems to be a left field shot from out of the dark that I would urge you to discount, because the mayor of Rogers endorses and really wants us to do this. The Chamber of Commerce has looked at the location and knows fully well what's around it. It's not a risk, and I apologize if I'm rambling, but I feel like I'm just kind of shooting in the dark. I apologize.
And again, and I apologize if past meetings of this, you feel like you're on the defense here, and I promise nobody was using the words here around illegal. I was just hoping that you would elucidate on the transportation. I know, again, that this is conversations that we've had with other schools. So the answers that you've provided is along the direction of where. But again, my question was not in the intent of putting you on the, but just a consideration of wanting to understand some of the logistics. And again, these are conversations that we've had with other charter schools as well. So thank you. With that, I open up to other questions.
I don't feel singled out. I apologize. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard, and my voice might sound defensive, Dr. Barth.
Ms. Zook.
Well, I think that with East, it's right in the middle of town and right in the middle of businesses, and school people care about the safety of their kids. School people care about what's going on with them all day long and most of the time at night. So I think working out those details, something that I'm sure, good school people, I happen to have grandkids at Fayetteville High School, so I can assure you that the community had a lot of discussion, but the school still got built where the school is, and they've done the best they can with that. So, for people who feel comfortable contacting us and us being aware of their concerns, I think sometimes if they had talked to you all, that could have alleviated maybe some of those concerns as well. So, having said that, I would recommend or move not review Haas Hall's Rogers application for a charter school.
Ms. Zook, I will see if there's additional questions first. Well, since I guess we have a first, Ms. Zook, and second by Mr. Williamson, I do want to open up for discussion because I know other colleagues didn't have a chance to ask questions. Yes, I saw Ms. Newton first.
I was just going to second the motion.
Okay, I heard Mr. Williamson. I think Dr. Barth might have a question.
Yeah, so I have a question for Ms. Boyd, and I know there was conversation at the authorizing panel on the location, on the general location issues, but on the specific issue about safety and traffic, how specific were those conversations at the charter authorizing?
I don't think we spoke at length about traffic. When we talked about transportation, we talked about the availability of transportation to students who may not otherwise have it.
Okay, okay, which is a different issue than this. Okay.
Any discussion? Otherwise, we have a motion by Ms. Zook and seconded by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
We have one opposed, but otherwise the motion carries. And best of luck to Haas Hall. Thank you. Moving on to action agenda item B7. Consider.
To recuse from this?
Okay. I apologize. B6. I was getting ahead of myself there. Yes. Thank you. B6.
I'm sorry. One moment. The motion was to not review.
The motion was not to review.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. And it was made by Ms. Zook and seconded by Mr. Williamson. And then the opposing vote was Dr. Barth. So again, moving on to action agenda item B6, consideration of the charter authorizing panel decision on the KIPP Delta Public Schools Helena, West Helena campus. Ms. Boyd, you are, apologies. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we have KIPP Delta from Helena, West Helena. They requested a location change. And we do have Mr. Shirey, the executive director, on the phone, and we have Ms. Goodwin here with us today, if you have any questions.
Thank you. And again, before us, board, is just whether to review or not review. So any questions or comments that would help inform the board's decision? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to not review.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Ms. Dean, seconded by Dr. Barth.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And if someone could kindly retrieve Ms. Zook. And then while Ms. Zook is coming back here, we will now move on to action agenda item B7, consideration of the charter authorizing panel's decision in regards to Arkansas Arts Academy in Rogers. Now, this time, Ms. Boyd. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, just an explanation. Most of you know I'll be taking leave in February, and so I'm getting my staff prepared to do this when I'm not here. So item 7, we have Arkansas Arts Academy. They requested an enrollment increase to happen gradually over the next 4 years, and that was approved by the panel. We have Ms. Mary Lay on the phone to, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. I turn to the board. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Williamson.
This is in Rogers.
That's correct.
Also, isn't it? Okay. Did we have anybody complaining about parking or any issues regarding this school?
Not at the last hearing or since then. This school has been in operation. This is one of our longest standing open enrollments.
Right. Expansion, so traffic would be rougher. So just making sure that no one else. Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
This is not a location change, correct?
It's not a location change. It's an enrollment expansion to happen gradually over a few years.
And sort of a remodeling of a building. Yeah. It's really pretty.
And Mr. Williamson, I will say this isn't a part of town, and so, but it is. But just as I agree with Ms. Zook, it's a beautiful location, and there'll be a beautiful expansion. So if it's approved. So with that, any questions? Additional questions? I'd entertain a motion from the board.
I move not to review.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Newton, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, and any opposed? Apologies. Yes, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to action agenda item B8, consideration of the charter authorizing panel decision in regards to Cross County High School. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you. Cross County High School was approved by the Charter Authorizing Panel for their request, and we have Carolyn Wilson and Stephen Prince on the phone if you should have any questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Any questions from the board? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Move not to approve, not to review.
The very idea.
Quite different. Thank you. A motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to action agenda item B9, consideration of the charter authorizing panel's decision in regards to the Excel Center in Little Rock. Ms. Boyd, you're
Thank you.
recognized.
This was the application for the Adult Education Charter School brought forward by the Goodwill Company. If you have any questions, there are representatives here to answer those.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Any questions from the board? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the Excel Center Adult Goodwill Little Rock Charter. I approve that we not review. Sorry. I just, thank you.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Zook, seconded by Ms. Chambers. To clarify, it's not to review. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, once again, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to action agenda item B10, consideration of the charter authorizing panel's decision in regards to the River Valley Virtual Academy in Van Buren. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Yes, this was a district conversion application that the panel approved. If you have any questions, the superintendent of Van Buren School District is here.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Any questions from the board? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Move not to review the panel's decision.
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Barr, seconded by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Aye.
For those of you, sorry.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Yes, Ms. Zook.
I was just going to say, for those who went to Van Buren the other day for the announcement of the Teacher of the Year, this is their conversion charter. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Moving on to action agenda item B11, Consideration of the charter authorizing panel's decision on the district conversion charter for Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School in Harrisburg, Arkansas. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you. We have the superintendent, Danny Sample, here. Are there any questions for the application from Harrisburg?
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Move not to review.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Newton, seconded by Mr. Williamson.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, while Mr. Sample's here, recognize not only the work they're doing here, but also the work with Wiener Elementary, the School of Innovation, the award that they received recently, Blue Ribbon School, your Ms. Hogue, your principal, and the national award that she just received. While we're here with the board and you're here, I just want to say congratulations, great work to your team there in the Harrisburg District.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And congratulations on our behalf. Thank you. Moving on to action agenda item B12, consideration of the charter authorizing panel decision in regards to Harrison High School, Harrison, Arkansas. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Yes, the panel approved this application for the district conversion charter. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from the board? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Move not to review the panel's approval.
Do I have a second? Okay, motion made by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Black. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Moving on to action agenda item B13, consideration of the charter authorizing panel's decision in regards to the conversion charter for Hot Springs Junior Academy. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hot Springs Junior Academy was approved by the panel, and we representatives from the school if you should have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Any questions? Maybe a comment from the commissioner.
I think y'all should review this one.
Just to get Mike Hernandez to come visit us more often. Mike, I think that's the commissioner's way of saying we miss you, so. Often in Little Rock.
I move not to review.
Except Dr. Barth. Dr. Barth doesn't want to see you, so.
Great to see you, Mike.
Motion made by Dr. Barth. Do I have a second? Second. I heard Ms. Chambers first. So motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Hernandez. Moving on to action agenda item B14, consideration of the charter authorizing panel's decision on the district conversion charter for North Little Rock Center of Excellence in North Little Rock. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
This was a charter that was approved by the panel. There are representatives from North Little Rock to speak should you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Any questions from the board?
No, I'd like to make a comment, though. The community is so excited about this, and I'm excited for all of Central Arkansas because they are a choice district, and this is the first conversion charter in Central Arkansas, and I'm just very excited about their idea, their team. They're going to be involved in a lot of mastery learning kinds of things, and it's going to be really good for all the students in this area. And I move that we not review.
Motion made by Ms. Hook, seconded by Ms. Dean. Any discussion? I know we jumped right into a motion. All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to action agenda item B15, consideration of the authorizing panel's decision on the district conversion charter for Prairie Grove High School, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you. The Prairie Grove High School was approved by the charter authorizing panel, and we have representatives here today if you have any questions for them.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Any questions or comments from the board? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I've actually just got a question. On conversion charters, why do we have student enrollment caps? They're, in essence, traditional schools.
I believe,
Is it just required by
I
law?
believe it's in the, I'm not sure on that. I know that we often think about it in terms of choice, like when a district applies for a charter, one is this a charter that you plan to have just to serve the students in your area, or are you planning to serve students statewide? Also, I think it has something to do with funding, because we can't fund over what the cap is. But I can't recall off the top of my head if it's in the law or the rules.
Yeah, it's just a kind of, I mean, obviously open enrollment, but it's probably not relevant. It just has, I've meant to ask it several times,
Yeah.
and it just kind of struck me because they are traditional schools, but it actually doesn't make a lot of sense that they have caps.
Generally set them based on what, do you know why we have them? It's approved.
Trip might know, he's back there too.
Some people to abuse it.
It's fine.
Okay.
You can go back to me if you want to.
Yeah, we'll look into it when we review our rules for updates.
If I could just offer, I think, and maybe not opposed or not, I feel like in previous conversations, many times it's because it's a pilot project or for class sizes, for the purpose of the program quality or the instructors that they're going to get that they've decided to contain. I don't think it's something necessarily in statute,
Right.
but maybe done so that it's kind of their own sort of, or determining number of students is my understanding from past applications that we've gotten.
And I'm sorry I stepped out. I think that the enrollment cap, again, it's not necessarily in the law so much as it is that there is a capacity, if the entire school you don't want to have to put a position where all of a sudden they have to build more buildings. I mean, it's more of still a sense to, pardon me? Right. Yeah, kind of to advise them. I mean, and I hate to say like control that, but they don't want to grow unexpectedly in 1 year and can't support the infrastructure. Again, you also don't want to set your enrollment cap so high such that it becomes abused for purposes of, just getting students but not really being able to support them. They want to maintain that they're, focused on the reason conversion and the education that they're giving those students for that purpose.
Yeah, but they, and if it's a whole school conversion, obviously they can't turn away students who have moved into that area. So
That is correct.
It's just kind of a quirk.
Right, it is. I mean, if the whole school is a conversion, you're right. But, generally they're not going to probably get 500 kids from one school year to the next. It would be more of a gradual, that the school itself and the district could gradually grow rather than all of a sudden they had 500 kids from year to year.
Right. I apologize for holding us up, but it was just one of those things I've been curious about.
No, it helps in the state. So with that, Ms. Chambers, I don't know if you wanted to finish your statement.
I move to not review the approval of the panel on this charter.
Motion made by Ms. Chambers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Barth. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Boyd and Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you.
Quite a few applications there, and we appreciate the great work. I
you,
think the
Madam
consensus of the board and the efficiency with which we did that speaks to the hard work of your team.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And if I could just take 1 minute, since we're speaking about my team,
Yes.
I have doubled the size of my team. And I would like to introduce to you my new team members. We have Program Advisor Virginia Perry. So we have another Miss Perry, not to be confused with Mary. And then we also have Freddie Scott as well. Both of them have extensive background and work with charters, and we're very happy to have them on our team. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Boyd. Long overdue, some support. And for the growth of size in charters and waivers, I think this brings a lot more possibilities to the process. And I applaud everyone involved with that. I think that's a really for us.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
So one final action agenda item, B16, consideration of final approval for the proposed ADE rules governing the Arkansas Financial Accounting and Reporting System and annual training requirements. Ms. Davis, you're recognized.
All right, so it's an item I have about an hour?
Yeah, we still have some final reports here, so.
I'm kidding. Okay, so these rules that govern the Arkansas Financial Accounting and Reporting System, commonly called the AFARS rules, you approved these for public comment back in August. They did go out for public comment. We did receive a few public comments, but no substantive changes were made. We held a public hearing, and that hearing date ended on September 19th. And the reason they're just now coming before you is there was some questions of whether or not we were going to add some other language from a commissioner's memo into the rule, and so until we had time to review whether they went into this rule or not, we didn't want to put it before you. They did not go into this rule, so just FYI. So we do ask that you give final approval to these.
Thank you, Ms. Zook.
I noticed you didn't include the public input as is typical. Was it just an oversight, or you didn't want us to know what people thought?
No.
The public comment matrix.
No, I knew there was it was completely an oversight on my part, and if you like, I can send it to you. I can give you the public comments right now. I have them. I do
like it included in the future, but no, not on this. I did good just to work through what you had for
Right,
us.
there were actually, and just so you know, there were 2 comments received. One was from the Rogers School District and noted the misspelling, and the other comments were received from Rebecca Miller-Rice over at BLR. One of them, her comments was also about the misspelling, and so that was it. That was what it was. That was my fault. I completely forgot.
No problem.
It had been a long time since I've had rules in front of you.
Although after this session, then there'll be rules again. So
I'm trying to get
short little break.
Yeah, I'm
Short
trying
little
to get
break
geared
before
back up.
they start coming flooding in again. But thank you so much for that, and I'm wonderful to know that we have a lot of good spellers throughout the system. With that, any additional questions? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion from the board.
I move to approve the rules.
So motion made by Ms. Newton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Davis. With that, I will formally adjourn our action agenda meeting and call for just a 10-minute break, and then we'll finalize with reports for this evening. So we will convene at 4:45. That's correct, yes. Okay.
We finished this? Periodic.
here because they, it's this time they have that, so. I know she left. If you want a video,
And I love that she does the, you know, Jessie was a princess, and now this year our girl is going to Miss Arkansas.
Is she gonna do the princess again?
No, yeah, we haven't heard of her. She wants to.
She said the princess
I think it's older, like real. So maybe that's what it is. And I put my kids on the right that they learn. And it's not more like it's on the board. You should see my husband about being this month. He's going to be all 3 weeks. Because he knows you're good like today. You seem like this is your best time.
All right, all. I'm definitely enjoying hearing the different conversations. I know it's been a long day, but toward that ends, and know that many of you all have rides home. It is 4:45, and do want to give the opportunity for those that need to get on the road to be able to do so. So with that, we now move on to our final portion of today's agenda. I want to thank and congratulate all my colleagues for accomplishing so much in a day. Normally we couple days, and I think that speaks volumes to everyone's efficiency and commitment to this, so thank you. But we will do and round off with our reporting today. For the chair report from myself, I do want to share with my colleagues that I had the opportunity to actually attend several events over the weeks, but the one that I did want to highlight was Arctisol, our Arkansas Association of English as a Second Language Teachers. And this was by far the largest turnout that they've had, with well over 400 teachers present, many of whom licensed teachers, ESL certified, others that aspired to do so. Some were even visiting students, foreign language students from various Middle Eastern countries and Asian countries that were accompanying the process and trying to even hone their own professional development as part of the learning. It's been a tremendous effort. The department has been accompanying that process, and actually the woman who organized it this year, Tricia Kerr, was really one of the first individuals to launch an ESL program here in Arkansas of the Rogers community, and now has assumed the leadership both here in the department. And it was a tremendous testament to her and the team. And on the second day, it was a 2-day event. They actually brought together all of the ESOL coordinators, which are the individuals tasked in each district to do the English as a second language instruction and coordination. I really want to applaud these teachers, but also the leadership in the districts. Obviously, it's a commitment of the district to allow and say we prioritize this type of instruction, and to let our teachers participate, and to see so many come together, and really it was and then to connect with the students. We actually were very, very fortunate that a group of refugees from Clarksville, I don't know if folks know that that's become a destination with our Karen community, came in and did a traditional dance again, all over Arkansas. We're seeing the changing face of our students, and teachers are really leading the way in terms of learning ways and tools to do this. So I was able to give a keynote address on behalf of the board and to extend our gratitude on behalf of all of us. And then I wanted to in turn express their gratitude for being aware of what they're doing, supporting this effort and this conversation, and hopefully an invitation if any of you all have the opportunity to meet with the students or meet with this body of organization. I really do think it's a special community that we have here in Arkansas. And then the remainder of my reports I will embody as part of my the committee's reports and liaisons reports as we proceed there. So with that, unless there's any questions, we will move on to report agenda item 2, our standing committees, special committees, liaisons, and appointments. And we will proceed as we have them listed here in our table. And I'll just kindly ask for Ms. Kaufman, if moving forward, if we could, as a liaison role, add Dr. Hill for the new position. And knowing Ms. Kaufman, always on top of it, so it's probably already there. And then Dr. Hill, this is where we'll invite you as you liaise with OEP or any of the individuals in the department to highlight anything that you see for us as an opportunity to continue, especially in this commitment of taking action. And we appreciate your leadership there and look forward to your ideas as we move forward in the months ahead. So with our first committee is the science grants, and to that I will now turn and refer to Dr. Barth.
No big updates. I think we're looking for December, right? We will be expect to see science courses on the December agenda, so that will be hopefully of that multi-year process. So that's my only report, Madam Chair.
And I will ask that you retain the microphone and that the next report is Forward Arkansas.
Okay. On the forward front, I've been in touch with Merriman, and she wanted to express appreciation for how well the team at ADE is working out in terms of their ongoing conversations about moving towards the quick wins that were part of the forward report. So that's one big item. The 5 forward communities got kicked off with launch events in each of the communities, and that's of course Crossett, Independence County, Marianna, Pea Ridge, and Springdale. And then the final piece relates to advocacy and the legislative session, and the Forward Implementation Working Group has identified early childhood education as the key goal there, both in terms of enhancing quality and access to high-quality voluntary pre-K. And so they are, of course, carrying out meetings with the governor and legislative leaders trying to move towards some progress on funding for pre-K education. So that's the main goal there.
Do you know if they got their status, their nonprofit status?
Good question. I'm not sure. Yeah. I will follow up with Susan on that.
You'll find out if they got it, and then who's on their board?
I will. I'll let you know that next time.
Yeah.
Great.
Wonderful. Thank you for that report, Dr. Barth. The next committee is the Deeper Learning stipend that support our work sessions. With that, obviously today's conversation this morning kicked that off, and I'll be meeting with Ms. Kaufman afterward. And many of you have made comments to me already thinking about our next work session. Based on that analysis, I will approach Mr. Eberly in terms of helping maybe suggest some speakers, if there was anyone we wanted to Skype in, states that we may want to include as part of this conversation on teaching, and or suggest any readings or best practices models, items that we might look at in the lead up to our next work session. And that's how, at least at this intending to use the remainder of the grant for this year. I still want to offer to the board the opportunity and hope, and we'll try and come up with some ideas by our next session of whether one of these work sessions could feasibly be completed. Again, the Friday sessions outside of Little Rock, include a visit to a community. I know that's something we had on our radar, and to use the funds to support our costs to conduct that work session there. And so I also ask for the board members, if you have ideas of communities. I think one that had come up in conversations was Pine Bluff, and might dovetail quite well with this teaching conversation, obviously because of conversations in the Delta, and it is of closer proximity than some of the communities, might even dovetail with some of the conversations the academic distress standing committee has been having, and so offer that for consideration. Obviously, nothing's been set in stone, and it'll be the consensus to the board here of how we use those stipends, but those will be the decisions to be made in December. Any questions? Otherwise, we move on to the ESSA Steering Committee. Ms. Newton, and I don't know if you want to defer, make some comments and or defer to Ms. Smith.
Ms. Smith, and then I'll comment whenever she makes her report.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Newton. Ms. Smith, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. This feels weird. I'm accustomed to seeing you guys in the morning time, and now it's in the evening. So at least I've had all my caffeine today. So thank you for having me. At our last steering committee meeting, we opened up with Dr. Abernath, who shared the vision of the Arkansas educational administrators. We then spent some time talking about the data. We've completed all of our listening forums, and we've compiled that data. I gave you the most frequent responses, and I'll just give you a little more information on that. Of the 10 listening forums, we had about 950 people sign in. There could have been more than that attended, a few that maybe didn't sign in. And then for each one of these questions, we had around between 600 and 650 responses. The thing is that it was very a big variance in the responses. So for question 1, for example, the most important characteristics, parent and community engagement and effective teachers and leaders were pretty much tied with 15% and 14%. So it was still a pretty number to get the most responses. We then, do you have any questions over any of that data? Now, I do need to add that today I got data from the Arkansas Education Association because they've conducted some ambassador forums, and I have some additional ambassador data that we have not compiled yet, and I will add this and hopefully have it ready for you next month. It will be interesting to see if any of these responses change. Do you have any questions on any of that at this point?
No. Congratulations on the accomplishments that you all have had thus far. And as I shared with Ms. Kaufman earlier, I attended events, the Opportunity to Learn conference, where more folks that I engaged, many of whom work in the Delta and community-based organizations in the Delta, had wanted to sign up as ambassadors. And I just wanted to verify that there's still time with that. Contact information would be sent to you, correct?
Yes.
Or Ms. Kaufman,
they're
and
still online. There is a section on the ESSA webpage.
Perfect.
They click on a link. It's a Google form. They fill it out, and it immediately comes to me right away. Perfect. And then once I get that, I will be sending them information that they could use that would help them in facilitating their forum.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Additional questions? Okay, you may proceed.
So then we discussed some questions and terminology that members of the steering committee had, and many of those questions are things that we don't know yet, such as the impact of N size, which would mean the number of students that are considered in accountability. So there's several of those that we're still trying to define ourselves, and we won't know the answer until we have an accountability plan in place. Ms. Newton, do you want to add anything to that? Because I know that you had a lot of questions.
Yeah, and I still have a lot of questions. You know, I have questions, but I don't have answers. But, you know, that's not a bad thing. You know, I sent Ms. Smith a whole list of questions the other day, and it just helped me to write them down and get my mind better, you know, and you know, I think that's part of the growing pains through this is, you know, and that again is a good thing that we're asking questions about how can we make education better for our students here in Arkansas, and it doesn't mean that we're going to be doing the same thing that we've always done, and you know, and those It may be difficult for some people in some districts because it's different than what we've always done, you know, but it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It just means it might hurt for a while, you know, so.
Then, near the end of the meeting, Ms. Pfeffer spent time talking to us about the requirements on effective teachers and leaders and how that look different under ESSA. And Mr. Lester spent time talking about Title IIA funds and how that can be spent in ESSA. And I would just like to say that right now we're gearing up to get ready to begin Stage 2, which will be taking this information that we have received and some more specific questions that we want to ask, kind of a deeper dive. And we hope that you guys will be thinking of questions that you have and presenting them to us and looking at the product that we have soon. We will hopefully within the next several weeks have some things online for you to give us some feedback and as we make adjustments and go through the plan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith, and I hope you'll stick around for a little bit longer. I know in my updates here on NASB, it was specifically about the ESSA process, and
Okay.
and for this, and Ms. Newton, I brought the today so I could make some copies and hopefully leave these with you all, but some upcoming opportunities on this. So, but
Okay.
I thank you so much. I think we tried to do our part, the three of us that attended, in absorbing what other states did and some best practices. I know I have a couple of things to highlight. I'm sure my colleagues will as well, and we're leadership on this. Thank you so much. Any final questions for Ms. Smith? And then Ms. Newton, I didn't know if you wanted to add on anything additional at this
Just
time.
that, you know, I've been very pleased with the work of the department and Ms. Smith. They're working real hard on the plan. You know, looking at some things that are already in place that can be, you know, pulled in as maybe some platforms that we already have that we can use for reporting and different things. So, you know, I'm very pleased with that. You know, I think we're making progress. Again, it's not something that you do overnight, and it's not something that once you get a plan, you know, one of the things, if you go back to the academic district, things that we ask them to do, what is your plan for continuous improvement? I think that's what this is going to be too, also, is what is our plan for continuous improvement as a state? And, you know, and I'm pleased with that we're not thinking that this is the end-all be-all, that, you know, it's going to keep moving forward and getting better.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. So with that then, moving on to the Standing Committee on Academic Distress, Ms. Zook.
You all have the minutes in your reports. Some of you were there. I know you got the email from Ms. Kaufman about moving the time back an hour, and in light of that, it's on Friday and schools need to be back in their buildings. The official members of the committee, Ms. Dean, Ms. Newton, Mr. Williamson, Mr. Black, we will do the primary questioning. If others want to stay, then like Ms. Abels had been in Pine Bluff, it was very timely and appropriate, her questions and suggestions. So, or if others of you have questions and can't stay, then please leave those with us. But we'll try to be considerate of their time, but at the time we want to dig down and get as much as we can, and I think Dr. Wild did a good job of modeling and, you know, how we can stay focused and on track, and I think that was also helpful to the district, so they come prepared and they don't wander all over the place. We used to be chasing rabbits, but they don't you know, take off in a lot of different directions. So any questions about any of that? Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zook. And thank you to everyone that's been accompanying this process to continue to hone it and improve it. It's been a learning process, and I really have to applaud Arkansas as through NASB and other opportunities, you don't hear about focus committees and attention the way we have to academic distress. Actually, many states right now are even trying to create opportunities to have these conversations, and this was even on the ballot for some states. This is one of the areas I feel very confident saying I think Arkansas is ahead of the curve. And so for us to actually have this additional tools and resources, this is something, Ms. Zook, for your purpose to know, I do hope we get to lift up to our other states. Again, I think the way. And I'm just very, very proud of what everyone's doing for that. The Little Rock Area Public Education Stakeholder Group Liaison, Dr. Barth. I don't know if a meeting has happened since our last one.
No, it hasn't, but there is one scheduled for December 5th. The agenda has been kind of put together for that, and I will relay back the suggestion from this board about where that group should focus its energies moving forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barth. And then now moving on to NASB. If, with the permission of the board, in my role with this, start off with an update, but then I do want to let Ms. Chambers and Dr. Barth, who will officially become the presiding chair of that body for our national body, giving a strong voice to Arkansas that we're extremely excited about. I'll let obviously in as well, and hope you all, better said, will chime in with your experiences from the event. So there's two simultaneous things that happen at the annual National Association of State Boards of Education Conference. One is a meeting of the board on which both Dr. Barth and myself serve. Dr. Barth, President-elect and now soon to be the rising president, that will begin in January. And then I am what's called the Southern Regional Representative, elected by the Southern region to serve in that position. I was the junior representative this last year. I will become the senior representative next year. It's a 2-year term running through December of the following year. And I'm grateful that we're putting this now on the agenda. I'm realizing state boards have done much more in terms of including the whole boards in these conversation and processes. And we never really had that model here in Arkansas. Really look to my colleagues across the nation to help me figure out how to better bring you all into the decision-making process and what we do so that everyone here feels included in NASB. The membership is not specific to individuals. It actually belongs to all of us. And as a result, I do want to make sure that some of these save the dates that you all have this information, because I do hope that this will be opportunities for you all as well to participate. We, in paying our fee, do have the opportunity of being having our expenses covered, and so it's a tremendous professional development opportunity. And I personally think the camaraderie, the ability to work and learn from other states, especially right now in this shared opportunity, we're all going through ESSA, and so there's a common focus, just a really exciting time. And I know at least with one upcoming, or did it already pass, Ms. Newton? I know were you able to attend by chance? And you'll be able to attend? That's wonderful, Ms. Newton. I'm thrilled. And we'll continue to try and connect the dots with those opportunities moving forward. The board meeting, 3 things were decided in regards to the processes, and one of which I think has some relevance here. I know shared to me on occasions that she's like, don't send me to these events, please. But the decisions made actually, because in addition to NASB, there are actual national associations. One that is for people that hold Ms. Kaufman's position, executive assistants across the nation. For legal representatives. So Ms. Frano and her peers also have an association. And the decision was made that if the individuals holding those positions, so in your case, Ms. Kaufman, or you, Ms. Frano, if neither of you are able to attend, now there's the option of sending alternative representatives that might be able to take opportunity of. That was something that hadn't previously been there. You had to be the office holder. Now they're trying to open up for more states to be involved. And so I wanted to share that was a decision made by the board. If you think either other folks in the department or people, other individuals here on the board would like to attend those meetings to understand from those perspectives, there was an opportunity there of trying to open it up to more individuals. And so I thought that was a really exciting transition made. And actually, the second decision now, Dr. Barth's position will no longer be president, but chair. And so that was a highly debated question, but one that we bring up to speed. And so officially, Dr. Barth this next year will become chair of the NASB board at the national level. So those were some of the conversations in terms of the rules and procedures. Overall, and they are about to undertake a deep process. I was asked to serve on that committee, and I'm I will have the ability to do so next year, and so I open it up to any of you all. But NASB issues a series of sort of policy recommendations. They don't take a stand on policy issues, but offer guidance to how state boards might tackle timely issues, and obviously I think guidance it's going to be offered with transitions expected, right, in the coming year with political changes happening nationwide and at the state level. And so if anyone would like that opportunity or position, know that NASB has a focus team that is just looking at legislation and policies and how do we, from more of a approach that. And so if somebody else would like to take the opportunity, obviously welcome the chance to connect you all with those conversations that are happening. Now, the NASB conference itself this year was focused, and again, it was in Kansas City, so in our, a close ride for once. Normally these conversations tend to be held grateful that it was so close this year, and Kansas City was the host, and the conference very much focused on ESSA, as to no surprise, with the focus conversation around stakeholder engagement and fidelity to equity were the two themes of the conferences, and a lot of the speakers and in states that were asked to present focused on a lot of best practices. I know I was really excited, and Ms. Chambers and Dr. Barth, I think, all attended the session with one of our very own from the Little Rock Nine, Dr. Terrence Roberts, who was actually one of the lead speakers, and I'll actually let Ms. to that in that she was actually in a very focused session that was discussing that conversation, and he offered us some insights in terms of the Little Rock community, and we were very excited to see the conversation around Little Rock be one of those highlighted for this conversation. Another speaker that was just phenomenal, Scott, one of the Freedom Writers, who also addressed the conference as well in terms of looking at students, and actually many from the very profile that we were talking about today in Little Rock, and what it means to leveraging the opportunity of ESSA to be able to reach some of our most challenged children. Topics was ESSA and early learning. There was conversations on school surveillance and equity, school turnarounds, lessons learned and new opportunities. Right now, the Center for American Progress is doing quite a bit of research. They've actually come out with some studies about school turnarounds and best practices. To look at Arkansas, they weren't, and I felt that they should, especially for the work that we're doing on academic distress, and so that was an exciting conversation as well. And some of the additional that looked at teachers and learning and ensuring teacher discipline and ensuring equal opportunities for all students. And then there was conversations about data, and this was a new conversation for NASB, water quality and environmental hazards, and how that ties to student learning. Again, some good learning there. There was actually a deep dive into stakeholder engagement, and the states that were featured there were Washington State and Kansas, that have now completed their whole stakeholder engagement process. They actually have drafts of their research, and talked about how they did multiple rounds of stakeholder engagement and focus groups and such to get to both the vision and then to now where they have their indicators and guidance. And obviously glad to share any of that, whether Ms. Newton or Ms. Smith or the commissioner or any of our colleagues in terms of some of those best practices. It was really fascinating to see such varied levels. Some of the commissioners in some of the states are politically elected, and so for those specific cases, they're further along in the effort of knowing that a transition was going to happen with commissioners wanting to get a draft done by this point. But most states, I would say, are more or less where we're at. Some haven't even started, like Nebraska. I know, Ms. Kaufman, that surprised me as well. But because they've been tackling some specific issues as related to teaching and accountability that will feed into it, but they were at a different stage in their process. It looked like the majority of states were going for the July submission of ESSA. With the exception of, again, these couple states due to political reasons trying to complete it by March. But definitely some opportunities to learn there. Something that's coming up, if anyone has of interest, NASB will be hosting these regional meetings around stakeholder engagement. The vision is for to bring 5 stakeholders with them to talk about sustaining your engagement plans. And these meetings will be taking place in DC on December the 6th, in Atlanta on January the 17th, and in Denver on February the 2nd. And state boards can attend any of these, more or less about equal distance from us here in Arkansas, if that's something that Ms. Newton or Ms. Smith would be of interest. And the idea, again, is that it would be state boards actually going with stakeholders or individuals representing different stakeholder groups to talk about, again, sustainability. And then what does fidelity in ensuring fidelity to equity and ESSA plan implementation are the goals. We just, I think this week, received a little bit more information about that, and I'll pass that on to Ms. Kaufman to share with everybody else. The other save the date, big opportunity. The legislative conference every year is always wonderful that they do. We actually go to the Hill and speak with our congressmen and senators from our state, but we also hear from them at the national level. And I think especially this year, with changes happening in DC, I think there'll be a lot of conversations and context and opportunities to hear directly from what will be a new administration and new individuals. And that's going to be time March 21st in Washington, D.C. I've always gained a lot from that conference, and it's always a great time for us to get to meet with our congressmen and senators as well and connect the dots between, again, what we have as conversations here and with the conversations in Washington. And the annual conference here, I'm really excited to say, is going to be in the South. It's going to be in Atlanta, Georgia, and again, time similar to this year, October 31st to November 4th. So an opportunity to do some substantial planning. And again, I will make sure these save the dates announcements get to Ms. Kaufman to then be shared with everybody else. And so,
I know when I came on the board, my name was given to NASB, and I get all of their communications that communicate those things. Are we still doing that for new board members? Do y'all get all the NASB? And
I don't get anything, but I talked to Dr. Barth last time. He said I need to go on the website and sign up. So
okay, yeah, you'll get more like webinars and dates like she was communicating, and so you can keep up with what's going on.
perfect. Thank you, Ms. Zook. And that's something we can intentionally make sure to do. They just did an effort to update their contact system, and so this was a very timely opportunity for us. If you're not receiving it, yes, please. You can also let even myself know, and I can pass that on to NASB if you're not receiving the correspondence. So that's my NASB update. Yes, Ms. Kaufman.
Just so you know, I am participating in the executive assistants conference call. We do those kind of quarterly, but they're really helpful, and I appreciate the conference call as opposed to the travel.
Duly noted, duly noted. And Ms. Freno, do you get the invitations to the equivalent for, I always confuse which is which. You might know better, Dr. Barth. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Does anyone on your team participate out of curiosity?
We are in the webserve or listserv. We have not attended just because we've been extremely busy recently. We've been to meetings, but we do get all the notifications. And, you know, just as you were speaking today, I was thinking next year, you know,
Most definitely.
at least one of us have to plan. So
That'd be
was kind of
excellent.
this year, but, you know, we just changed our minds. Next year.
Most
Yeah,
definitely.
and there is CLE credit as well for, yeah.
And again, the dates for that will be October 31st of next year. And so opportunities hopefully to save the date now with ample time. And we would definitely look forward to all going together. So with that, Ms. Chambers, I know this was your first time attending, or Dr. Barth, if there's anything you would want to add in regards to NASB.
You said it so well. It was extraordinary for me to have an opportunity to realize how much more I need to learn. It was one of those windows into, there's just so much more. But the highlight was hearing directly from a member of the Little Rock Nine. Not being from here, I felt I had a moral responsibility to understand where we come from, what informs us, and where we are. And he was amazing, and I hope there'll be other opportunities to engage him in the future. But to your point, the panel breakout sessions that I was participating in were all ESSA related, and I felt good coming away. While there's some states maybe in front of us on a number of things, there were a fairly significant number of states that were behind us, and I felt like we were very well positioned work that's been done. But it was great to hear perspective from other states.
All I would say is where we are in computer science education and how, I mean, we are obviously the unquestioned leader on computer science education, and everybody recognizes that. I mean, we really are the go-to state, and Anthony Owen, obviously the go-to person on that issue. So folks are conscious of Arkansas's role across the country.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that, I think, concludes reporting item number 2. Moving on to reporting item Commissioner's reports. Commissioner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I would report today is news probably you have already heard, but maybe not. As you all know, the governor had submitted his budget to the General Assembly yesterday, and the highlights that I would point to are those that impact education. He did include in his budget plan $100 million, which would fully fund the partnership, facilities partnership projects that have been approved for the next biennium. As in reference to Dr. Barth just mentioned, $5 million for the computer coding, computer science initiative over the biennium, so that we can continue that work. Fully funding the adequacy recommendations that have been issued by the Senate committee. As you all know, this year the committee did not agree on a consensus report. The Senate has issued a report, and that is all we had to. So the governor's office contemplated that report, but as you all know, this is a map. This is a roadmap. This isn't necessarily the end result. And then probably most significant is, as you all know, he proposed last session and was able to approve one-time funding of an additional $3 million for pre-K, and this budget includes $3 million each year ongoing for pre-K. And the focus for this increase is to improve quality rather than getting seats. In the past, we've looked to expand seats. This time, it's a focus on getting improved quality in the programming and trying to improve the performance of the pre-K teachers and the qualifications of those teachers. So, and as you all probably know, this is the first ongoing funding in pre-K since 2008. So I think it's a very significant budget. I think it's shows his priority and the linkage of education with economic development. And I would be glad to answer any questions that you might have on what we know at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Dr. Barth.
A question on the department's kind of legislative agenda. How far along are y'all in developing your?
We are expecting by November 18th to have feedback from the governor's office on the components of that, what we have proposed to them.
Thank you. Additional questions? Very excited by the news of funding. Obviously, we know it's a long road ahead, but very encouraging and grateful for the governor's leadership, especially on pre-K. That's very exciting. Thank you. No additional reports for you, Commissioner?
No, just an added on that, because it wasn't really discussed, but as part of the Senate's recommendation, there are some increases built into that will help us move forward if they approve the recommendations. And one is an increase in professional development funding. As you all may recall, back in 2013, 2014, the last time that they really tackled the crisis for teacher insurance, professional development funding was decreased, and that money was reallocated towards teacher insurance premiums. The recommendation is to increase over the next 2 years professional development back to the $50 per student per ADM. But rather than that money just going unrestricted to the districts, it would be a program that we would administer that would help boost districts' work in PLCs and really targeted teacher-directed professional development. And so we will be working with the House and Senate and the governor's office as that more fully developed to see where that goes. And also the same, a similar situation with NSLA dollars. You know, for many years, we have discussed the fact that NSLA dollars are so spread amongst the districts and used for different strategies. Trying to determine one strategy that truly closes the achievement gap has been difficult for us to analyze. And the recommendation that is being talked about from the General Assembly now is creating a matching grant with new NSLA dollars in the amount of $4.3 million would be administered by the department, and as districts target some of those evidence-based, research-based activities of closing the achievement gap, then they could apply to the department for matching funds to help boost their efforts in that regard. And it would be like one-on-one tutoring, which has a history and research showing that that is a way to boost reading scores with low-income poverty students for certain types of after-school, preschool programs. And one other thing that now I've forgotten what it was, but there was a three-pronged approach that were evidence-based, research-based strategies that would be supported with this new money, but it'd be done through the NSLA categorical fund.
After school and summer included in that?
One of the references was for the Positive Youth Development Grant type programs that somebody sitting up here got legislation passed a few years ago, and we've not been able to fund it. So I'm very excited about that. Yes. You couldn't tell.
I'd like to see sometime, you know, we got so much attention for computer science, to see them, now that that's underway, is get behind seriously looking at 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th graders maybe that are not reading on, or not calculating on level, instead of saying, well, you need so much of science and so much of history and so much of all of this. Maybe they can teach reading with those subjects, but we have just got to stop and pay attention and not just continue to give lip service to the fact that we've got kids reading. And if we can do that by the time they get to high school, well, they'll not only stay in high school, but the things they may have missed out because they couldn't read in 5th grade, and those subjects, they can study about them when they get, you know, to be adults. But we have just got to stop and say, what is our priority if we can't get everything done for every child? End of soapbox.
Well, I think you'll be pleased with the work that Donna Ziller and Stacy and their team have underway of developing a statewide focus on reading, and we'll be rolling that out. I think our target is January, but that's still I think fluid at the moment, but we're hoping that by then we'll have some very firm concepts plan that we'll roll out that will tackle exactly what you just mentioned.
Count me in.
Yes, one quick, Commissioner, on the NSLA issue, is so that the matching money would be on top of the kind of where we are now, or?
Yes. Yeah, it's additional funding.
Dollars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Well, thank you so much. Any final questions? I see none. So with that, we'll move to last but never least, our final report, number 4, from our Teacher of the Year, Ms. Abels.
Good evening. First, I just wanted to start by thanking the Department of Ed for giving me an opportunity to work alongside this amazing production crew and create a video. I just don't think everyone understands. When I talk to the other Teachers of the Year from other states, they are so jealous of me and what I get to do. And they would just be honored to even just come be at a meeting, let alone sit with you guys and learn with you and work with the team and create videos and do all the things I'm doing. So All right. About 2 months ago, I went and I sat down with Kevin and Gail, and we talked about what my video series wanted to look like. And if you've read any of my blogs, the most important things to me is to share with teachers and schools great ideas they can use in their classrooms and in their buildings. And I said, I really want to see what great things are happening across the state and let teachers get an idea of something they can implement in their classroom. So coding is a big deal right now, and it just makes me so happy that coding is spilling out into other content areas. And I really want other teachers to know that just because you don't teach computer science or maybe you don't know how to code does not mean you cannot incorporate it in your classroom. It is something that I just think about when I look back over the years that as an English teacher, reading and literature did not engage them. And it was a fight for me to get them engaged in what we were doing in class. And if I would have used coding like you're going to see in this video in a minute with some of my boys in particular, they really would have jumped into that content with so much more excitement. So what you're going to see today is Jessica Herring at Benton High School. And the lesson that she's doing today, these kids, these 11th graders, are using coding with robots to Hamlet. Okay? And it's so exciting to see this and to know that Arkansas is so ahead of the game. And I can't wait to share this video across Arkansas and the nation because so many people are looking to us to see we're doing so well with coding in Arkansas. So here's the video, and then I'll explain a little bit afterwards.
The Spheros can be a great way to engage students who maybe are not strong readers. A great example was when we did Huck Finn. That's a tough book, and there's a lot of dialect in that book, and there are a lot of really difficult and intense themes. And so rather than have those students just read that book and take a test and move forward, I wanted them to really engage in the plot and see that the struggles of Huck and the struggles of Jim are the struggles that people still have today. I mean, those struggles haven't disappeared, and we still have to confront those issues in our society. Well, breaking that down and giving them the opportunity to look at the plot from a standpoint of empathy, right? What is this character feeling in this moment, and how can I use color or movement to recreate that feeling, really gives students an opportunity to see that that story is not so far removed, right? What we're reading from the past has an impact on today and can connect with the emotions that we feel in our own lives. So we started by using the basic Sphero app. It's free on the iPad, and it's just a manual driver. So it allows them to drive the Sphero through a maze, just like they would use a video game controller. So it kept the focus on the content of my class, in this case the literature, rather than, oh my gosh, I don't know how to program, how do I use this supply in my class? So starting with that manual driver is a great way to keep the focus on your content, also give them that exposure to the technology. In my class, we use a block-based coding app. It's the Sphero Spark app, and it's also free. And it allows them to drag and drop lines of code and then augment those lines of code so that they can kind of change them to fit the program they want to create. For me, that is where I kind of want to draw the line, because I want the focus to be on the literature. So they're still getting that coding experience, even though it's not a full I'm writing lines of code in a programming class experience. They're still seeing that computational thinking can be applied to literature and to other content areas. If you wanted to take it a step further, you could use other Sphero apps that are also free that allow students to actually write lines of code from scratch and move their programs into that more advanced direction. And I have some kids that take programming, and so that would also be differentiate for your kids. Some kids can work with the block-based coding to just get that base level exposure, while others are building their own programs from scratch.
So here's the exciting thing. I've been in schools where kindergartners are coding through mazes on the floor. I've been in classrooms where science teachers are using those to teach cells and how things move within the cell, the digestive system and how it moves through, and it's all taped out on the floor, and the kids are moving it through there. Geometry, angles, equations, the sky's the limit, velocity, and just to make it real and right there and hands-on and let those kids do it. I got to code for the first time that day when we made that video, and it's so funny because the ball was laying down on the floor, and I want it to move 22 seconds at a speed of 70, and I'm thinking it's going to really go somewhere. It moved that far. So it makes you think, how do I really navigate this and get it to move? And by knowing what I just told you, these kids were acting out scenes from Hamlet for the coding of those balls, full scenes, to where Hamlet walked here, he was angry, he stabbed, he did this, he walked over there, and they were telling, as the ball was moving through the code, what was happening in the scenes from the novel. So they had to understand the content to do the coding correctly and to make the ball do the right thing. It was so great to see that. And I just want you to know, and I want teachers out there to know, that a lot of this is free. The teacher in the video put on Donors Choose that she wanted these Sphero balls, and within 48 hours it was full. You don't have to beg for money from your district or save money yourself. There are so many resources available. Arkansas Ideas has iPads that teachers can borrow, and they will deliver them and pick them up to your school. All of the apps that you see on here are so the reason why I put Dare to Be Different on the video is because, and I know if you read my blog, you saw this, just don't let any excuses stand in your way of mastering your craft in the classroom and taking that engagement to the next level, because there are resources, there's funding, there are grants, there are all these things out there. And I just want to end by saying this. Kevin and Gail, thank you so much for making my vision become real, and I just can't wait to share it with everyone, and I really can't wait to send it to the governor and say, look what you started and look where it's going. It's going into English and math and all these other classrooms, kindergarten all the way up. And so that's just exciting, and I'm looking forward to doing another video and showing you more things and sharing with teachers what they can do in their classrooms. And one last little icing on the cake. When we post this on YouTube, we're also posting a resource sheet for teachers where they can go through and everything they need to know, where to order these, what apps to do, how to use it in their classroom, software, anything they would need, so that there is absolutely no excuse that they can just go out there and try this. So I'm really excited about this resource, and when you see it come out on social media, please share it. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Oh, it's already share.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. And your authenticity, your energy, your passion, it's just, it's addictive. Thank you. There's no better way to end a day than with you, Ms. Abels. And any questions, though? Then with that, Unless there's any final announcements from the board, I gladly adjourn our work session, or our reporting session, and end this day. And thank you, everyone, again, and best wishes for Veterans Day, everybody. Oh, apologies. I guess now did we technically need a motion to adjourn from the actions? I guess I got too enthusiastic. So if we can make up for that, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Motion made by Mr. Black. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Sook. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, and again, happy Veterans Day to all.